Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Volume 3 Part 1. Chapter 202 Japan's Secret Design. 1. The next morning, they reviewed the plan, and Yi Wing found new information. It wasn't just something new. What many monster scholars said was right. Even the monsters had to avoid the black liquid because it was so dangerous. Although just 10 meters away from it was the monster's territory. From now on we'll call it the crypt. Alright. They decided to call the black liquid the crypt. Were finally able to find the results they were looking for on the monster. It looks like we'll be able to use the crypt as a type of defensive substance. How are we going to do that? One of the team manager helpers asked. First, we're going to have to do more research over there. All I can really say now is that maybe we can find something that'll piece everything together. We haven't found anything like that yet. Well, we can't postpone the raid until the analysis is finished. The team manager replied, and the assistant shrugged his shoulder. Usually when hunters went to hunt monsters there was no turning back, no matter how dangerous it may seem. Without the analysis system they couldn't reserve any strength prior to the hunt, which could turn into a very dangerous situation. Of course it wasn't expected to be difficult for Yi Wing no matter what, but they were still going through all of the precautions just to be sure. Also, the schedule for the airplane to be in the sky in Tokyo is at 12 a.m. this Friday. The raid management team leader said. What? Everyone then said, looking at him in surprise. Are you serious? I thought it was supposed to be in a small town in Seoul at that time. The airplane was taking them to their raid destination, but was originally scheduled to land at a later time. Of course they could just take a car, but that would take too much time as the roads were filled with refugees trying to escape. There was only one problem with that approach. Who was going to their supporting air force? Who was their emergency airplane? That was one of the most difficult points in the plan. I think there's a new secret design. There is. It seems that it will affect our plane landing. Isn't it kind of late to do something like this? Rumi asked. Exactly, they must have been promised something or is trying to ruin our raid. I'm not sure why, but of course this has to have some benefit for them. The meteor was a bit unapproving of the raid. The team management leader said in an angry tone. I thought the information on our side was a bit biased. Yi Wing asked to Rumi, confused as to why Japan would want to ruin their raid. Not really. Just like now it's something that is considered to be very dangerous, so they can't really let the raid progress. If what she was saying was right, then the contract was a lie. Well then, when will the group attack? I'm not even sure if they're still going to do that. Besides, even if they were to gather everyone over there, then they would need a lot of people if they want to be stronger than Yi Wing. Rumi said. So are they just going to leave the Tokyo refugees like that with no help? Yi Wing said. It seems so. But other than that, Japan seems to be having good luck. Rumi answered calmly. Yi Wing then tied his arms and started to think. The monster that they were going to hunt was very strong, and the crypt was still affecting the area, so he could understand the worry. But, on the other hand, he couldn't understand it and wondered why would they just leave those people like that. Japan had a popularity of hundreds and thousands. If the refugees weren't able to get a shelter or anything, then they could be in danger of the monster. They weren't even armed or had anything to protect themselves. The monster research team member mumbled to himself. What's the matter? I heard about the Japanese scholars, but things are a little different when you put it with the information from the Japanese government. A moment later, after he said that, Yi Wing's expression turned slightly more serious. He then looked around at everyone and said, "Are you serious?" "Well, I'm not completely sure if my investigation is correct. Of course there could be more to it, but we don't have all of the information. But I think I'm at least 90% correct," he replied. If what he was saying was right, then they wouldn't be able to do as they planned. "Gather around. It's time to get into the plan," Yi Wing said. 2. They were scheduled to arrive on the Japanese government side at 12 midnight. It shouldn't take long to find what they were looking for. They'll be unaffected by everything if they do it their way. "Hello. I am Matsuki Haisuke, a representative of the Japan Ministry of Economy and Finance," he said, politely introducing himself to them. He seemed like a really nice person by the first impression. However, he also looked a bit strange. He looked like a frozen flower. Clearly he was there to meet the powerful hunter he's heard so much about named Yi Wing. "Nice to meet you. My name is Rumi. I am a part of Yi Wing's clan team. Take a seat," he said, guiding her to a seat. He then handed her a refreshment of tea and they began the meeting. "What kind of work have you come here for?" "The government has given an important airspace command, so I am here to make sure everything will go smoothly." "Is there anything you could tell me?" he asked. Rumi just took a sip of her tea and looked at him coldly. "Sorry. Even though this is very embarrassing, we're going to sort out the situation with the gate as soon as we can. I wanted to come here and apologize to you about this in person, even though it's kind of late. I hope everything with this task will go well in the future," he said. Every word he said seemed to be planned and timed. Rumi just smiled and replied, "All right." However, she wasn't done there. "I feel like I know the Japanese government's meaning of this, but..." She then got up from her seat as if she was about to leave. The representative then quickly replied saying, "I will give a proposal to the Japanese government about this mission," he said, but Rumi didn't look too happy. "Can they just give up a loan for it?" she asked. "I could ask them about that. It should be fine. I don't know, that leader is too full of himself and what he says. But he does have an excessive sense of identity, right?" Rumi said. The representative thought about what he would have to do to start the conversation, and what he would have to say to make him agree. But, of course, he couldn't think of anything to say. "I'll do the best I can to get his approval," he said. Rumi then sat back down into her seat. "I'm listening, but I will not be giving out any secret information from my side." The representative then replied, "Understood. I will only be telling information regarding the gate in Japan and the raid to fix it," he said, and Rumi nodded her head in agreement. Although he knew there were lots of monsters inside of the gate, it was more important that they took care of the crypt before anything else. It shouldn't be hard to convince them. They'll only need 1 month. "We won't have to stay here. Of course the media won't understand what's going on and may make false reports, but in a month everything will make sense to everyone. I can get you a loan from the government to prepare," he assured. He offered a pretty high loan that was perfect for them. Yi Wing also needed an apartment. A place he could live where he could still easily access a wormhole and go to fight off monsters. An apartment like that would be sold at a premium price, so that would also be enough to afford the apartment. The representative then took out a document and handed it to Rumi. Currently, the Japanese government has faced a dead end. After trying to fix the situation with this monster and the gate, the restoration expenses have gone through the roof, and it'll be hard to pay for the repairs. I understand. The costs for the damage and the insurance for the people must be very expensive. Rumi replied, Yes, things have especially been going downhill since the Japanese clan has ended. And to make matters even worse, the gate incident happened in the same area as the Japanese clan's clan house. The representative complained. The Japanese government have been doing their best to sort everything out, but there were too many problems to handle at once. I understand it must be difficult. There's just one thing I want to ask you. After the incident, the people of Tokyo lost their job and their house, so will they get the support that they need for now, or will they be used as sacrifices? Of course. This is a serious situation, not a game, Rumi said as if she was warning him. The representative took a moment to think before responding. Could she have any better ideas? He thought to himself. There was no better option to go with to help them and everyone else. They didn't want to make any empty promises. The compensation will be enough, the representative said. Of course that decision wasn't his to make, but Rumi agreed. She then took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. Why? The representative asked in reply. We're getting prepared for the evacuation. Huh, he replied as he had completely forgotten about that. What are you talking about? I could have a meeting tomorrow with my team and go over this. I want to let Yi Wing know what's going on. What will you do about Tokyo? The representative asked. Oh, why do you ask? Rumi asked calmly. I'll talk to the head of the Japanese government and see if there's anything else we can do. So you're going to tell him all of Yi Wing's suggestions, or are you just trying to use Yi Wing's name to cut down the compensation? Rumi asked. Japan's Secret Design, The End. Chapter 203 Japan's Secret Design 2. Chapter 203 Japan's Secret Design 2. 1. We can't count on the Japanese government in this situation. The best thing for us to do is to go through with a raid. Besides, a sudden change could ruin the wavelengths of everything, the representative explained. Really, that seems fun. I was thinking something a little different, Rumi replied as she took out her tablet and handed it to him. When he turned on the tablet, a video showed up about the effects of their current situation. In the video, they explained a much different outcome than he had explained. The gate incident was used for businesses so they could earn more money from their insurance towards the city. They even explained how things could advance while involving other people of Japan. Isn't this what I was saying? Don't try to cover up information that already we know. How did you? There's no need to worry about that, Rumi said. It was a video taken by Yi Wing. After the morning meeting ended, they got everything they recorded and watched it over to see if they got anything interesting, and clearly they did. There was nothing that they could hide from them. In the past, the De Young group suffered from an incident in their secret underground lab, but there were no tracks left behind for them to ever find out who was responsible for it. Even the CCTV cameras didn't catch Yi Wing. Getting that meeting on film was nothing compared to that. But how this video is filmed perfectly. What is it that you want? The representative asked nervously. If they had that video, he knew that they must know more. They tried their best to keep all of their information as top secret as possible. What do we want, HM? How about everyone in that video stepping down from their positions? Rumi asked. Are you looking down on the Japanese government? How about we just forget about the video and leave it at that? We could also involve the citizens in some matters. Rumi looked unsatisfied. Do you take my words as a joke? We can do the best that we could, but there isn't much that we could do after we solidify our plan. Do you think that we just want to expose everything to the media? Is that what you want us to do? He asked. Will they hand it over? She said, asking about their secret data, and his answer was just what she wanted to hear. Your imagination seems lacking. Do you think we could do that? If I have this, then the National Hunter Association would rather just erase Japan. They could request a level 7 hunter to preserve the gate. And what are we supposed to do then? Do you know why the Japanese hunters could be expelled from the National Hunter Association? He said. The representative was sweating nervously. He was worried about what would happen to the Japanese hunters as their raids continue to what he calls the Dark Age. What do you want to fix this situation? Do you really think you can do that? He couldn't imagine leaving such a serious situation to them. A foreigner helping them would not be good for Japan's reputation. I wouldn't suggest that, the representative said. Well, if we could get permission from Japan's Prime Minister, then everything should be fine. If we let things go like this, there won't be a very good outcome anyways. And because of that, you're going to demand us some authority. We still have to do what we can to protect our reputation. Having a level 9 hunter help us would be a terrible decision. A plan, Rumi said, and the representative began to worry. If we agree to that, then will you really erase that video? He couldn't let the video to spread through the public. Rumi then nodded her head in agreement, but he wasn't convinced. You probably think that you can't trust us. In the past, Korea has kept a lot of secrets for your government, so don't worry, Rumi said. The representative then took a moment to think before replying, all right. When I go back, I'll tell him about it after the meeting. Great. Also, I hope you aren't thinking of lying about this or anything. We're always prepared for anything, Rumi said as she took back her tablet. The representative then looked at the tablet, thinking about what else they could have if they had that video. 2. Yiwang, I've finished talking with him. The second part of the plan is complete. Great, good job. The analysis still isn't finished yet, so you might have to really be sure if you want to go into this monster raid yourself, Rumi said with a hint of concern in her voice. Yiwang was planning on going on his own despite the others thinking that it was a bad idea. The representative even implied that it was a bad idea, but even so, nothing could stop him once he made his decision. The raid was starting soon, and he still had his mind made up on going. He already got his plan going. Trust me. Okay. Rumi replied to Yiwang's simple request. Rumi wondered if he felt nervous at all despite the fact that he seemed completely fine. Nevertheless, he wasn't nervous. With a spirit's magic on his side, he wasn't worried about anything going wrong. Whenever you need anything, just call us and we'll help you out. All right. Well, I guess that's all. Rumi then ended the call through the headset, and Yiwang then ran as fast as he could. He got onto the helicopter and went on his way towards their raid's starting point. But soon before they even reached their destination, they were hit with an attack. Tack, tack, tack. It looked like something that they had seen before. They looked at their navigation screen and tried to track down where it was coming from. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a person shortly after that attack was made. Lalarler am eating alone and resting. It's coming from far away. Okay. Could we go back first? There's something that I forgot to do, Yiwang said to the spirit. Usually, they would talk to each other all the time, but Yiwang has recently been spending his time talking with Rumi. The village is your goal, the village you're planning to go there. I don't think that's a good idea. You need to be very careful. Don't be too overdramatic. It'll be fine. I don't know. I have to do all I can. I'm already disappointed in myself for not being able to help those refugees, he said, and Rumi then thought of all the refugees of Tokyo. I guess you're right. It's going to be difficult, but I know you can do it, she said as she held back her tears as Yi Huang increased his speed. Before starting the raid, he had to check the top 3 safe zones he could retreat to for the next 2 days as he moves his way around the crypt in the neighborhood. He would get the spirit's help, but he wanted to do this on his own. Aren't there a lot of people left? Do you see anyone around? What are they going to think? Of course they all wouldn't mind going into a bunker if it's going to save their life. I know. I just hope that this plan doesn't fail so we could save the city. Don't worry, of course it will, the spirit replied. There were a lot of young boys and girls together with their parents in the city ruins of Tokyo trying to survive. Their entire situation was like a tragic movie, but hopefully they would get themselves a happy ending. Tack. You have to get there faster. A few attacks came out of nowhere and landed on the wall near him. I don't have enough to pay for a taxi. Just keep running. 3. Swoosh. He ran even faster than before, and in no time, he could already see the landmark of the place he was going for. The crypt is right there. He was close enough to be able to see the crypt leaking and spilling out of the building. There was a dangerous giant puddle of it on the ground. There's more than I thought it would be. There were 18 monsters swimming in the puddle of the crypt, and the other monsters coming out of the gate was covered by it. They definitely look scary. But we can be scarier, right? The monster stood in the giant puddle of the crypt. The monster wasn't Yi Weng's only goal. He looked at the monster and asked the spirit, "What do you think?" The gate looks very unstable. It's artificially made, isn't it? Correct? Japan's Secret Design to the End. Chapter 204 The Face Off. Chapter 204 The Face Off. 1. Just as I thought, Yi Weng said as he examined his surroundings. There was only one person he could think of who could create a dimension gate like that. It was Bikren. He was there. How do you know? I can tell. It's obvious, Yi Weng said in reply to the spirit. Let's start examining the area, Yi Weng said to the spirit. They looked at all the destroyed buildings in the area around the crypt. They should have been able to easily track down everything, but although the video was detailed, they couldn't recognize anything. All of the buildings looked very different from the last time he's seen them. He could just use a skill to find the right building, but they had to be very careful of every little thing, so it was best not to use it. Yi Weng looked around everywhere and suddenly, he saw something that made him stop walking. Finally, I've found it. It was something he found while he was in the Alaosu. He finally found it. Jake. It was completely black on one side and black tears were dripping from its face. He took a moment to look at it and their eyes had met. It gazed into his eyes as if there was something in them that it could recognize. A strong pulse of energy then slowly began to form around it. Something's there. It reached up to Ranka without any training needed, and suddenly, something happened out of nowhere. It wasn't just one of them hiding, there was 3 of them. They were scattered around the area, but it wasn't just that. He also heard a hiss. What's going on here? Wait for it. Wei-I. The spirit then flew up into the sky. They're using some kind of search interference spell. There's 5 of them here, but I can't find where they are exactly. All right, Yi Huang replied. They didn't have enough time to hang around and find them all. It would be enough if the spirit could maybe cast a spell that would let them go where they needed to go. What should we do? I don't think an attack would help us in any way. What did you mention to me before? Get ready for a scary spell. Yi Huang already explained what's going to happen to the spirit in advance. Got it. But don't they know what to prepare for you now? Yi Huang was in such a rush to get to Bikren, but she was right. They saw him fight in the Alaosu, so he had to think of something else. Well, Yi Huang turned towards where the enemies were. It's time to hunt. 2. A guy sat on the sofa while reading a comic. In front of him was a table with a bowl of ramen on it and a bowl of fruit next to it. It seemed that he had been sitting there for some time. When will he get up and do something besides sitting down and reading comics all day? A lady said in her head as she looked at him. Bikren, she shouted. Ugh, I'm so stiff, he said as soon as he stood up from his chair. He took a sip from the drink that he had on the table after he stretched his shoulders. There's nothing in the fridge. He's here. I know, he replied calmly. He had already used a lot of search spells to make sure that he would know if there's a visitor. But that guy is also searching for you. I know, but I'm not worried, Bikren replied. He looked at the palm of his hands that covered in black liquid. He then went to the restroom and washed it off with water. I'm so hungry. What should I do? I don't think I have to worry about that person interfering with anything anytime soon. Right, he doesn't stand a chance against a 9th-tier monster. But I should prepare just in case. He picked up the cup of ramen noodles on the table to take a bite. It shouldn't be too hard to defeat him anyway. But I still need to be careful though. You never know what they have planned as well, Bikren said to himself. He then picked up the comic once again. These comics may seem worthless, but the inside of them lies something very interesting. It's one of the best inventions made by humans. Even if it's not much, he said as he flipped through the pages of the comic. Also, it serves as a good inspiration. I think I know just the spell to use right now. Just then, red energy began to gather around his hands. He closed his eyes and started to cast a spell. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked at the palm of his hands. Cool, he said. I hear that this hunter guy is something special. I'll definitely have to take that into consideration. This is going to be interesting. You're going to have to use a really effective spell in order to deal with him. Yay, but I don't think that'll be too difficult. Maybe not, the voice in his head replied. 3. As if Yi Huang was reading Bikren's movements, Bikren read his moves very thoroughly. Yi Huang wasn't going as slow as he expected. He made it past his first decoy and continued on his way to find Bikren. There was one mistake that Bikren made. He didn't properly predict the time of Yi Huang's raid. Bikren thought that is was going on continuously every day, but it seemed that that wasn't the case. Although he had a 6th-tier monster around him, he had some 7th-tier monster lying around the crypt in case something happens. Obviously, Yi Huang planned out every detail of this mission down to the very second. While Bikren was distracted, something flew past him out of nowhere. Whoosh! It was Yi Huang. He finally found him. Strong arrow. Ponged. There was a loud sonic boom as the arrow crashed into something, causing lots of smoke to surround the area. He only launched one arrow, but it was more than enough to cause a scene. He thought that was over, but of course, Yi Wing launched a whole lot more towards him. Swoosh, swoosh. The arrows flew by, leaving a trail of blue energy as they pierced through the monster around him. Looks like it's working. One of the monsters seemed to be completely done. It didn't stand a chance against Yi Wing's arrows. Great. Now we only have 2 days. Swoosh pong. Another arrow flew up into the air and exploded into more arrows. Unbelievable, Bikran said as he watched him. According to his research, he was thinking that they have 3 more days left. Darn it. Looks like I don't have any time to relax. The Face Off, the End. Chapter 205 The Face Off 2. Chapter 205 The Face Off 2. 1. The history of the past 60 years of the generation mashup has seemed to have been the cause for all the monsters suddenly showing up everywhere. Very strong monsters have been showing up, causing great danger to people. However, the research scholars soon discovered new information. They were goblins. The monsters that were responsible for killing the most humans were goblins. Goblins were surprisingly very powerful. Even monsters couldn't stand a chance against them. But they mostly only targeted humans. But why is that? The first is because the goblins is very scared. Researchers found that they had a special instinct to detect danger, so that's why they preferred to stay away from monsters. However, the goblin knew the humans were a lot weaker than them. The second reason was because they were very weak. Even if they're young, the goblin can't do much to defeat a monster. Monsters are clearly much stronger compared to a goblin. They also knew it was best to hide when the hunting started. Usually they had sacrifices for the hunters so the others could get away. And the third reason is that they're weak because their propagation is said to threaten when they're attacked. So because of that, they had to work hard to protect themselves when danger shows up. Quang, quang, quang. After the gigantic sonic boom caused by an attack, the crypt began to explode and spread all over Tokyo. Even all of the monsters nearby were badly affected. Yi Wing's was luckily going just as he expected. Gruug ji gruug quang. A building collapsed and fell onto some of the monsters. Immediately a monster then jumped on top of the building looking for Yi Wing to attack him. Great. Yi Wing said to himself, seeing his targets out in the open making things easier for him. Causing the crypt to explode everywhere was part of his plan. Of course that meant it could be easier for the enemies to attack him as well, but he had everything planned to work out in his favor. 30 minutes after the first hunt started, the number of monsters were already starting to go down. Looks like it's a windfall. Yay! Yi Wing started with fighting off a crowd of 1,720,000 monsters, but the numbers had already gone down to just hundreds only 3 hours into the hunt. Hopefully after the raid he would be able even closer to or achieve rank. Although the most powerful monsters there were tier 7th, and the highest monster he's hunted was a 9th tier, he still needed more hunting experience for his rank to go up. You have to move slowly. A building that Yi Wing happened to be standing on was at risk of collapsing, so he quickly moved to the rooftop of a different building. He then immediately started to attack again. Honged. Swoosh. One of the arrows shot into the head of a monster, causing it to become even angrier. Quang. Luckily the blast didn't even cause the building to shake. This is a pretty sturdy building. A lot of buildings in Japan are the most well-structured and strong buildings. The spirit replied before Yi Wing began shooting arrows again. Quang, quang, quang. Ggruud gruud. The monster roared in pain before collapsing. Tuug. Clouds of dust spread everywhere after the monster collapsed onto the ground and died a few seconds later. Another monster then headbutted the building Yi Wing was standing on to try to get to him. Looks like they're listening to orders from Bikren. Yi Wing watched the monster die form where he was standing. The crypt was still leaking at the gate. They're still coming, Yi Wing said, looked down onto the ground. Dozens more of monsters were continuously coming through the gate. Tug tug. It's like you're shouting to die. I need them to come at me, Yi Wing said with a smile on his face. More and more monsters began to come out of the gate. Soon the place was filled with monsters again. Yi Wing then made his way to another building while still shooting arrows as he went. 2. There was someone watching Yi Wing. How can he do that? You really didn't expect this to happen? Of course not, Bikren said, watching Yi Wing with an angry look on his face. Yi Wing's hunt had been going on for 2 days so far. During those 2 days Bikren didn't expect Yi Wing to be able to keep it up. Looks like we're going to have to do something else. Read. Although they were strong, they could admit that Yi Wing was a very challenging competitor. They were impressed as they watched him over the past 2 days. He was obviously very strong and seemed to only be becoming stronger. Looks like he's been making progress, he said, referring to the broken parts of the gate. He's crazy. Yay. Bikren then started to doubt that he could succeed this time. Of course he knew that it was going to be difficult from the start, but he never imagined anything like that. Yi Wing was already a top-ranked hunter, but he wasn't even done improving yet. He's at level 6 of rank A, Bikren said to himself as he watched. Yi Wing's strength has improved a lot since the beginning of the raid. In fact, he was improving faster than the usual hunter improvement pace. Diuk tuk. Arrows were continuously flying through the air, successfully taking out the monsters. We have to do something else, Yi Wing said. No way, is it the end? Yi Wing asked, as if he thought he would never be done fighting off monsters. His main goal through all of this was to be able to get closer to leveling up. Swoosh. Behind him was the crypt that had a hole in it. It seems that there weren't just monsters on the surface coming out by their own choice, but underneath there were even more stacked up like a giant mountain. Many monsters had disappeared over the past 2 days, but there were still many left over. Yi Wing continued to launch arrows, but many of the monsters were dodging them successfully. Try shooting a little more at a time. Yi Wing then took a moment to think as he looked at all of the monsters. His energy then began to decline. What are you doing? The spirit asked. Enjoying it. I don't know what will happen in the future, Yi Wing replied after sitting. Ugh, I can't think about that. Of course I can do a good job handling this. Of course. Look at how far you've come already, the spirit replied. Are you tired? You may have to take a rest before finishing the raid. Yay. I think that might be a good idea. From everything that Bikren has seen, he didn't see Yi Wing as a human. Therefore, seeing him tired was something he could never imagine after seeing him fight off all of those monsters. He's going to be so confused and think you're just luring him into some kind of trap, the voice said to Bikren. What a shame. Are you and that guy mutual enemies? How could you two be fighting like this if you've never seen his face before? It's fate. What fate? It seems that this is just a useless battle. What are you saying? Isn't it obvious you're risking your life like this with no real reason? Bikren then looked at the palm of his hands. My anger covers the earth and the sky, he said. The face off to the end. Chapter 206 complete. Chapter 206 complete. 1. Bikren lifted the two of his hands up towards the sky. It will be frightening. I don't how we or they will handle this. Bikrin mumbled. Sounds like a stupid person's fate. I have a feeling that things will go better for us this time. Sometimes even the best can fall, Bikrin said. Worrying is useless. Just keep quiet and watch. You're about to see why we have nothing to be concerned about. Even if he can't die, we can weaken him to the brink of death. I don't believe it. Wanna bet? Jake. He moved closer towards the gate and it started to make a strange sound. As he stepped closer, what was inside became smaller. However, it didn't completely disappear by the time he got close to it. Jake. The noise started to become even louder. A few moments later he could see something. Swoosh. Oh no, it's time, Bikrin said, realizing Yi Wing was back for revenge. Arrows were flying everywhere. There was no place to hide. We have to think of something fast, Bikrin said, as he looked around noticing all the monsters that were there as well. He realized that there were many that he had never faced before. It's the meeting place the hunters used to go to through the third Earth's dimension. It's a segregated place. In the past, the third dimension was completely inaccessible to keep enemies away. However, after it was opened, monsters began to find it invade their territory. After that, the dimensions were divided. The hunters soon set up a base in a dimension in the Alausu. After that, they all started going through a gate to get to the Alausu more often. They're powerful enough blocked my spell. Obviously. Jake. He began to slowly stand. If we could get the monsters to focus on him while we cast our spells, we could attack him while he's distracted. This game may be finally coming to an end. Fuck. Suddenly a black marble fell and broke into thousands of pieces. As soon as it hit the ground, octopus tentacles started to form from the broken pieces. Soon it started to completely form. It looked like a beast kneeling down when it finally stood up. It was something much more unimaginable. It was almost 80 meters tall. It was easily the biggest monster any of them had ever seen. Its tentacles were deep black and could even act as armor for the monster. After it finished completely taking form, its eyes opened widely. It had 13 eyes. There were 6 eyes on each side of its face and one big eye in the center. Jake. Above its eyes grew 2 horns. 5 horns that were 6 meters tall grew from out of its head. Shortly after that, its skin started to fizz up. It was starting to grow muscles in its arms. Rude. The monster roared, causing the entire ground to shake. Even the tall buildings were shaking. It's a 10th tier monster. Looks like he won't be able to stand a chance against this one. This is going to be interesting, Bikrin said. Bikrin created the monster with a spell as part of his attempt to destroy Yi Wing. It's the first 10th tier monster that had ever been seen on Earth. Bikrin was 100% comfortable that this would be able to bring him a happy ending in this fight. Obviously he didn't think everything through, as he was just focused on trying to think of anything that could get rid of Yi Wing. But isn't that monster going to destroy Tokyo and many other people as well? Bikrin then immediately stopped what he was doing. He knew that Yi Wing was close by, but there was no way he could recognize him. That would ruin everything. With a spell like this, he wouldn't easily assume he was able to do it. Bikrin reassured himself. 3. Yi Wing looked at the monster. He then suddenly had a bad feeling about something. Yi Wing. Rumi shouted for him through the headset. Yes. We're sending the helicopter now. We have to evacuate as soon as possible. Everything's getting unexpectedly out of control and we're not prepared for it, Rumi said with a worried tone. The other teammates had been looking out for him from the footage of the drone for the past 2 days to make sure everything goes fine. Although they had hundreds of soldiers ready, it still was clearly not enough to go up against a monster like that. It wasn't normal for them to evacuate a raid without completely finishing, but this time it seemed they had no choice. Everyone was panicking. Even people outside of Tokyo were evacuating to a safer area. Before anyone could realize it, Tokyo was completely cleared. What are the people going to do here if no one helps? As long as they stay in a safe area, then they'll be fine until it's taken care of. Rumi replied, trying to convince him to evacuate. She was still traumatized from the experience she had with a monster when she was a kid. Rumi. Yes, Yi Huang. Don't we have a plan? What are you saying? Rumi asked in reply. By then they had already gone through basically everything on the plan he had gone over with a team. A 10th tier monster appearance was definitely not part of that plan. They had no plans to continue on in a situation like that. At least that's what she thought. Clearly it was much bigger and much stronger than anything they had originally expected. How could they possibly even try fighting such a monster? Fortunately, Yi Wing had the answer to that. Didn't I mention it? Well, yeah, but let's go with that plan, Yi Wing said. Rumi didn't know what to say, but clearly there was nothing she could say to change his mind anyway. Did she not know what he meant, or did she just think it was nonsense? Not at all. She could hear the confidence in his voice. Therefore she trusted that he would be able to handle a raid with a 10th tier monster. However, he was still just a level 9 hunter, so she was a little worried but tried her best to just trust him. Bring them back. We're going to need a lot of soldiers. Yes, Yi Huang, Rumi replied. They were about to get into an even more dangerous situation still without the approval of the Nation Hunter Association. You said there was only 1 hour, right? Yi Huang asked. Yes, they'll be departing in 1 hour. Rumi answered. 1 hour? There wasn't much time left for them to finish. That means they would have to work fast. They're done inside, right? Yes. Wait, what? Will be finished in 1 hour. It's time to start the plan. In this plan we're going to completely exclude any Japanese references included, Yi Huang said in regards of the plan. All right, Rumi calmly replied. Okay. We only have one chance to do this. There's no time for any errors. Got it, Rumi replied. Yi Huang was Japan's last hope. If him and his team couldn't do it, then the monster would destroy everything. Complete. The end. Chapter 207 Complete 2. Chapter 207 Complete 2. 1. What a mess. Yeah, Yi Huang said, looking at the monster and the ruined city. He wasn't scared at all. After looking around, he stood up from where he was sitting on the building rooftop and stretched. He then looked at the monster again, trying to analyze it. Spirit. Yes. Do you think you could absorb its energy? Maybe. The spirit answered in uncertainty. Trying to absorb the energy from a monster like that was clearly going to be a difficult task. So if you can do that, then all of its power disappear. Not exactly. It would weaken a little, but it would still have enough power left to put up a fight. Therefore, it won't cause much effects to it. All right. Why do you ask? I just wanted to see if we could get this over with within a short amount of time. I see. Well, I guess there's no guarantee for how long this will take. Looks like it'll be a while. What makes you say that? Maybe I'll be able to cast a spell. That could help, Yi Huang replied. Clearly they went in for an easy fight. The outcome of the raid was very unpredictable. JJJik. He took out an arrow and prepared it for launching. Before letting go of the string, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A few seconds later he then opened his eyes and let go of the string, launching dozens of arrows. Diuk, diuk, diuk. The arrows flew through the air at the speed of light. Yi-Huing looked at the monster and began to shoot even faster. JJI. Lights of energy started to form around him. For the past 2 days on the raid he's been draining energy, causing him to feel a little tired. Looks like you're gaining a little more power, the spirit said. Yeah, thank goodness. Yi-Huing replied. Good luck. Thanks. The energy surrounding his arms as he launched the arrows. Archery power. Overall strength 10. Energy power 5000. Energy recovery rate 90. Skill attack power 100. Yi-Huing then took a deep breath. He wasn't completely sure on how the raid would go, but it was time to see. Everything will be fine. Just focus. The spirit reassured him. All of the energy light surrounded the arrows. When they were in the Alausu, the energy would always stop halfway, but now it was reaching everywhere. Wei. The energy slowly surrounded him and the arrows. Then, Yi-Huing realized something. It wasn't the same arrows and power that he was using in the Alausu. He was using enough strength, but now he was just simply more sincere with his usage of the power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the monster looked over towards Yi-Huing. Gigi Grood. It growled as its 13 eyes focused on him. Then in that very moment, quang, quang. There was no time to escape. All of a sudden the monster was charging towards Yi-Huing. Its giant feet stomped onto the ground with every move it made. Quang, 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 quang. It was coming closer and closer. Whoa! Yi-Huing was shocked, but he still wasn't moving. He actually remained quite peaceful. Then, it was time to launch the arrows. Pong, pong, pong. He launched the arrows and they quickly went flying towards the monster. When the monster noticed the arrows coming at it, it was already too late for it to dodge them, but it didn't need to dodge them. They didn't cause much effects on the monster. Even for the ones left stuck in its skin, it could hardly feel them. Yi-Huing immediately knew that it wasn't going to be as simple as he thought. Ggrud. The monster roared after the arrows hit it. Quang, quang, quang. It then took a few steps back. All of the arrows were stuck in its head. Ggrud. It was able to withstand the pain until the monster then suddenly started to feel weaker and weaker as the seconds passed. 2. Just as Yi-Huing planned, the energy that were on the arrows were sinking into the monster. Tack! Yi-Huing attacked the monster again. This time all of the impact of the arrow caused a building to collapse, and the pieces flew everywhere. After that Yi-Huing didn't need to do any other attack. He was finished. Quang, quang, quang. The monster fell onto the ground and the pieces of the building fell down on it. Everything was then silent. It was hard for anyone to believe that the monster was really dead already. That. Bikren was speechless after watching what just happened. It was like a moving ending. Unbelievable. Ggrud. Suddenly the giant mountain of the collapsed building began to move. Bikren looked relieved and overjoyed as it seemed the monster was in fact still alive. Sir, this has to be a dream. It looks like the monster is not planning on going after the enemy. Nonsense, Bikren replied. He then took a look around. Where did it go? I don't know. Darn it, I must have miscalculated. You should be careful. Why do you say that? That guy doesn't even know how strong I am. He doesn't stand a chance no matter what. So far he's doing pretty good, but still, it's not going to be enough. But do you even know how strong he is? No. Look at him, Bikren said as he looked at Yi Wing. Their eyes met. Unbelievable. He then realized something. This must have been a part of his plan. He seemed to be confident in something. What could he have done? A shiver then went down Bikren's spine. Spirit, is everything working out well? Looks like it. The spirit replied. All traces of the spell had disappeared. Except there was one that still remained. Complete to the end. Chapter 208 Foul Play. Chapter 208 Foul Play. 1. They saw a message on the monitor. Those who give love receive a big reward in return. Although he didn't have any love to give, Yi Wing didn't forget to repay whatever he could. He could already predict what the gift would be. Hundreds of monsters and a 6th-tier monster. A job like this would be close to impossible for anyone else. It was a very challenging situation, so Yi Wing had to be very careful. He wasn't tired yet, but things were only getting harder. He also found where Bikren was hiding, but he hadn't gone to get him just yet. Instead he chose to wait a little. Rumi, he said through the headset. Yes, you've been doing great so far. Rumi replied in a bit of a shaky voice. Everyone seemed to be cheering in delight. Obviously they saw what happened to the monster. She knew that Yi Wing could do it, but something still didn't seem right. Yi Wing seemed to be alright, but it was strange that it was so easy to defeat the monster. However, the entire battle was recorded for everyone to see as proof it was over. It was like a miracle. The raid was finished. He finished it on his own. Let's move on to the second part of the plan. Are you ready? Yi Wing suggested, and Rumi then replied with a bit of uncertainty. Ready. Yi Wing then smiled. Even he couldn't fully believe what just happened, but he was thankful that everything was going great. Should we start right away? Let's wait 1 to 2 minutes. That should be the best time. Okay. Yi Wing then sat down and relaxed on a bench on the rooftop. There was also a small table in front of it with a few other chairs on the other side of it. He could really use something to drink, but there wasn't anything around. Then he decided to take out his tablet and check up on a few things. This is where we start, Yi Wing said, pointing at her destination on the screen. 2. What the heck is that guy doing? With a spell Bikren cast, he was able to see what Yi Wing was doing. There was something strange going. All he saw was him sitting on a bench and looking at his tablet. What is he doing? I have no idea. The spirit in Bikren's head replied. Maybe he can sense us watching him. Maybe he did know Bikren was watching him. He could have caught up to their plan and planning a counter-attack. He probably knows about our hiding skill, Bikren suggested. He was afraid of what Yi Wing could have planned if he knew what he was up to. His plan was to cast a spell to make the monster to either destroy Yi Wing or make him run away. However, clearly that did not work. I don't have a good feeling about this. I think we should retreat. I can't do that, Bikren replied. You could get seriously hurt. I have to do whatever I can to catch him, Bikren said with determination. It was clear that Yi Wing was stronger than him. The only way for him to succeed was to come up with a plan to outsmart him. Bikren pointed a finger at Yi Wing as if he was about to cast a spell. It's clear that his arrows are very dangerous. Maybe I can use a spell to prevent him from being able to use his skills. This is the perfect opportunity. Yes, I guess so, the spirit in his head replied nervously. It would definitely be a lot easier for him if Yi Wing's skills were out of the way. However, If he thought doing something like that would be easy, then he was terribly misjudging. We don't have much time. We have to hurry. All right. Bikren quickly got started. Energy began to appear around him as he started to cast the spell. Soon there was a giant circle around him. The circle stretched up to 10 kilometers away. As everything started to come together, Bikren began to look a bit scared. His forehead became drenched in sweat. The spell was on its last few steps. It ended up attacking in a completely unplanned area. Quang! There was a gigantic explosion causing the nearby buildings to shake. It looked like the spell was being blocked from reaching its intended destination. What's going on here? I didn't get him. Bikren shouted as he noticed the spell wasn't reaching Yiwing. He wasn't even moving out of the way. The attack wasn't even over yet. Quang, quang, quang. This time the explosion was even bigger. It's an explosion. What? 3 sparks of fire were falling from the sky, igniting the fires made from the explosions. The city was even starting to burn down. This seems to be working, but a little gunpowder would work out better. Yiwing finished preparing for the solo raid and everything was going just as he planned. Wang Yi even helped him by letting them use a bigger helicopter and a high-power machine gun. Yiwing used his tablet to find where the bombs were coming from and aimed the gun in that direction. After checking over all of the information, he reported everything back to Rumi. Looks like fun. This is a dangerous weapon. Can I try just this once? The spirit asked. Yiwing then signed and let her take control of the tablet. Be careful with that. Don't worry, I got this, she replied. The spirit then quickly moved her fingers across the tablet, and within a few seconds later she had a target set for the machine gun. How's that? You found the target already? Yiwing asked in reply. The gun was loaded and ready to shoot. It was an advanced machine gun that could shoot dozens of bullets within seconds. Yep. Wow, Yiwing said in amazement. They shot the machine gun, and then a circle opaque appeared in between 2 buildings. Every time the gun shot a bullet, the ground would shake a little. It's holding up well. But that doesn't matter, Yiwing said, looking at the direction the bullets fired at. It wasn't in Bikren's direction. His true goal was to examine the energy near Bikren. Bikren was doing a very great job hiding, but the spirit was able to find out a few things. In that moment, Rumi then spoke through the headset. Yiwing, the supporting team is here. The supporting team? Yiwing asked in reply. He wasn't expecting any supporting team this time. To catch the billions coming your way, they're going to help so you can keep focusing on the normal plan with no interruptions. Is that okay? Yeah, sure, Yiwing replied. His only focus was on Bikren and understanding his spell. Do you think we can do something now? We're going to need a lot more bullets loaded up into the gun to do any real damage. Understood, he replied. 10 minutes later the attack chaos stopped. Everything was calm for a moment, however, that silence soon broke with a big surprise. There was a dark point that appeared behind him. It seemed to be coming at him at a slow pace, but within a second it right in front of his face. A second later there was a huge explosion. Quang, quang. The explosion was so big that it reached high up into the sky. Even Yiwing could feel the effects of the explosion. A cloud of thick dust filled the area. He can't be dead. Foul play. The end. Chapter 209 Bikren's Emergency. Chapter 209 Bikren's Emergency. 1. Bikren felt a little afraid for the first time in a while. The place was lighting up in orange light due to the effects of the fire. Woo! Bikren then sat down onto the ground. It was a very deadly explosion. He thought Yi Huang would have easily been able to block it. Obviously it was quite hard for him to really believe it, knowing Yi Huang was a sneaky hunter. He knew that he couldn't have been defeated that easily. It's time. All right. Bikren just then realized how much he didn't know about Yi Huang. Yi Huang knew about the spell, so would clearly know how to counter it. He had an entirely different plan in his mind. It was a bomb. It felt a cheat attack. I can do something like that too. Are you thinking of doing it yourself? Yes, Bikren replied. He turned around and took out his sword. Magic sword, special rank artifact. Successor Bikren. Skill strength 1000 increase. Shielding skills 200 increase. Special skill. Strength S strength. Destruction S strength. Energy consumption cool time 10 days. Although Yi Huang was powerful, Bikren was clearly a very powerful opponent. Both of them could put up a good fight, therefore it was no telling how this fight would end. Bikren's face looked like he was only in his mid-20s, but he was actually 83 years old. Obviously over the years he had lots of experience in battles and fighting monsters. He even collected lots of powerful weapons over the years. In one hand was his sword and in the other was his amulet. Let's do this. Whoosh! The amulet lit up in blue energy light that surrounded Yi Huang. The energy traveled through him, awakening his consciousness. Suddenly he was awakened, and immediately was focused on his one goal. His teeth chattered as his body felt as if it was frozen in ice as a cold energy consumed him. Although this had happened to him a few times before, he could never get used to it, especially because he was much older now. It's time, he said with a voice that sounded like an evil demon. It's been a while, sir. It's good to be back. Where is that rat? Over there. That I can handle him. Great. After using the power of the amulet to bring out the evil inside of him, he was ready to go after Yi Huang. He's a very powerful person, Bikren said. I'm gonna have to plan this just right. Although the amulet has taken control of him, Bikren was still present in his consciousness. He shook in fear just thinking of what kind of plan the amulet could think of. I will help in any way possible, Bikren said. Good. We're going to need a spell that he can't escape. Call me again. Woo. Bikren took a deep breath and got a hold of himself. The amulet wasn't able to use the magic sword. Only Bikren was capable of using its power. Whoosh! After he took a moment to focus, a sack appeared in front of him. It was another special artifact to use with his magic sword. It's not going to be easy to kill him, Bikren said as he looked at the building rooftop that Yi Huang was on. It clearly wasn't going to be an easy battle. You have to do this. His skill meter dropped, but he was still strong enough to compete against Yi Huang, so that wasn't anything to worry about. Bikren's hands were shaking at the thought of facing Yi Huang. Things in his life were going slow at the moment, but after 60 years it was kind of nice to meet another person. He was staring at him with a bit of an insane look in his eyes. Whoosh! He threw the amulet into the sky and caught it in his hand. It's time. Honged. A smile then spread across Bikren's face. Let's go, he shouted. Where is he going? Yi Huang asked, watching Bikren. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see, the spirit said in reply to Yi Huang. I'm going to go see. Be careful. I know, Yi Huang replied. He made sure to hide so he wouldn't be seen by Bikren while he was following him. Later he saw Bikren meeting with someone. It wasn't just anyone he was meeting with. It was his other self. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something came speeding towards Yi Wing. Pong pong. Yi Wing shot a few arrows, but that wasn't enough. The two shadows coming after him quickly dodged them. I can't see what it is, Yi Wing said. He then heard something whisper to him. Just die. Pong. There was a huge explosion. A red light came beaming down on him. When he looked around, there were 300 people near him. The distance between him and them grew bigger as the red light spread and they tried to avoid it. Then, he shot an arrow that hit into one of the 300 soldiers. It landed in the heart of the soldier and then exploded. Pong. Arid. The soldier shouted in pain before collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the other soldiers then disappeared into thin air. Yi Wing expected that to happen. He knew exactly what they were. Quang. He shot an arrow and it stabbed into Bikren. It's gone right through me. He then looked up at the sky and saw dozens of arrows flying down towards him. RJJI. Bikren shouted, shaking in fear. Quang. The entire area was covered in arrows. Bikren then looked over towards the place Yi Wing was standing and saw that he was gone. He's more ruthless than I thought. Swoosh. A red light then came traveling through the alleyway. Ponged. The red beam crashed into Bikren. There was a loud explosion that left a ringing in Bikren's ears. There was an arrow stuck in his head. Ponged pong. His protection helped from the arrows a bit, but his armor was getting weaker as the arrows kept coming. He didn't know if he would make it out alive. It's getting too much. The arrows were exploding, creating chaos in the area. Pong pong pong. The soldiers summoned by Bikren then picked him up to take him to safety. Bikren's emergency, the end. Chapter 209 Bikren's emergency. Chapter 209 Bikren's emergency. 1. Bikren felt a little afraid for the first time in a while. The place was lighting up in orange light due to the effects of the fire. Whew! Bikren then sat down onto the ground. It was a very deadly explosion. He thought Yi Wing would have easily been able to block it. Obviously it was quite hard for him to really believe it, knowing Yi Wing was a sneaky hunter. He knew that he couldn't have been defeated that easily. It's time. All right. Bikren just then realized how much he didn't know about Yi Wing. Yi Wing knew about the spell, so would clearly know how to counter it. He had an entirely different plan in his mind. It was a bomb. It felt a cheat attack. I can do something like that too. Are you thinking of doing it yourself? Yes, Bikren replied. He turned around and took out his sword. Magic sword, special rank artifact. Successor Bikren. Skill strength 1000 increase. Shielding skills 200 increase. Special skill. Strength S strength. Destruction S strength. Energy consumption cool time 10 days. Although Yi Wing was powerful, Bikren was clearly a very powerful opponent. Both of them could put up a good fight, therefore it was no telling how this fight would end. Bikren's face looked like he was only in his mid-20s, but he was actually 83 years old. Obviously, over the years he had lots of experience in battles and fighting monsters. He even collected lots of powerful weapons over the years. In one hand was his sword and in the other was his amulet. Let's do this. Whoosh! The amulet lit up in blue energy light that surrounded Yi Wing. The energy traveled through him, awakening his consciousness. Suddenly he was awakened, and immediately was focused on his one goal. His teeth chattered as his body felt as if it was frozen in ice as a cold energy consumed him. Although this had happened to him a few times before, he could never get used to it, especially because he was much older now. It's time," he said with a voice that sounded like an evil demon. "It's been a while, sir. It's good to be back. Where is that rat?" "Over there. That I can handle him." Great. After using the power of the amulet to bring out the evil inside of him, he was ready to go after Yi-Wing. "He's a very powerful person," Bikrin said. "I'm gonna have to plan this just right." Although the amulet has taken control of him, Bikrin was still present in his consciousness. He shook in fear just thinking of what kind of plan the amulet could think of. "I will help in any way possible," Bikrin said. "Good. We're going to need a spell that he can't escape. Call me again." Woo! Bikrin took a deep breath and got a hold of himself. The amulet wasn't able to use the magic sword. Only Bikrin was capable of using its power. Whoosh! After he took a moment to focus, a sack appeared in front of him. It was another special artifact to use with his magic sword. "It's not going to be easy to kill him," Bikrin said as he looked at the building rooftop that Yi-Wing was on. "It clearly wasn't going to be an easy battle. You have to do this." His skill meter dropped, but he was still strong enough to compete against Yi-Wing, so that wasn't anything to worry about. Bikrin's hands were shaking at the thought of facing Yi-Wing. Things in his life were going slow at the moment, but after 60 years it was kind of nice to meet another person. He was staring at him with a bit of an insane look in his eyes. Whoosh! He threw the amulet into the sky and caught it in his hand. "It's time." Ponged. A smile then spread across Bikrin's face. "Let's go," he shouted. Where is he going?" Yi-Wing asked, watching Bikrin. "I'm not sure. I guess we'll see," the spirit said in reply to Yi-Wing. "I'm going to go see." "Be careful." "I know," Yi-Wing replied. He made sure to hide so he wouldn't be seen by Bikrin while he was following him. Later he saw Bikrin meeting with someone. It wasn't just anyone he was meeting with, it was his other self. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something came speeding towards Yi-Wing. Pong pong. Yi-Wing shot a few arrows, but that wasn't enough. The two shadows coming after him quickly dodged them. "I can't see what it is," Yi-Wing said. He then heard something whisper to him. "Just die." Ponged. There was a huge explosion. A red light came beaming down on him. When he looked around, there were 300 people near him. The distance between him and them grew bigger as the red light spread and they tried to avoid it. Then, he shot an arrow that hit into one of the 300 soldiers. It landed in the heart of the soldier and then exploded. Ponged. Arig. The soldier shouted in pain before collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the other soldiers then disappeared into thin air. Yi-Wing expected that to happen. He knew exactly what they were. Quang. He shot an arrow and it stabbed into Bikrin. "It's gone right through me." He then looked up at the sky and saw dozens of arrows flying down towards him. "R-J-J-I." Bikrin shouted, shaking in fear. Quang. The entire area was covered in arrows. Bikrin then looked over towards the place Yi-Wing was standing and saw that he was gone. "He's more ruthless than I thought." Swoosh! A red light then came traveling through the alleyway. Ponged! The red beam crashed into Bikrin. There was a loud explosion that left a ringing in Bikrin's ears. There was an arrow stuck in his head. Ponged pong. His protection helped from the arrows a bit, but his armor was getting weaker as the arrows kept coming. He didn't know if he would make it out alive. "It's getting too much." The arrows were exploding, creating chaos in the area. Pong, pong, pong. The soldiers summoned by Bikran then picked him up to take him to safety. Bikran's emergency, the end. Chapter 210 Bikran's Emergency 2. Chapter 210 Bikran's Emergency 2. 1. It's an abyss screen. Look at the traces on the mirror. It was an unnatural death. Bikran tried to come up with a spell as fast as he could to prevent his attacks. He looked where Yi Wing was located in the abyss screen of the mirror, and he found out that he was still in good condition. Bikran then tried to prepare for his next attack. His only problem, for now, would be Jawan. Pung pung. Yi Wing attacked him again before he was able to defend himself. An arrow appeared through the building. It tore through his arm and made it bleed. I need to heal myself. He began to heal himself, but another one came in. He tried to dodge it again, but it was too late. It was too strong, and he couldn't stop it from hitting his chest. We have to summon the devil. We don't have enough time to summon the demon. He could just attack us again while we're doing it. We have to do something. I can't let him win. Bikran didn't want to give up. He thought that he could destroy Yi Wing. However, things weren't going too well for them. Pong. Another arrow flew his way. Ugh, he's trying to kill us. Keep it down, said by the voice in his head. He helped Bikran, and soon they were able to take the arrow out of his chest and heal his wounds. Pong pong pong. Another arrow stabbed his foot. It now felt impossible to dodge his arrows. I think I'm going to die. Pong. More arrows came flying their way. He tried to defend himself as much as he could, but he wasn't fast enough. Dozens of his arrows came in all at once, and Bikran now thought of taking a desperate measure. That's it. Pong. Suddenly, a trail of light started to shine out of Bikran's chest. It destroyed a number of arrows coming in their way, but some were still far more powerful to escape from. It's not enough. He was running out of options. This fight was starting to seem impossible for him to win. We're running out of ideas. Bikran had learned many spells, but he was still unable to find a way to protect himself during the fight. He had fought against powerful hunters before, but during those times, he was able to get close enough to use his sword beside him using difficult spells. This was a situation that he never had to deal with. I can't go out like this, Bikran said as a blue light shone out of his shoulders. He decided to let himself loose. I have an idea. No way you're going to use that now. The voice in his head shouted in shock. There was one reason why Bikran usually sealed the spirit within him. His spirit was so powerful that his body couldn't endure it. I got this, his spirit said, taking his sword away from him. Another set of arrows came by, and the spirit used his sword to deflect them easily. Bikran watched him do it and said, "This is how a real pro does it." The sword grew longer with every move. He still continued to fight off every arrow that came in his way, but with even more ease. He didn't even have to try at this point. The arrows went flying into the sky as he hit them away. "This is going great," he said, but unfortunately he spoke too soon. The power of the arrows soon started to wear out the sword, causing it to become weaker and weaker. Something's not right. Pang! He swung his sword, summoning a blue explosion that made the arrows disappear. A few seconds of silence then came. "This sword really is strong. I think we can finish them with this." What Bikran shouted in anger. Har, am I wrong? This is going to be a piece of cake. There was nothing Bikran could do to stop him, but everything could easily backfire on them. "Bikran, we have to do what we can, so just help me out here, okay?" the spirit said while putting the sword over his shoulder. I guess so. Good. They could no longer find Yi-Wing. Bikren was going to use a detecting spell, but they weren't strong enough against Yi-Wing's power. They needed a better plan. Bikren then suddenly smirked and said, "There. Too. Their energy level is getting stronger. I see." Yi-Wing then stopped his attack. He felt uneasy. The spirit saw Bikren with his sword, but he seemed like a completely different person. All of his arrows were thrown just as he had intended, but now he felt like he had lost the strength to move on. Everything somehow felt different all of a sudden. He wasn't really worried about anything, but he just wasn't feeling like himself. But that wasn't his only problem. He was using a new technique. It felt so unusual to him, but he decided to just continue like usual. Swoosh pong. The arrow went flying into the air and he stepped back to watch it fly. It made no noise as it flew, and a few moments later, the arrow reached its destination and exploded. The enemy watched in awe as that was undeniably the strongest attack made by Yi-Wing so far. Quang. Be careful, the spirit said to Yi-Wing. Quang, quang. The arrow crashed onto the wall. It caused a huge explosion, and suddenly, Yi-Wing felt something in his chest. Someone's attacking us. Pang. He tried to shoot an arrow towards it, but they were too fast. It's him, and he has his sword. What do we do? They had an exchange for about 12 times until he stopped. Yi-Wing suffered a few wounds that made him kneel in pain. He could have healed himself, but it looked like it needs more. I think I have an idea. What is it? Well, first we would have to look out. Pan. Looks like we're going to have to think fast. The attacks continued to come their way. Things were getting even more intense, and Yi-Wing couldn't even move during all of those attacks. Clearly, the enemy had modified their attack technique after observing his. We can't continue on like this, Yi-Wing said with an annoyed tone. He then pressed the button on his headset. Rumi, we need a new coordinate system. On it. Is it possible for you to open fire at this monster? Rumi then quickly checked the panel and replied, it will cause strong explosions. I'll prepare the armor. Great. Bikren's Emergency 2, The End. Chapter 211 Bikren's Emergency 3. Chapter 211 Bikren's Emergency 3. 1. Yi-Wing ran and began his attack despite him still suffering in his wounds from Bikren's sword. Thankfully the wounds were already almost all healed and he was getting ready for a counterattack. Do we have something that's stronger than that? The spirit asked, and Yi-Wing smiled. He had something in mind, although it was something that he really needed to consider. I think after this I'll be able to go up a rank, Yi-Wing said. Really? Yes. His experience had increased by a considerable amount after the fight that he had earlier. The faster he could finish a monster in a raid, the faster it would increase. And now, all he had to do was finish his fight with Bikren to officially attain a higher rank. Spirit, what is it? Could you help me out by improving the impact of my arrows? Are you sure that won't be too much? The spirit asked. They had to be careful of using both of their skills at the same time since she wasn't sure if Yi-Wing could handle it. She was much stronger now compared to before, so their attack might be more powerful than what he had assumed. It's fine, everything will go just as planned. I guess so. The spirit replied and turned to Bikren. We can do this, Yi-Wing said. 2. JJJJ. The sunlight beamed onto him. How much longer will this go on? Bikren complained as he was doing his best to defend himself from an opponent too powerful for them to defeat. The fight continued on and on. It felt like forever. The scent of the world burning. Haven't smelled that in a while. He closed his eyes as he stood in the heat of the sunlight. His sword was still in his hand as he blocked Yi Wing's arrows at the same time. It was amazing. Bikren then spoke with a bitter tone. "Hey, what is it?" The spirit in his head replied. "We can't be off our guard for even a second," Bikren said, and the spirit just smiled. He had something in mind that could help them. "Do you have an idea in mind?" the spirit asked. Bikren was still looking up into the sky. He had something in mind, but he wasn't sure if they were ready to do that kind of attack. They didn't have many options to choose from, but both of them knew that they were fighting battle they would surely lose. They had no time to lose, and both of them knew that they had to do something. It felt like they were climbing a towering mountain, and they're stuck on choosing a single road among the others to lead themselves to victory. He was willing to try it despite its risks. "I have no doubt about this." "Are you sure?" "I'm not even sure if this is a good idea." "I don't think you're ready for it," the spirit said. Bikren then stopped for a moment to think. It was true that it was an attack that could leave him powerless for a moment, and that wouldn't be safe during a fight. "You don't want to help me." "That's not it. We should just be careful and really think this through. We can't deal with anything going wrong anymore." "HHHMMM," the spirit mumbled. Bikren and the spirit had traveled and gotten into countless battles for years, so neither of them was unaware of what could be off-limits or too dangerous. "I just don't know." "All right. We have to defeat him." Bikren decided to go through with the attack. They had no time to waste, and they had to do what they could do to destroy Yi Wing no matter what it takes. Yi Wing was starting his counter-attack, and Bikren's spirit didn't seem to be too worried about it. He then opened his eyes. What's that?" "Look out." His counter-attack was more powerful than they expected, and it was as if a missile was shot towards them. They soon realized that it was a giant cannonball, and there were about 50 of them raining down from the skies. "Run!" Bikren quickly ran away to find a safe place to hide from it. Quang, 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 quang. The cannonballs had caused multiple explosions, and each of them shook the ground as they landed. "What's going on?" "It's his counter-attack. We have to do something," Bikren's spirit suggested. Quang, quang, quang. Shortly after that, even more attacks came for them. Due to the fact that he didn't have any type of shield or armor, the explosions caused a few burns on his skin. His spirit was able to heal them quickly since they had to do something before it was too late. "Get the sword!" the spirit shouted. Swoosh! A blue light surrounded the sword as he picked it up. It then traveled to his head until it covered his entire body. "Look out!" the spirit warned him as an attack came their way. More cannonballs flew into the sky. When he turned away to escape that attack, he saw something. The metallic ball that was coming down towards the ground was completely different from all the others that had reached them. He then took out his sword and flew up into the sky. Quang, quang, quang. "Watch out." The rain of cannons then fell to the ground mercilessly and summoned a carpet of explosions once again. 3. Cuff cuff. Yi Wing was able to heal himself, while his attack kept the enemy from interrupting him. All of the smoke and the explosions from the cannons were affecting him as well. "Are you okay?" "Good enough," he replied. "It's time for an arrow shower." He pulled out a handful of arrows and knocked them in his bow. He was now ready to put an end to this fight. Bikren's Emergency 3. The End. Chapter 212. The Truth Revealed. Chapter 212 The Truth Revealed. 1. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Stopping the attack. Rumi replied, and she immediately stopped the attack. Yi Wing then went towards the building to find Bikren. He soon saw a black hole. He fired his arrow inside it to realize that it was just like a sinkhole. Yi Wing decided to make his way down into the hole, and as he went further, he found himself surrounded by a thick cloud of dark smoke. He couldn't see anything, but he could tell that someone was there. He saw something. He caught a glimpse of her shadow, but he didn't see enough to make a guess about who could it have been. Blood was dripping down on his face, and he seemed to be running away from him. It didn't take long before the shadow revealed himself, and it was Bikren. He looked at Yi Wing with a smile and said, "Isn't the weather great?" "It is," Yi Wing replied, and it was true, the sky was completely clear that day. "So nice fight, and it seems it's our first time speaking with each other." Bikren. Yi Wing. Bikren looked at Yi Wing's face and said, "You don't seem so happy. Isn't this fight going well for you?" "It's nothing." "All right," Bikren said, wiping away some of the blood from his face. He felt like he was going to die soon. Yi Wing then looked at him and said, "There's something I wanna know." "What is it?" "Are you a part of the Samjin church? Why are they doing this?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I've only ever helped them for a small amount of time so they could help me with a spell." "Oh, so you're not a part of their team?" "No," Bikren replied. He was doing his best to not reveal so much while also trying not to die. "It's a really long story, and we don't have time for that." Yi Wing then raised his hand and said, "I'll heal you." A white light shone out of his hands, and it went to Bikren to heal him. He stopped before he could fully recover and said, "I will heal you completely if you tell me everything." "All right," he replied. However, Yi Wing looked at him with an unsure expression. "You don't believe me?" Yi Wing continued to look unsure, and that was enough to answer his question. "I wasn't going to say this, but even without my help, the Samjin incident would still have happened. There are others where they could get their assistance if I said no. They weren't strong enough yet to handle everything on their own anyway. It was common for them to get some help from time to time," Bikren said, but Yi Wing looked a bit confused. "This happened at the beginning of the generation mashup." "Yes, during the beginning. It's already been 60 years, Bikren said, and he too was surprised at how fast the time seemed to go by. "You were there?" "Yes, I'm actually 83 years old." Yi Wing was surprised at what he had said. It meant that he was as old as Gwen Yi. "I stopped aging right at the beginning of the generation mashup." "Wanna know about the spell that I used?" "Not really." Is that so? If you don't get old, then you can achieve much more in your life as a hunter. Just continue the story." "All right then." Beaton closed his eyes to think of everything that happened. He imagined as if he was back in that time. "I had many friends within the Samjin church group, but it's not like it used to be. I really believed in him. Turns out I shouldn't have trusted him. That guy used a spell on Gwansendu and was punished for it. However, he had the other members backing him up, and of course, they weren't going to let him die. So did they help him? Helped him. Besides helping him, they went to the Alaosu. If they had stayed in Korea after that, then it would have only turned into a bigger issue. Right after that, they were able to stay out of any major trouble, and with that, they were able to spread their name. Now they're one of the most known groups in Korea," Bikren explained. "They're the ones who taught me that spell, and if really helped them, then they wouldn't have such a good place for themselves." "Doesn't that answer your question?" Yes, Yi Huing replied as he stood up to leave. Wait, stop, Bikren shouted. What? There's something I need to say. What is it? I have something else to tell you. I think I've heard all the things that I needed to. You're gonna regret this if you don't hear me out, Bikren replied, and Yi Huing walked back to listen to him. The world's fate is at risk. Yi Huing gave him his attention since it was something that he had always been worried about. He also thought about not leaving Bikren to die. It's alarming, Bikren said. Yes, it is, but well, thanks for letting me know. Yi Huing started to walk away, but he stopped. Could you explain what you mean about the Earth's fate being in trouble? Bikren then replied, it's going to be destroyed. Yi Huing then looked a little confused. Do I need to explain more? Heal me and I would. 1. Then I'll give you an example. Yi Huing then continued to heal him. In the past, there were 3 organized dimensions for the 3 worlds. And Yi Huing asked after Bikren took a pause in his words. It was all because of the Dakasu monsters, those absolute trash, Bikren said as he crushed a rock in his hand. They used a spell to turn people into insects, and after destroying as many lives as they could, they went on for more. Were they punished? Yes, they were sent far away, but, unfortunately, the damage was already done. Even after they tried to stop them completely with a dragon. The dragon. It was the monster that was supposed to go to the Alaosu and make everything right, but its strength wasn't enough to get rid of them. Yes, the dragon. A human's strength wouldn't have been enough anyway. It was that 12th tier. Could that really be true? It was unbelievable. That meant it was even more powerful than any monster that Yi Huing had ever fought. What will cause the destruction? Could it be the dragon of the Dakasu monsters? Yi Huing asked. Bikren nodded his head and answered, no. They could be a problem, but there's a bigger problem than them. Pang! It'll be something like that, Bikren said after breaking 3 rocks at once with his hand. Was there any type of warning that could have prevented it? Maybe. The dragons could have missed something, Bikren said. Even if there was a mistake, there's no going back. Do you have any ideas on how to fix it? It's simple, we could just stabilize the 3 dimensions once again, Bikren said as he picked up another rock. Do you have a way to do that? Yes. I've been studying how the Dakasu monsters used the 3 dimensions to their advantage in the past, and I've been thinking about how to deal with a world situation for a while now. With my idea, I think we'll have a good chance at fixing it. If the 3 dimensions could be organized again, Bikren would have to reveal every truth in his mind, and if he had to, he would be in trouble. Nevertheless, what he said was true, and his biggest goal were to fix the 3 dimensions. How are you so sure? Have you seen the dragon in the Alaosu? Yes, Bikren replied. Is he telling the truth? The spirit inside Yi Huing asked. I'm not detecting anything. All right, if everything he's saying is true, then. He couldn't forget what the spirit said. His past family would never be able to escape their misery and be free. He would never have a chance to save them. That can't be. Yi Huing never wanted to give up on saving them. He was willing to do whatever it takes. Your family would understand. Yi Huing took a deep breath and looked at Bikren with an unsure expression. He wanted to hear more until there's nothing left for him to prove. He couldn't kill him even though a part of him feels that he's lying. Yi Huing then took a moment to process everything. The truth revealed. The end. Chapter 213. The Truth Revealed 2. Chapter 213. The Truth Revealed 2. 1. Gosh, what a disaster, Bikren said as he picked up his sword. He fled into the hole hoping the fight could come to an end. He then turned his head towards Yi Wing. Falling deep into thought, he then tied his arms and closed his eyes. Luckily for him, he seemed to have believed what he said, but he had to be careful if he ever found out the truth. "Hey, is everything all right?" Bikrin said to the spirit. His spirit protected him from the last attack that was very powerful, so he wanted to make sure he was okay. "I don't understand why you say to be careful of those kinds of hunters." Bikrin thought of something he once told the spirit. I'm not sure if this is true, but there's only one reason why this person could be so powerful. There's something about all of his attacks, Bikrin said, thinking aloud. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he always came back to one thing. With all the knowledge he had, he needed to be very careful. Letting out any secrets could cost him his life. However, luckily for him, he had no reason to spill any secrets. "What do you know about the oaks in the Alaosu?" Yi Wing said all of a sudden. Bikrin then thought about what happened with Halkan during the incident in Justin Point. Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to reveal his involvement with that. The Oaks were finding a way towards America and China, but now that seems pretty distant for them. America and China. Yes, Bikrin replied. The support couldn't create some kind of stable blocking system to keep them away. Well, there was another plan besides a stabilizer, but it didn't work out so well. In the beginning, America and China were the only countries with active targets towards the Alaosu. And it was the dragon, right? Bikrin replied. Yi Wing then thought about the dragon appearing on Earth. Maybe it's not a guarantee, but it could happen. America could use their nuclear weapons, but that could still fail, Bikrin said to Yi Wing as if he could read his mind. But why doesn't a strong dragon like that just be in charge of protecting everything? Yi Wing asked. It was true that the dragon was more powerful than any nuclear weapon. Bikrin then shrugged his shoulder and answered, I guess there's no answer to that. I can't understand this. Yi Wing replied. I've also gave up on trying to understand it. Just as they said, it won't be easy to understand by a human's standard no matter how you look at it. Bikrin said. What do you think this means for the future? Possibly, but first they'll need time to make a plan. What should we do when it happens? We'll have to check the Daxus dimension separationing unit. I see, Yi Wing said in reply. Is that really it? Yes. Suddenly Bikrin then unconsciously took a step back. Pong! Out of nowhere Yi Wing punched Bikrin in the face. Are you kidding me? What was that for? That's what you get for lying, Yi Wing said. Out of nowhere Yi Wing began to attack Bikrin, punching him and launching arrows at him. Pong 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 pong. Bikrin then flew back, crashing into the wall. He collapsed onto the floor in pain. Get up, Yi Wing said, and Bikrin struggled to stand on his feet. What are you doing this for? You didn't think I was being serious. Quang. Yi Wing then kicked Bikrin again, causing him to fall onto the ground. He was timing his attacks perfectly, making sure Bikrin had no time to fight back. Bikrin felt that he should have done a little more research and observing before facing Yi Wing. He also felt that he shouldn't have wasted time trying to talk to him instead of attacking. Please stop. Ponged pong pong. Yi Wing didn't stop attacking him. In fact, he was so focused he couldn't even hear him pleading at first. If I stop, will you stop lying to me? What jokes are you talking about? Ponged. Yi Wing then kicked Bikrin again. He was then lying on the ground in pain. Yi Wing looked down at Bikrin with a cold look in his eyes. What's going on? The spirit shouted. It seemed like an evil spirit had taken over him. It looked like he was trying to kill him, too. Bikren looked up, seeing Yi Wing looking down at him with his hands tightly wrapped into fists. He could easily just squash him like a bug in that very moment. Yi Wing didn't even pay attention to the spirit. Unfortunately, he was only focused on trying to get information out of him or destroying him. How do you know that unless you're hiding something? Yi Wing suggested. Why would I do that? It seems that you have a very good detection skill. Yi Wing didn't reply to Bikren's assumption. He knew it must have been very obvious, although he tried to hide it. Especially because Bikren could easily sense it. Even so, Yi Wing continued to follow along with the spirit's plan. I could easily destroy him. What? The spirit confusedly asked. Bikren's spells seemed to be a bit stronger than them. Yi Wing wanted to attack him first before he had a chance to use the spell. Why kill him? Why not? He's not even telling us the truth. He's lying. Yi Wing insisted that Bikren was lying. But what if he's not? Besides, if you destroy him, then we won't have a chance to at least try to find out anything else in case he's telling the truth. The spirit suggested, but Yi Wing still didn't seem convinced. He then turned to Bikren and said, things aren't going too well right now, but I will put a little trust into what you're saying. Yi Wing came to his final decision. You'll only be helping me from now on. So you need my help. I need you to help me find where the dragon is. I may have a better chance of succeeding if I bring someone else with me. Yi Wing said, and Bikren was silent for a moment. Neither of them weren't even sure how long had passed by since their encounter. Do we have 9 UG time to travel through the dimensions? We should have about 1 year. That's actually not much time. Really? Yes. It's actually really time-consuming. Alright, well, we can do this in time. Good, he said in reply to Yi Wing. Bikren said, holding his hand out to Yi Wing. Yi Wing just looked at his hand for a moment. But seriously, if you try to lie, I'll kill you. Sounds like a deal, Bikren replied. The both of them then shook hands. 3. Bikren already had lots of experience fighting monsters over the past years, so the mission didn't feel like it was going to be difficult for him. Duke. Things were going to especially easy with someone like Yi Wing helping him. Yi Wing, what? Is there anything we should be worried about? Bikren asked. Yi Wing took a moment to think before answering. He then spoke to Rumi. Yes. Do you think it'll be easy to find this person? What person? The truth revealed to the end. Chapter 214, The World's Best. Chapter 214, The World's Best. 1. How did you say a person? Yes, a person. They were supposed to be somewhere here in Korea, but I couldn't find them anywhere, so it looks like I'm going to need some help. Okay, Rumi replied and walked away. Yi Wing then leaned his head back in the helicopter seat and closed his eyes. He was sorting out everything in his head. Although everything seemed that it would go fine, but he was still a little worried. Is what that guy saying really true? It is, the spirit replied. I wish it wasn't true, Yi Wing said in a disappointing tone. Until then he had been taking it all as lies. Looks like he needed to keep Bikren around to be able to complete the mission. We're going to find the place in one of the 3 dimensions. All right. But isn't it going to be dangerous going to the Alaosu to find the dragon? Do you think even the 2 of us could even stand a chance? Yi Wing asked. It's been hundreds of years since I came to counter with it, so I don't think I could promise anything. After all of the chaos with the 3 worlds, many things changed. But from what I already know, we should have a good chance of surviving. I wish I didn't need any help. Me too. But this is the only way, Bikrin replied. If a situation like this came up 60 years ago, then he would have been in big trouble. Going to the Alausu wasn't going to be a problem. It was the Dakasu monsters that they had to worry about. To this day, the Dakasu monsters are one of the most ruthless kind. They're incredibly strong and fast. Fighting off just one was a very difficult challenge. But that wasn't the only problem. The number of monsters increased, so they had to be prepared for more than just the Dakasu monsters. Obviously, it was not going to be an easy task. After we enter the dimension, do you think I should make sure everything is safe at the entrance, and you could call for backup? The spirit suggested. Maybe. I kind of wanted to do this with the least amount of people as possible. Of course, she replied. Yi-Wing didn't like getting help from others unless it was absolutely necessary. Guan Yi was the only other person he ever trusted. Yi-Wing knew Guan Yi was powerful enough to handle high-rank monsters. Besides Guan Yi, he never put much trust into any other hunter on a mission. This is definitely not going to be easy. He was thinking of every case scenario in his head. There were so many things to worry about. Yi-Wing then opened his eyes and saw something. He took a closer look and realized that it was Bikrin's sword. Interesting, he thought to himself. Maybe Bikrin was powerful enough for him to not worry so much. Yi-Wing then opened the window of the plan and looked out at the sky. Darn it, what if Bikrin plans to try and attack me? Yi-Wing said after looking out of the window for a moment. You're just being paranoid. Just relax, the spirit replied. Yi-Wing then took a deep breath and looked out the window again. I don't know, I think I should stay on guard just to be safe, Yi-Wing said. You're not going to ask him anything about it. No, you'll just see what happens and be sure to be prepared just in case, he replied. Well, I think I know his family name. Really? I think so. I've never met them personally, but I know they used to be the most powerful of all. What happened? Yi-Wing asked. I'm not really sure what it was, but something happened, and they had a change of destiny. Was it because of a specific person? Yes, but I don't know who. So, should I trust him? I don't know much about them, but I think you can, the spirit said. So, if that's true, then the only way I can win over the dragon is with his help. Yes, the spirit replied. That meant just Yi-Wing and his arrows weren't going to be enough. So, with a combination of both of our skills, we should have a good chance in completing this mission. Yay! As much as Yi-Wing hated the idea of working with him, he had no choice. Also, isn't he really old? Yes, he's very old, the spirit replied. Yi-Wing then went back thinking, falling deep into thought. 2. Soon they arrived at their destination, the headquarters. Woo! Yi-Wing took a deep breath as he looked around. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of finally being back. It's been a long time since he's been back there. Whoosh click! The door opened and one of the supporting team members walked in. If you do everything on your own, then our soldiers won't have any work to do, the captain of the supporting team said as he walked towards Yi-Wing. Really? Obviously, the supporting team captain replied. Next, the monster research team leader got off of the helicopter and walked towards Rumi. Yi-Wing wasn't aware, but something went wrong, and they were panicking. While preparing thoroughly, the team captain had an injury from an injury on his neck. Rumi was very worried. Let's all go in the headquarters and discuss everything. All right. I don't know Yi Wen's status well, but it seems that he is capable of the mission. But he may need a little help if he'll take it. It's a relief that you all were able to complete the mission and meet back here. The team captain said, congratulating Yi Wen and the rest of the team members. Everyone had gathered up again to go over everything for the next mission. This time it could be a bit more of a challenge, so Yi Wen may definitely need some help on this one. All right. Yi Wen agreed. The world's best, the end. Chapter 215, The World's Best 2. Chapter 215, The World's Best 2. Someone else then walked through the door. Grandfather, you're here. Yes, I made it here, Gwenny replied. He hadn't told Gwenny anything about the raid so far. Gwenny walked towards Yi Wen's and gave him a pat on the shoulder. They hadn't had much time to talk in a while. Good job. Thanks. I've been wanting to talk to you, but I didn't know when we would be able to. Yi Wen said. Haha, that's fine. I know you've been busy. We can talk later. I'm sure you need some rest right now. Okay. Yi Wen said in reply to Gwenny's suggestion. Mr. H. Wang was also there and looked to be very proud of Yi Wen as well. Wow, I've never seen you so proud. How could I not be so proud? Right. You really did a good job out there. It surely must have taken a lot of hard work. I don't know how you do it. Thanks, sir. I'll be sure to do even better in the future. Yi Wen replied. Mr. H. Wang's proud expression then turned a bit sad. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Mr. H. Wang said, placing his hand on Yi Wen's shoulder. Let's clear everything up with the others for an announcement tomorrow. Okay. It was time to sort everything out for next mission and assign everyone to their positions the next day. There are lots of members who want to join Yi Wen. Of course there is, but we'll have that all sorted out. Before the announcement, they alerted for a few more hunters. Since it was a 10th tier monster raid, there would be more hunters to get the job done faster and easier. Phew, this is going to be a big job, Mr. H. Wang said as he went over a few documents. We only have one group of guards this time. That could make things more difficult than they should be. If they divided the groups of hunters and assistants, that would help with their organization. Wan Yi also offered to help by assigning some of his soldiers for the mission. I'm also interested to see if there is any circumstantial evidence on anything. No, I haven't noticed anything. It could be a bit more difficult because of that. So the only thing to be worried about is the guard situation. Yes, but the few guards in the team have some of the best training out there. We may not have to worry so much. I guess you're right, we may not have to worry about that either. Yay! Especially with Wan Yi's help, we should be fine. Yi Wen said. Great. I'll get everything started. Yi Wen then left, and the moment the door closed behind him, Mr. H. Wang took a deep breath. Although he didn't say anything particularly bad to Yi Wen, he felt a sense of relief. It took more than a simple scan to obtain all of the information needed. He did his best to make the best plan for the mission. Now I can finish this in relaxation, he said to himself. The next day the raid plan was starting to unfold in action. Although they haven't failed many raids, they still were never fully confident in how things would go. Everyone is running and hiding as a 10th tier monster takes over the city, but we're not too worried knowing we have a powerful hunter on our side. Is he planning on a raid to stop the monster? Everyone waits patiently for the level 10 monster comes to the rescue. Every new broadcast station were talking about the monster and the possible raid. The entire city was counting on Yi Wing to come and take down the monster. Of course he was planning on a raid to destroy the monster, but his plan had yet to be completed. He was planning everything as fast as possible while also trying to plan everything as perfectly as possible. However, there was also a gate somewhere that the monster had to have come from. They would have to find out where it was and destroy it before another monster come through it and cause more trouble. Have anyone found any more information on the monster? Yes, we have some documents on it from Tokyo. The monster research team captain said in reply to Rumi's question. After the raid in Tokyo, they were able to gather more information to use on the upcoming raid. Great, Rumi replied. Thankfully for them that there was only one monster this time, although it was a high-tank monster. Considering how powerful Yi Wing is, we shouldn't have much to worry about. When everything is ready, we'll be able to catch up with the monster by the time it reaches the Busan station area. Yes, the information from Japan should make everything a lot easier. Right. They were even provided with weapons for the soldiers during the raid. It was also important that they got started before any citizens were injured. Tell me, is there anything about the Tokyo economy that we should be concerned about? If so, that could cause for some changes in our approach to attack. What could we do to work around any problems like that? I'll check, Rumi replied. Hey, sporting team captain. Yes. What the monster detection like so far? The monster detection is 70% complete. The weapons charging still have quite a long way to go. This is the first time we've fought a 10th tier monster after all. That's why the process is taking longer than usual. Okay, Rumi replied. Everything seemed to have been going well. They were doing everything they can to have everything prepared for Yi Wing's raid. The world's best to the end. Comment 0. Comment first. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 216. The Sword Owner. 1. Blue energy began to surround Yi Wing as he was testing out a skill. Next to him was a spirit who looked over and said, "We have to tell them about it." Yes, we have to take care of this. Everything should turn out fine, Yi Wing said in reply as he finished up testing the skill. Looks like everything was going good so far. However, the spirit didn't seem so confident about it. Are you sure the both of us are supposed to handle so much of this? Do you think we can do it? Pong pong. Well, no. Oh, I think I did something wrong, he said as after testing the skill but injured himself a bit. Introduce it again. All right. Let's see. Yi Wing said after a quick healing. Doesn't it seems like something's blocking it a lot? Could be. What could it be? Maybe try something else. Okay, Yi Wing said in reply to the spirit's suggestion. He and the spirit had been training every day to prepare for the raid. Yi Hang, the spirit said. What? How are you gonna do this? She asked. Things like this could easily not go as planned. Pong pong. Yi Wing continued to test the skill before replying. I know, but I don't think I have much of a choice anyway. Hey, have you seen my tiger anywhere around here? A random guy came and asked him. What? It's okay, you don't have to be afraid of it, it's trained. I just need to find it, he assured. Please tell me if you see it anywhere. I will, Yi Wing replied. Thank you so much, the guy said before rushing off. Anyways, at least you have Beakrin to help you this time, I guess. Isn't it a relief? Whatever, Yi Wing replied. It wasn't a secret that he did not like Beakrin and wish he didn't have to work with him. Come on, you could end up really enjoying it. I wouldn't count on it. Let's go. Okay. Yi Wing and the spirit then went into an empty office and made a phone call. Beep. Can Rumi please come to the office? Yi Wing said through the office phone, and Rumi came knocking on the door a minute later. Hello. Come in. She softly opened the door and walked in. Instead of sitting in the chair across from Yi Wing, she stood next to it. It's okay to sit. That's okay. I'm fine like this, she insisted. All right. I just called you here to talk for a bit. Okay. Rumi then decided to sit down, and Yi Wing placed a weapon on the table. It was a sword. The moment she looked at it, her eyes lit up. Is that the magic sword? It's a special artifact, one of the best. Indeed. Can I take a closer look at it? Rumi asked. Sure. Rumi then took a closer look at sword, looking fascinated by it. A rare special artifact like that wasn't common to come by. Is it? I know from when I found out it's important to find the owner. It's not yours. No. It's a shame it has to be returned, but it's the right thing to do. The artifact could only be activated and used when in the hands of its owner. That's why anyone couldn't use any weapon. Okay, Rumi said, still admiring the sword. She was also clearly disappointed to know that it would eventually have to go. All right then, let's find the owner. Are there any plans you have to find him? Yes, Yi Wing answered. But is there any way I could check if it works right? I don't know, that may be a bit difficult, Yi Wing said. He couldn't think of anyone who could possibly be able to test it out besides Wen Yi, and that wasn't even a guarantee. Are you sure you can't do it? Rumi suggested. Me. Yay, it shouldn't be that hard for you to figure it out. Ooh, I don't think that will work, Yi Wing said after taking a quick moment to think. Come on, just pick it up, focus and see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked. At least give it a try. I don't know, Yi Wing replied hesitantly. Rumi looked a bit disappointed. She picked up the sword and glided her hand across the side of its smooth and shiny blade. Then, out of nowhere, the sword suddenly started to vibrate. Whoosh! Light began to emerge from the sword as it continued to vibrate as she held it in her hand. What's going on? She said in a bit of a panic, while still holding the sword. Yi Wing was too shocked to do anything but watch. Wow, that's it, that's what it needed, the spirit said. What? Just keep watching. Swoosh! The light from the sword grew bigger and brighter. Blue energy emerged from the sword and started to form a shape. It looked like a giant snake. The giant snake then wrapped around her and opened its mouth wide, showing all its sharp teeth. The blue energy filled the entire office room. It's the snake. The power of the sword. The snake? Yi Wing asked. You thought it was just like any other artifact. It's another passed-down magic weapon. Of course. It's one of the oldest, but still one of the most powerful. The spirit explained to him everything about the sword. Although he still didn't fully understand what was going on, Yi Wing continued to watch in amazement. Watch closely, the spirit said, appearing next to him in human form. She's gonna be alright though, right? Yi Wing asked. Shhh. Just pay attention, the spirit replied. She then disappeared back into his head. 2. No one was sure how much time had passed by so far. Suddenly, it was all over. Rumi fainted and fell onto the floor along with the sword. Yi Wing then picked up Rumi up off of the floor and into his arms. Looked like the spirit was right, she was the owner of the sword. It must have been passed down from her family years ago. If that was true, then that means she could be just as powerful as Yi Wing, or even more powerful. Yi Wing, do this person a favor, the spirit said. Okay. It should be easy to gather the energy. She then noticed Rumi's arm. It looks like a tiger mark that could only mean one thing. No way. Yi Wing replied in shock. The Sword Owner, the end. Chapter 216 The Sword Owner. Chapter 216 The Sword Owner. 1. Blue energy began to surround Yi Wing as he was testing out a skill. Next to him was the spirit who looked over and said, "We have to tell them about it. Yes, we have to take care of this. Everything should turn out fine," Yi Wing said in reply as he finished up testing the skill. Looks like everything was going good so far. However, the spirit didn't seem so confident about it. Are you sure the both of us are supposed to handle so much of this? Do you think we can do it? Pong Pong. Well, no. Oh, I think I did something wrong, he said as after testing the skill but injured himself a bit. Introduce it again. All right. Let's see. Yi Wing said after a quick healing. Doesn't it seems like something's blocking it a lot? Could be. What could it be? Maybe try something else. Okay, Yi Wing said in reply to the spirit's suggestion. He and the spirit had been training every day to prepare for the raid. Yi Wing, the spirit said. What? How are you gonna do this? She asked. Things like this could easily not go as planned. Pong Pong. Yi Wing continued to test the skill before replying. I know, but I don't think I have much of a choice anyway. Hey, have you seen my tiger anywhere around here? A random guy came and asked him. What? It's okay, you don't have to be afraid of it, it's trained. I just need to find it, he assured. Please tell me if you see it anywhere. I will, Yi Wing replied. Thank you so much, the guy said, before rushing off. Anyways, at least you have Beakrin to help you this time, I guess. Isn't it a relief? Whatever, Yi Wing replied. It wasn't a secret that he did not like Beakrin and wish he didn't have to work with him. Come on. You could end up really enjoying it. I wouldn't count on it. Let's go. Okay. Yi Wing and the spirit then went into an empty office and made a phone call. Beep. Can Rumi please come to the office? Yi Wing said through the office phone, and Rumi came knocking on the door a minute later. Hello. Come in. She softly opened the door and walked in. Instead of sitting in the chair across from Yi Wing, she stood next to it. It's okay to sit. That's okay. I'm fine like this, she insisted. All right. I just called you here to talk for a bit. Okay. Rumi then decided to sit down, and Yi Wing placed a weapon on the table. It was a sword. The moment she looked at it, her eyes lit up. Is that the magic sword? It's a special artifact, one of the best. Indeed. Can I take a closer look at it? Rumi asked. Sure. Rumi then took a closer look at sword, looking fascinated by it. A rare special artifact like that wasn't common to come by. Is it? I know from when I found out it's important to find the owner. It's not yours. No. It's a shame it has to be returned, but it's the right thing to do. The artifact could only be activated and used when in the hands of its owner. That's why anyone couldn't use any weapon. Okay, Rumi said, still admiring the sword. She was also clearly disappointed to know that it would eventually have to go. All right then, let's find the owner. Are there any plans you have to find him? Yes, Yi Wing answered. But is there any way I could check if it works right? I don't know, that may be a bit difficult, Yi-Huing said. He couldn't think of anyone who could possibly be able to test it out besides Wen Yi, and that wasn't even a guarantee. Are you sure you can't do it? Rumi suggested. Me. Yay, it shouldn't be that hard for you to figure it out. Ooh, I don't think that will work, Yi-Huing said after taking a quick moment to think. Come on, just pick it up, focus and see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked. At least give it a try. I don't know, Yi-Huing replied hesitantly. Rumi looked a bit disappointed. She picked up the sword and glided her hand across the side of its smooth and shiny blade. Then, out of nowhere, the sword suddenly started to vibrate. Whoosh! Light began to emerge from the sword as it continued to vibrate as she held it in her hand. What's going on? She said in a bit of a panic, while still holding the sword. Yi-Huing was too shocked to do anything but watch. Wow, that's it, that's what it needed, the spirit said. What? Just keep watching. Swoosh! The light from the sword grew bigger and brighter. Blue energy emerged from the sword and started to form a shape. It looked like a giant snake. The giant snake then wrapped around her and opened its mouth wide, showing all its sharp teeth. The blue energy filled the entire office room. It's the snake. The power of the sword. The snake? Yi-Huing asked. You thought it was just like any other artifact. It's another passed down magic weapon. Of course. It's one of the oldest, but still one of the most powerful. The spirit explained to him everything about the sword. Although he still didn't fully understand what was going on, Yi-Huing continued to watch in amazement. Watch closely, the spirit said, appearing next to him in human form. She's gonna be all right though, right? Yi-Huing asked. Shh. Just pay attention, the spirit replied. She then disappeared back into his head. 2. No one was sure how much time had passed by so far. Suddenly, it was all over. Rumi fainted and fell onto the floor along with the sword. Yi-Huing then picked up Rumi up off of the floor and into his arms. Looked like the spirit was right. She was the owner of the sword. It must have been passed down from her family years ago. If that was true, then that means she could be just as powerful as Yi-Huing, or even more powerful. Yi-Huing, do this person a favor, the spirit said. Okay. It should be easy to gather the energy. She then noticed Rumi's arm. It looks like a tiger mark. That could only mean one thing. No way, Yi-Huing replied in shock. The Sword Owner, the end. Chapter 217 The Sword Owner 2. Chapter 217 The Sword Owner 2. 1. After that shocking situation, Rumi decided to train with Yi-Huing. Of course, she was still very confused about everything. It seemed that she had no choice but to do her best to adjust. Yi-Huing was being very helpful throughout the practice, so that made things a bit easier. You'll get the hang of it, Yi-Huing said. The thought of maybe he didn't have to team up with Bikran on the mission came to mind as they practiced. If Rumi could get the hang of her newly found skills, then she could help instead. Rumi picked up the sword and faced Yi-Huing. Let's start. Okay, she replied. Hair. Blue energy dust emerged from the sword again as she swayed it about. Swoosh, swoosh. The blue dust of the sword surrounded her as she practiced with Yi-Huing. Its power grew stronger each time she practiced attacking. Swoosh. However, because she was new at all of this, it definitely wasn't easy to get used to. She even got bruises on her own arm somehow. Tack. Yi-Huing blocked the attacks with his own skills. The energies from both of them emerged as they practiced. Red energy from Yi-Wing and the blue energy from Rumi surrounded each other. JJJI. Yi-Wing created an energy field with the palm of his hands. But it wasn't enough to block everything. Yi-Wing shouted as he stepped back. His arm had gotten hit by the sword. Rumi immediately put down the sword and ran towards Yi-Wing. "It's fine, don't worry," Yi-Wing said as his arm bled. "Are you sure you're okay? Really, don't worry about. This is what practice is about." "Okay," she said, although she still felt terrible. "You seem to be doing good so far. You just need a little more time to get used to it. After you practice for a while you could become an expert," Yi-Wing explained. Although Rumi appreciated Yi-Wing's help and encouragement, she still didn't feel comfortable having the skill, and she didn't feel like she could ever feel comfortable with it. But even so, she decided to continue on with the practice. Swoosh tack. The practice went on for almost an hour before they took another break. "Let's rest." "Okay." Both of them were out of breath, tirelessly gasping for air. "Good, right. Yay." The first practice went considerably great compared to how first practices usually go. "This is good news." "I know," Yi-Wing said in reply to the spirit, still exhausted. He then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. 1. The raid has nothing to do with Japan. It seemed to be no use in using the information from Japan in this situation. Do we have any supporters there to stand by just in case for the raid? A Japanese hunter shouldn't be needed at all on this raid. Can't they protect their own country? This is ridiculous, Yi-Wing said to himself, reading Japanese comments on an article online about the raid mission. Don't worry about those comments too much. There's always going to be people who don't approve. Yay, you're right. Besides, their president only cares about money and power, so there's no way they would lend us any soldiers just to help. Money and power. Yes, and because of that, what he said really affected the public's opinion on the situation. So no matter what we do, we most likely won't be able to get a lot of support from Japan. Kind of. Our countries are very close to each other, and Japanese and Koreans aren't really hateful to each other, so the citizens could have their own minds and start to support us. Because later, when we go to the Laosu, the more support from them the better. Yay, Yi-Wing agreed. None of that should be too hard anyway. Who knows, we could get more people than we expect. After he had been various articles all day, Yi-Wing finally stopped reading them and all of the comments, and closed the laptop. Sir, what is it? There's an explosion, one of the soldiers said in a panic. What? Yi-Wing replied in shock. It seems that we're being attacked. Our soldiers are getting prepared to do what we can do to fight back. I'll call for help and see what I can do. Yes, sir. The Sword Owner, to the end. Chapter 218 Fighting Alone. Chapter 218 Fighting Alone. 1. This is like fighting a monster. After practicing together a few times, Rumi and Yi-Wing made a great practice buddies. Both of them were very powerful, and even more powerful when they worked together. Everything seemed to be perfect. Yi-Wing's arrows even had an upgrade thanks to the practice sessions. They were now even deadlier than before. However, that was also like a curse. It meant that he had to be very careful not to harm the wrong person, which was easy to happen during times when there's arrow showers. Unconscious power. Although it was going to help him tremendously, he felt like maybe it could be a big responsibility. Therefore he figured he should think twice when he uses it, just to be safe. The two of them continued their practice session. Rumi across from Yi-Wing. JJJ. The both of them were putting up a good fight. They stood ready at any time for whatever was to come. Use this power thoughtfully. The magic sword consciously spoke to her. Being able to connect to the power of the sword made it easier to use and caused for its effects to be much stronger than without the connection. The sword's strength was even stronger than Yi Wing's arrows. This shouldn't be too difficult. Right, Rumi said, speaking to the spirit of the sword. She was finally feeling more comfortable with it after a few practice sessions. Finally, she was getting the hang of using the sword. She even improved in basic fighting skills. I can do this, she said, getting into fighting position. Yi Wing was right across from her, just as prepared as she was. Phew. Rumi took a deep breath. Although she was fully prepared and felt confident, it was still hard to practice training with a friend, as she was afraid she could hurt him. Attack! Yi Wing then launched an arrow. It was the first attack starting off the fight. However, the moment the fight started, Rumi's mind went blank and she completely forgot how to use the sword. Ponged! Yi Wing continued to attack. Rumi then came back to her senses and quickly dodged the attacks. Jake! She ran up towards him and attacked him on the head with the sword. Yi Wing then counter-attacked, shooting more arrows. After attacking for a moment, Yi Wing then suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke. Look out! Yi Wing shouted from another location, helping her throughout the practice session. Rumi then quickly used a shielding skill. Quang! Rumi flew back and crashed into the wall, causing it to crack. The impact of the attack was too strong. She did her best to block the attack, but she wasn't strong enough. She was left feeling paralyzed. Yi Wing got worried and quickly ran towards Rumi. We'll end it here. That sounds like a good idea, she replied, nodding her head. She then sat up, and the spirit of the sword spoke to her again. You really need to hurry and get stronger. I can see that. It wasn't so surprising that she lost to Yi Wing. He was a high-rank hunter after all. Besides, she had only just started with her training. Thankfully, she could feel herself starting to enjoy practice and began to become dedicated to learning to use her skills to the fullest. But good job, you're getting better at this. Thanks, she replied. They then went to take a rest. Yi Wing opened his skill status window. Arrow speed decrease. He could already notice the difference in his skills before checking the information. It was no secret to him that his energy had recently been feeling a little low. That meant he needed to take a rest for a bit until his skills were able to take some time to recharge. He still needed to practice his new skill more, as he wasn't satisfied with it yet, but the practice surely was paying off for it. All he needed now was more hunting experience to improve even more. Dakasu. Bikran explained to him everything he needed to know about the Dakasu monsters. That shouldn't be a problem, he said to himself, thinking of hunting the Dakasu monster. The gate the monsters came through was quite small, but it could have gotten much bigger over the past few months. Spirit. We have to do that as soon as possible. Let's get ready. Got it, the spirit replied. 2. Click click. Many foreigners walked through the VIP entrance, and in front of them were hundreds of reporters taking photos and asking questions. The place was brightly lit with flashing lights, and music played throughout the event. What's your plan to protect everyone this time? Are the rumors true? Did you recruit an assistant this time? Can you give us a little insight on your plan? The reporters shouted questions one after another. We'll be answering questions another later, his bodyguard replied as they moved along. The cameras continued to flash as they walked past. The public was still uncorrected on the fact that he was a level 9 hunter and not level 10, but Yi Wing just thought that it wasn't much of a big deal since he would level up eventually anyway. Once they were almost done walking the carpet, he stood still in front of the cameras for a few photos. He was beginning to become more and more comfortable in the spotlight. After posing for a few photos, he continued on down the carpet. Fighting Alone, the end. Chapter 219, Fighting Alone 2. Chapter 219, Fighting Alone 2. 1. While planning the raid, Yi Wing got lots of new supporters, and even made new friends. In the meantime, he also had to be very careful about what he says in order to not ruin anything. My raid team is scheduled to all gather one Friday so we can start the attack. Our team has planned everything perfectly, so everything is expected to go well. Is there any details you could tell us, sir? A reporter asked. I can't reveal any more than that, I'm sorry. A few days later, Yi Wing and the raid team members sat onto the helicopter. A soldier named Henry sat next to him and asked, "Is something wrong?" "What do you mean?" Yi Wing replied, "There seems to be a lot of pressure on this raid mission," Alex said, chiming in. Oh, it was true that he was feeling more pressure than usual this time around. The raid was taking place on the northern side of Europe. They were preparing to fight a 9th tier monster. It was the highest level monster he had ever fought. But you're an expert at this, so it's probably not too worrying. Thanks, he replied, still a bit lost in thought as he looked out the window. I just don't understand it. Why? It's a long story. But, after he explained the situation, they were left with shocked expressions. Are you okay? It could be a big problem if it continues on like this. That's true. Looks like we have to be more careful than we thought. First we'll need to test all the weapons. That should take about an hour, but I thought it was going to be a sparring fight. Alex asked in confusion. He actually had even already prepared for that. Does the chances of us losing seem to be quite big? I don't know, but there seems to be a possibility of that. Have you looked into the location the raid is located at? The location of the raid, he said, thinking. He actually did know the location. It was right near the gate the Dakasu monsters were coming from. The place also happens to be near his hometown. It's been a very long time since he had been back there. We're going to have to stay on guard while we're there. Got it. The two soldiers replied, nodding their heads. I hear there's going to be a high-level rank hunter there as well. Really? Yay, I heard about that too. We have to be careful not to run into them or start any fight with them. That's right. We should be very careful and keep a close eye on them. Their raid leader replied. Looks like we have some enemies to look out for, Alex said. If we just avoid causing too much trouble with anyone else there, this could go easier than we think, the leader said with a smile. 2. After the other team finished reviewing their plan and testing all their weapons, they were almost completely prepared and ready to go. All they had left to do was find out more information on the hunter they were going to be up against. It's Yi Huang, the other hunter who they were going up against at the raid location. From everything they've heard, they knew it would be a challenge, so they wanted to do some research and see if they could find out any of his weaknesses to help them. I haven't found any weaknesses we could use against him, one of his soldiers reported. Besides all of the basic information, I can't find any in-depth information on his skills or even anything like his weakness. So far all they knew was his name and that he was a level 10 hunter. The fact that he was such a powerful hunter was very worrisome for them. While trying to search for information on his skills, all that they could find is on news on all his past raids, which was very intimidating. Looks like this really won't be easy. Indeed, I also think they'll be near Yongdamho Lake. I guess they really aren't joking around. Wow, really? A lady said as she walked into the room. Sounds like this is going to take a lot, she said. The lady had long blonde hair and was wearing a violet dress that wrapped perfectly around her slim figure. Everyone in the room were taken aback by her beauty. So, how's it going here? Yes, marm, we're getting everything prepared, the raid team leader replied. All the other soldiers then tried to act normal with faces that were red in embarrassment. Do you want to know what we have so far? You figured it out? She asked. Well, not exactly, he said hesitantly. They were still lacking on information about Yiwing and his clan. I thought you didn't know this place. I was surprised about it too, but after I looked into more I realized that actually I once lived there. But we do have to plan carefully and not act too rashly, he replied. Understood, she said, nodding her head. Wow. Out of nowhere he heard a loud explosion that caused someone to fly by him and crash into the wall. Swoosh click. They could hear the sound of something or someone somewhere far in the distance. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh. The noises became louder the more they stepped closer. Out of nowhere someone then shouted, Don't be so loud, be careful. Got it, the guy walking in the lead said. His hands were shaking in fear as they slowly walked closer and closer. Hurry, we have to attack. Hello, my name Rumi. They heard someone introducing themselves. As they got closer, they were able to see their face clearly. However, suddenly they started to step back and then stopped entirely. Rumi then looked at them and said, Don't forget to keep quiet. Everyone, they can attack at any moment, she said, and everyone immediately stood quiet. Just as they had started to get moving again, they heard a loud scream coming from far away in the distance. They immediately stopped and looked around. They had no idea what could have caused the scream or where it came from, as they didn't see anything. Then, swoosh, pong, a giant battle axe came flying past them and crashed into the wall. All of them immediately took out their weapons, ready to fight. That time the scream was much quieter. It sounded like it came from even further away. Rumi took out her sword just in case. She then looked over towards Alex and asked, Should I go and see what it is? He looked a bit unsure. I don't think that's a good idea. It'll be fine. I think I know who it is. It seems like only a level 6 hunter. I don't know a level 6 hunter in this neighbor. It could be anyone. We have to be very careful, he warned. I can handle it, don't worry. Okay, he said in reply, still feeling unsure about it as they didn't know what to expect. However, thankfully things didn't seem to be too dangerous. They haven't actually seen any enemies yet, so that was a good sign. Just then, they heard something again. Fighting alone to the end. Chapter 220, Fighting Alone 3. Chapter 220, Fighting Alone 3. 1. After introducing each other, the noise grew bigger. It was a level 6 hunter. They carefully walked closer with their shields in hand. The hunter was unavoidable, as it seemed to have been heading right towards them. As they got closer and closer, the sound of the attacks grew louder and louder. Whoosh, According to their research, the monster was expected to weigh more than 50 kilograms. But they made a mistake. A very big mistake. The raid leader made a miscalculation that caused for a major setback in their plan. It looked like a woman showed up instead of a level 10 hunter. Was the hunter not even coming? They were obviously very confused but had no other choice but to keep moving. All they could do was trust in what they had. "I'll see if I can get a closer look," one of the soldiers said. They assumed that the girl they met could be close friends with a hunter they were expecting. She was holding a weapon in her hand, so it was clear that she was there for a reason. Just to be safe, they did an analysis on Rumi and didn't find anything suspicious, which was very unexpected. She seemed to be quite advanced in skill but not so familiar with it. They asked her a few questions, and although she didn't speak, she nodded her head to reply. However, that meant that she only really replied to the yes or no question, and that wasn't enough to answer all of their questions. 2. Bored. The first attack wasn't what Yi Wing had in mind, but they continued on with their plan by sending Rumi ahead to confuse them while he attacks them by surprise. Clearly Rumi felt a lot of pressure but did her best to go through with it. The first two soldiers were able to handle their part of the plan fairly good. For the time being they were going easy with the attacks and saving their full strength for when the real fight began. Besides the monster raiding part, we should easily be able to take down these people. Yes. They were feeling a bit tired, so they were taking things kind of slow. Looks like these guys aren't going to be difficult to deal with. Yay, they seem confused already, Yi Wing said in reply to Rumi through a headset. Although she was still feeling a little tense, but she was starting to become more relaxed. Everything was happening on time according to what they planned. So far 2 soldiers had succeeded in their part of the plan, and now they just had to wait for Rumi to complete the next part. However, they still had to be on guard at all times because success wasn't promised, as anything could happen at any moment. Besides, they had a big problem to stay aware of. The raid leader of the other team was one of his old enemies. He was worried about what they could have planned and if him and his team were prepared for it. What could he be doing? He thought to himself. Nonetheless, Yi Wing still tried his best to stay positive. Everything was getting quieter and quieter in the area. That was even more of a sign to stay on guard. Rumi took a deep breath as they continued on. After a while of walking, she was starting to feel very tired. But despite being exhausted, she was still able to pull herself together and continue on. Rumi actually knew the guys on the other team quite well. She met them when she was just a young kid. She learned a lot from them. So far they haven't seen any other hunters and things were very quiet. The other team were starting to get confused. "It looks like our people have made a mistake. Should we apologize?" he asked, wondering if he should apologize to Rumi. "I don't know. But are you gonna help me with this last one?" Just in that moment, something felt strange to him. But he decided not to mention anything about it. "Okay," Rumi replied. Until now Rumi had kept the fact that she's a part of a different clan a secret. They'll have to beg for mercy after this mistake, Rumi thought to herself. When they continued onto the northern side of Europe, they became even more careful than before. As far as she knew, Yi Wing and the other soldiers were still in Korea at the moment. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. She quickly turned around and saw that it was Yi Wing. "Everything seems to be going great. Good job, Rumi." "No problem," Rumi replied with a slight nod. "Why does he seem a bit angry?" she thought to herself. Yi Wing looked to be feeling a little angry but trying his best to hide it. Rumi wondered what the reason for him being angry could be. Yi Wing didn't really have much of a changing expression, but Rumi always could tell how he was feeling. Rumi then sat down exhausted and worried. She glanced over at Yi Wing, who seemed to have been lost in thought. He wasn't one to express his feelings. I hope everything's going well. She knew she didn't have to worry about Yi Wing, but she was still a little concerned. Too, my raid teammates doesn't seem to be feeling so good, Yi Wing said. When Rumi went to sit, something seemed a bit off. It was no secret that everyone was worried about how everything would turn out. Rumi did make a mistake, but all they could do was continue on and try their best. Hopefully everything would turn out how they planned. Maybe this could be it. This could be the end of me. I can't believe how nerve-wracking this is. This skill's side effects could ruin everything, Yi Wing said before the spirit could finish speaking. His newest skill seemed to be the best option, but there were side effects to using it that he may not be able to endure. You'll be fine, the spirit assured him. I hope so, Yi Wing replied anxiously. However, just then something flew past them. Guys, get away from there, it's too dangerous, one of the team members said through the headset. Fighting Alone 3, The End. Chapter 221-0221 Fighting Alone 4. Chapter 221-0221 Fighting Alone 4. After letting out a light sigh, Yi Wing muttered, I won't go too hard. Yi Wing knows basic manners. He does not beat up a new guest to the point of crippling them. Just a taste would be fine. Just about half, Yi Wing thought. 1. What the hell is this guy doing? Fa looked at this master who was standing in front of him. He used to be certain that Yi Wing was a ranged damage dealer, but now he was taking off his shooting glove, which was an essential gear for archers. Then he started to crack his knuckles. It was a signal that he wants to end this fight with his fist. Fa frowned. This guy was not using the opposite of his main skill against him. It meant Yi Wing was completely undermining Fa's abilities. Fine, come at me. With everyone calling him a 10-star hunter, he seems to be scoffing at facing a 7-star hunter. Fa laughed to himself as he also felt a hit to his ego, wondering what a humiliating impression Yi Wing had of him. 4 of his men were ridiculously defeated prior to him, so their leader probably did not intimidate Yi Wing. I will play along with this. Fa let out a slight grin. The more the opponent is undermined, the bigger the chance of one making a foolish mistake. Of course, to a 10-star hunter, a 7-star hunter must look like a kid in training, but Fa had done his homework for this battle. Before he came here, he acquired the knowledge of all of Yi Wing's skills through his team to run some simulations and analyze its statistics. Fa studied Yi Wing's fighting patterns and came up with some counterattacks that he could apply during their exchange. He was ready. The plan is set. I will take the glory of defeating a 10-star hunter. Fa took a quick glance to Emperor, who was sitting on the throne. He had heard of Emperor's challenge to the archery master. He must have gone to Yi Wing with confidence because he also saw that Yi Wing was as a superfluous archer. However, Emperor challenged Yi Wing because he himself witnessed Yi Wing's battle against the behemoth, and he expected his own battle with Yi Wing to be a loss or a tie at best. This was Emperor's tactic: provoke his opponent before the battle and use all of his abilities with sheer perseverance to end it with a tie, then go on to admit his loss and apologize for his shortcomings in his challenge. Emperor already knew that Yi Wing was ahead of him, But Fa did not know any of these plans in Emperor's mind. "Oh, are you going to be okay? My Elmer would be hard to block with your fist," Fa said in a worried tone. "You came to the Invincible Palace, so I should show you the weapon of this place, the Fist of the Invincible," Yi Wing replied with a smile. It is true that the Fist of the Invincible was the first technique that every hunter of the Invincible acquires. They would learn martial arts techniques with various weaponry, but in case of losing their weapons in the midst of fights against monsters as well as to train their bodies, all hunters were taught with fist fighting skills. The fist is not necessarily a weak form of martial arts. The founder of this skill was the prince, and this was his main attacking skill. When the referee looked at the prince from his seat, the bored prince gave the referee a nod with a widening grin on his face. Hence the battle was set. The referee signaled the commencement of the battle and left the battleground. Just as planned, Fa fought. Through the simulations, he acquired the attack sequence with the highest probability of winning, and with the limited space of this battlefield, Yi Wing would not be able to escape either. In various aspects, Fa had the advantage, and this was his plan. Since his opponent was fast and good at stealth, he must use a massive blow on the ground as his first attack. Based on his experience, those who have been hit by this attack would react in one of three ways. First, they would just try to stay grounded. Second, they would try to jump into the air. And third, for those who know a bit about this attack, would try to escape into the ground. It does not matter how he reacts, since all of my plans have been set. Fa fought. Fa threw his Mjlnir with all of his might, with its concentrated maximum energy ready to destroy. This attack would be enough to drive even 6-tier monsters crazy, and it goes by the name Rolling Thunder. But as the Mjlnir was about to crash into the floor, crack! A sound of a breaking bone was spread across the battle stadium. Ugh! Fa felt a paralyzing shock to his chin, and his neck turning sideways against his will. What happened? Instinctively, Fa reversed the direction of his Mjlnir to guard his upper body as a last-minute but great defense, but his opponent was tough. Yi Wing weaved and comes in close, covered with Fa's attacks, but that didn't stop him from smashing his fist into his jaw, the only place that Fa's armor could not cover. Pow, crack, boom! Ark! Thor screamed. He took multiple hits to his chin that destabilized his brain. Even a quick-healing hunter, if not given the slightest time to recover, cannot heal himself. Fa kept sliding back, but Yi Wing's fists did not stop its continuous attack. Yi Wing's attack pattern was purely brutal. Fa wondered if this current opponent of his was the master archer he had been studying. In the videos, Fa watched Yi Wing with all the care in the world, and this streak of savage attacks did not happen even once. What Fa studied as Yi Wing's usual battle techniques that were the fruit of his precise planning, but this man that he's fighting now was. Fa could not breathe. He had assumed that in short-range attacks, he would be more superior to an archer. His prejudice was completely shattered. Boom! Fa held on by his sheer willpower from a knee attack that came from Yi Wing. As expected, Yi Wing started to attack his abdomen. Fa could feel the shock, but it was more bearable thanks to the armor. Fa breathed in heavily. He could not be defeated like this, so almost as a reflex, Fa went for the blunt technique. This powerful attack, because he trained hundreds and thousands of times a day and night while thinking of beating the Emperor, had almost become a second nature for him to execute. Yi Wing backs up slightly at this attack. My turn now, Fa screamed. Fa pushed Yi Wing out with a heavy armor. He had accepted that he won't be able to give his answer in a flat-out fight, so he aimed to deliver a non-stop attack to reverse their situation. Yi Wing was getting farther away. It was like he was giving up on close-quarter combat, so Fa clenched his teeth and went after him. It's going a medium-range random attack while using stealth now, Fa thought. This is what I have been waiting for anyway. He clenched his fist with Mjlnir in hand. Fa has an attack that no one had seen as of yet, and it was a secret attack that he had prepared. His arm that held onto the Mjlnir swelled up twice its size. He was not simply flexing. This hidden skill allowed him to manipulate his own skills, but of course, there was a limit. He could increase 3 to 5 stats instantly, and through his rigorous discipline and training, although it is momentary, Fa could increase his stats by 10 now. His default stat was 20, and now, with a whopping 30 stat muscle power, Fa threw his Mjlnir. Bam! The Mjlnir broke through the speed of sound, and a fierce sonic boom ripped the air around it as it went for Yi Wing, who was retreating. It was a perfect shot to his loophole. Thor was confident. This attack could severely injure even an 8-tier monster, and a long-range shooter would not be able to bear this attack. Bullseye. While retreating, Yi Wing was hit right on with the Mjlnir, and Thaw's best attack turned out to be a success. But, the Mjlnir went straight through Yi Wing, and his form scattered in front of him. An afterimage. Fa could not believe his eyes played tricked on him. He could even escape a hail of bullets, and he was taken aback by the fact he had lost his opponent from his sight. And at that moment, while he was startled, Yi Wing came up under his nose. Boom! Fa's neck bent back to the point of breaking from Yi Wing's uppercut, which hit him faster than he had stepped back. R.R. Fa closed his eyes with a sense of his chin breaking. It was over. What is this? Thaw thought. He was not even hit by the opponent's main weapon. If he had a cold weapon in his hand right now, Thaw would already be a pile of blood on the floor. Boom punch bam. Yi Wing only attacked for Thaw's head, and by then, he realized he was completely defeated. He was so sure that he knew his opponent, and he even trusted his best secret attack, but his opponent was way above him. He had challenged someone way out of his league. Fa, now unrecognizable, rolled on the floor, covering himself with dirt as the others held their breaths. Only the referee's call broke their silence. Game over. 2. The quite impactful battle between Thaw and Yi Wing ended with a commentary by the martial arts master Choi Jin-har as having been nice and energetic. Based on the horrifying results, the guests from the Phoenix Raid team and the Blackthorn Raid team was worried that the Invincible had intentions other than a good fellowship between the teams, but it was brushed off when the prince assured that that was an average level of sparring at the Invincible Palace as he poured drinks in Yi Wing's cup. A fight is a journey towards which one finds his weaknesses. I hope both Yi Wing and Thaw, through this competition, found something they can improve themselves up on. Moreover, if anyone opens their mouth again about the outcome of this battle, the Invincible will go after them. Since the prince himself was the one to settle the results of the battle, everyone at the stadium decided to remember this fight in their memory. No outside reporter could enter this palace anyway, so only the direct witnesses had to be quiet. Furthermore, Fa himself said nothing in regards to this fight. Instead, he pleaded to the prince to let the entire members of the Berserker Raid to have a special training at the Invincible Palace. The prince rejected it initially, stating that he cannot do that to visiting guests, but Thor insisted, saying that the prince can treat the Berserker Raid team as he wishes. As soon as he received permission from the prince, Thor cancelled all the following plans for his group, and he decided on a long-term stay at the Invincible Palace. Even after such an embarrassing defeat, Thaw walked around the Invincible with his raid team, laughing and marveling at the masters of the place. Watching this, Thaw Emperor must have thought, that was supposed to be my plan. 3. Thanks in advance for this month. Yi-Wing looked at this blond man in front of him with distaste. He was just coming back from his morning training when he ran into the Berserker raid team. His eyes caught that of Thaw, who was at the front, and he tried to ignore him. But with Thaw not wanting to pass him, he interrupted Yi-Wing and bowed his head. What? I received permission to train at the Invincible Palace for a month. It's my honor to train with you. With such loud and thick voice, Thaw bowed his head with all of the stocky men behind him following his lead. Yeah, sure, good luck with your training. Yi-Wing tried to pass through them. He had his own training room, so he would not be running into them during his own training. We ask you to train us, Thaw exclaimed, and Yi-Wing frowned before asking, What, are you going to try me yourself? Yi-Wing was provoking Thaw as if he was nothing. He was about to whip him again if Thaw takes his provocation, but Thaw understood Yi-Wing's intentions. His face beamed and he yelled, Thank you. Chapter 222 Not So Ordinary Life 1. Chapter 222 Not So Ordinary Life 1. 1. It is a season of scorching heat, summer. Ugh, this is what they meant by prominent 4 seasons. When Thaw first heard the Koreans talking about the prominence of each season in their country, he did not really understand what they meant. Frankly, he made fun of them internally, thinking, do they not have anything to boast about that they boast about their seasons? Most of the countries worldwide have 4 seasons, they just differ in their degree and duration. Reaching the end of his 1-month training in Korea, he finally experienced their summer, and by then, they understood what the Koreans meant by the prominence of their seasons. It was just a few days ago where the spring air still had a bit of chill, but now, he felt like he was being roasted under the sun. The stark contrast between the seasons was so prominent indeed. If you are so tired, you can lessen your load. Aghard, I cannot do that. Without a single breath, Yi-Wing was running lightly beside Thaw as he dragged his feet. He then shook his head in Thaw's stubbornness and increased his pace. As Yi-Wing increased his speed, Thaw let out something in between scream and a roar and ran after Yi-Wing. For a light jog, Thaw can run all year long, but the reason why he was struggling so much was that the incline of hill was at almost 60 degrees and he was also carrying a heavy load. Thaw could barely find his center of gravity and the stones were also slippery. The weight on him was a staggering 400 kg, the same weight as the one Yi-Wing was carrying. These specially made weights were created only to bring pressure on the carrier's body. It had such a great heat transfer property as well that it transfers all its received heat onto the body of the carrier. As the prince described, this was not only an equipment of physical training but also endurance training, but to the carrier, it would work out like a curse. Master Yi-Wing does not necessarily have to slow down for Thaw, said Urumi, who was running in front of Yi-Wing. She did not like Thaw since because of him, Yi-Wing's training was being disrupted. If Yi-Wing was not going at Thaw's speed, he would have been way ahead of her. Of course, the weight that she carried was 200 kg. They are both cute though. The rest of Thaw's raid team asked for a normal boot camp, but Thaw specifically wanted to train alongside Yi-Wing. Yi-Wing tried to reject him, but he was very stubborn, and although Thaw gave him a condescending first impression, he was quite disciplined as a trainee. He promised that if he ever gives up during the training, He will never bother Yi-wing again, and since then, Fa has been training alongside him. Also, Emperor was training with them, and Fa did not want to give up while Emperor was there too. As they were heading for downhill, Thor and Emperor passed Yi-wing for the first time. Ugh. The two fell down the hill with a loud noise, and they kept going even as they were bleeding. They were not globally ranked fighters for no reason, thought Yi-wing as he started to speed up. Help me. Thor and Emperor's screams continued for another hour, but in the end, they arrived at the Grand Stadium. Here Fa held onto his knee as Emperor followed behind him by falling to the ground. He then stumbled towards Emperor and shook his shoulders. Come on, we have to run some more. Enough is enough in English coughing. Emperor seemed to have lost his translator as he was rolling on the floor. Clank, clank. Yi-wing took off his armor and wiped his sweat with a handkerchief Urumi gave him. It was difficult training, so let us meet after lunch together. I will especially raise the intensity today so both of you are going to spar with me, 2-on-1. OMG. Monster. Even without the translator, they seemed to understand what Yi-wing was telling them. Emperor and Fa looked at Yi-wing with contempt. They were thankful that Yi-wing extended their break time, but they knew the nature of the 2-on-1 training, so they were not too excited about it. Prior to this, Emperor's Phoenix Raid Team and Fa's Berserker Raid Team would take 5 volunteers and take turns in group training. The members of the 2 raid teams all volunteered, looking forward to train with an Asian beauty like Urumi, but once they found out that their only opponent is Yi-wing, they were all disappointed. Yi-wing could not face all of them single-handed either, so he started using his arrow, but once he started to use his main skill, the trainees had begun to relive their nightmare. Without the beautiful lady in their reach, most of their members avoided the training after just a few sessions. Just the 2 leaders, namely, Emperor and Fa, kept participating out of obligation. But the intensity of this above 6-star hunters games needed at least a 5-star healer's assistance. With such a special training, Emperor and Fa looked at Yi-wing with bittersweet faces. Let me know when you guys want to give up anytime. Empress left us first. Empress left 2 days after her set departure date. On the last day of training, Empress mentioned that she just wanted to check out how a 10-star hunter looked like. She did not have a raid as a priority in mind, just like Emperor and Thor. She thought of using her beauty to get closer to Yi-wing, but seeing how he had tortured the global rankings with Emperor and Thor, she was disgusted and set out for Europe. No, responded Thor with his determined eyes, which made Yi-wing look at him pleasantly. Yi-wing left to go to his newly assigned room. Training with the 2 others was actually helping him. He had been just fighting in monster raids for a long time, and his intuition in a fight between humans was getting rusty. Having several opponents to fight with was good practice for him. Intentionally or not, Thor and Emperor were also starting to become friendly with each other. They shared a lot during their continued training. The reason why Thor despised short rangers was because of trauma from the time when he was a member of the Highlander raid team. There was a short ranger he was not on good terms with, and because this short ranger unexpectedly left the team, his close mentor died in his place when he tried to save Thor. It was a time when much could be learned from Emperor too. Before Yi-wing's appearance, Emperor used to be the top hunter for a very long time. Hence, Emperor taught Yi-wing various things that the one must be concerned with other than the battle itself. He even connected Yi-wing to many networks around the world that even the Invincible Palace did not have. The day they were leaving, Yi Wing went out to the airport for a goodbye, promising to do a raid 9-tier monster raid with them one day. 2. Upon returning to the Invincible Palace, Yi Wing walked alone. He trained for almost a month, but he could not let himself out to anyone about the empty void in his heart. He walked hurriedly to his room. The new accommodation suggested by Nargil Han was a palace where the prince was residing, and it was incomparable in its size to his previous place. Of course, the palace was also quite empty. The rapid growth of the Invincible Palace was thanks to the prince's influence, but without the prince, the palace felt empty. Footsteps. Yi Wing headed to his personal training ground located in the basement. Before, he had to walk about 5 minutes to get to his training room, but at the palace, a higher quality facility connected the main building to the basement. Yi Wing practiced his controlled breathing in front of his training ground for a bit. Today was a little special day. After unlocking the several security measures of the facility, Yi Wing stepped into the floor. He locked all the doors from the inside and gazed into the middle of the training ground. A crossed-legged lady sitting came into his sight. She was about 1 meter above the ground, floating, with her eyes closed. A streak of great red mana was surrounding her body like a wrap. The aura was expanding and constricting like a heartbeat, and the lady in the middle of it was slightly smiling as if she was enjoying her peace. It was the woman who gave him a month of emptiness. It could be quite stressful to live with someone on one's mind constantly, but it would be worse if one were to be cut off from something Hesh had already familiarized with. Her smile, in the midst of the bright red wave of hair, was so beautiful that even Yi Wing has lost himself for a bit. While he was mesmerized by his magical beauty, he suddenly shed light on his eyes as he looked at his energy being absorbed into her body. It was finally over. Once all the red energy was absorbed, she was on the ground and her eyes opened with a beam. And her eyes were blindingly clear. It was not just an ordinary brightness. It was so deep as if it contained the entire universe inside a quiet light. It was like a jewel that was connecting all the beauty of this world into one. Gungi opened her eyes and smiled brightly toward Yi Wing. He missed this smile. Yi Wing wanted to say something charming, but instead he came out quite cold. "Are you done?" "Yes," Gungi replied enthusiastically as she tried to come and embrace Yi Wing. Looking at her body, he felt like he was blushing. "Your clothes." "Oh right," as he shyly asked. She shook her hand into the air once, summoning a wave of fabric that wrapped her body before turning into a neat red dress. "May I get the taste of my master's embrace now, hugs?" Gungi threw herself in Yi Wing's arms. "It took you so long." She was gone for 3 staggering weeks, and at Yi Wing's remark, Gungi nodded and replied, "Yes. But I found all of them now. I'm glad." "Yes." Yi Wing sighed. Compared to before, it took her way too long. 3 weeks. The 10-tier Marner Stone of Ugamashi was different from the 9-tier Marner Stone. If the 9-tier Marner Stone had 2 layers, the 10-tier Marner Stone contained a small universe like the Dungi's eye. Since it took so long, Yi Wing was worried that something might go wrong. He trusted Gungi and knew that if he touched her during her session, it could be dangerous, so he held himself back. And now, she was full of confidence and he could feel an endless undistilled power in her body. "Were you able to get half of your body now?" "Yes, and I can do everything a human woman can do now." Chapter 223 Not So Ordinary Life 2. Chapter 223 Not So Ordinary Life 2. 1. After successful visits from World Rankings Rank 2, 3, 4, Yi Wing finally started preparing for his entry for the 9-tier monster raid. Many people were added to the martial arts team. If the previous team were around 70 in number, this time, they had already around 100 for the site personnel and the communication team. Then, 80 were added to the monster volunteer team, which was tasked to analyze all the monsters that he would fight during his raid while also handling the sales. Yi Wing was alone, but there were around 250 people working with him, and they're still thinking that their numbers were too small. In addition, 100 secret agents from the Invincible have moved to the martial arts house. They were there to protect not only Yi Wing, but the entire team. The media somehow got a hold of this information and kept close in terms of updates on the movements of the Invincible Palace and the martial arts house. And after about a month, the National Hunters Bureau of Career hosted a conference to determine the sequence on how they would do their raids. It was obvious that the entire world's attention was on this issue. 9-tier monsters were a terror to every nation in the world, and their territories were only part of the problem. In the past, every country's influence was evaluated through the size of their economy or their army. But now, the level of danger given by those monsters became their main and biggest criteria. 9-tier monsters, like the Big Mac Index of the past, became the sole criteria for determining the threat of a country. Hence, everyone hurried to attend this conference. The numbers reached hundreds, and if the small countries participated, it would have reached thousands in attendance. The sequence assignment followed a strict criterion, with the exception of one annoying country stuck 2 careers behind. The sequence was divided into order of most urgent regions selected by a random lottery to which a raid would be prepared accordingly. But not everyone was excited about the Invincible raid. It was not a matter of the sequence. They seemed to favor the method of ordering on the humanitarian level, and although they internally wanted their country to gain a sense of priority a little faster, they did not express it outwardly. What they were concerned about was the Imperial Emperor's methods in a raid. The Imperial Emperor refers to natural cooperation with raids from other countries, but in fact, the 9-tier monster has announced that it has not changed its policy of sticking to the form of solo raids. The so-called raid experts had all gathered to send warnings against the Invincible's method. A raid was done against the Black Cyclops, the Behemoth, and Ugamushi, but Invincible's plan against the 9-tier monster was criticized to be too hasty and risky. The Master Archer, drunk with the title of the 10-star hunter, is too early for a solo raid. More research on 9-tier monster needed, followed by cooperated raid. 9-tier monster raid, overconfidence caused by a monopoly. These levels of headings were rather gentle ones considering Yi Wing's position. 10-star hunters need to be managed differently from the cultural assets and existing hunters. Tension World Hunter Secretariat. Reviewing amendments to the Hunter Act on the World Hunter Secretariat. Does it include mandatory legal provisions for 10-star hunters? They even said that the Yi Wing's solo raid should be managed by the World Hunter Office. Of course, the Invincible did not have a press conference on those words. They said it was not worth listening to. Then, these experts who loves to be controversial started gossiping. They created a rumor made from their delusions as if it was real. They were anticipating on the way how the Invincible would react. But through all these storms, the first official 9-tier monster raid began, and all the experts who were criticizing Yi Wing soon shut themselves up. In the first raid, Yi Wing showed all the worried experts that their concerns were nothing but that the Master Archer 3 9-tier monsters that plagued the southern states of South America were defeated in just 1 week. Revolution in the history of raids, the Master Archer is sweeping 9-tier monsters. who called him hasty. The experts who were so quick to spread rumors and criticize Yi Wing soon turned to his side and raved his performance. Of course, Yi Wing was unmoved by this crowd's movement. He didn't care about it at all. What Yi Wing learned from Emperor was that the meteor was like reeds in the wind. Do not mind these worthless things. That the job of your lawyers. Yi Wing followed these instructions wholeheartedly. The lawyers from Invincible carefully gathered all the rumors and criticisms from these experts and held it against them to shut them up. A new era of raids began. Emperor raided 9-tier monsters on an assortment of ultra-quadcopters, known as the Atlas, with 4 rotors that were more than twice as large as the previous copter Titania. The Emperor, who had raided 3 of the 11 9-tier monsters in southern parts of South America in a week, took some rest and continued to fight 8 of them just as they planned. The last 9-tier monsters were dark monsters with a lot of additional monsters around them which took a lot of time to deal with, but it was also neat for them to finish them off with a long-range weapon. There were other monsters there as well, especially with the gates of the second world still open, but the changes brought by these raids had given a lot of land to the hand of the humans once again. After dealing with all 9-tier monsters in South America and by the request of the Invincible, Yi Wing raided some 9-tier monsters on the borders between Korea and China. Some experts have raised concerns that flying 9-tier monsters and short-range monsters can be dangerous, but Yi Wing defeated them rather easily. Those flying monsters dropped down even before they could approach Yi Wing, and those short-ranged monsters were shot 5 km away from their maximum range. They were shot down from 15 km away, and it's not simply just far. In fact, an average person's eyes can hardly discern the shape of something beyond 6 km, but for Yi Wing, such distance was meaningless. Even for those monsters that seemed to be too far away for others, he attacked them as if they were right in front of him. People wondered and wanted to know about the skills of Yi Wing, but there was no reason for him to reveal them. Although some hunters mimicked Yi Wing, the conclusion was that no one was able to shoot at the same range as him. It is not a matter of distance since its extent can be fully reproduced through modern military technology. What matters is his attack power. His arrow is very deadly to monsters. Rather than simply damaging the monster with force, his special manner affects the overall to a monster's life. A reputable laboratory began to study Yi Wing and noticed the unusual light that he uses only when hunting for 9-tier monsters. They also asked Yi Wing to help them analyze his power, and the request was, of course, ignored. When Yi Wing was raiding the 9-tier monsters restlessly and had defeated about 5 of them inhabiting the western U.S., one urgent raid request was received. 2. Arumi opened her mouth with her arms crossed. Please explain it in detail, Mr. World Hunter Office Representative. At her cold question, a middle-aged black man opened his mouth. It was Mohammed Parid, president of Somalia's interim federal government, who sent an urgent raid request. Raid request monsters are called relief over there, but they are just basically adult giant spiders. The battlefield is 100 meters in length and all of its spheres are made of spider webs and have thousands of spider monsters crawling through the fields. That I am aware. I've been curious about the urgent raid request for a Tier 9 monster that's been completely settled down for over a decade. The representative was perplexed at Arumi's stern question. No matter how much the World Hunter Secretariat and Yi Wing try to reconcile them with each other, Invincible and the World Hunter Secretariat was not in good terms. This whole situation was uncomfortable to the representative. The giant spiders were occupying the region of Pantland, a puppet nation founded by Abul Hussein, a warlord of warlords, who had Islamism-based war terrorist groups Al-Shabaab, which had been in central and southern Somalia. They started developing gold mines for the West, and the problem is that it provoked the monsters dwelling around it, and everything ended up with them attacking the nearby villages. The representative started sweating as he explained because Urumi's piercing energy was pressing him. Can they not just give up on the gold mines? Does the World Hunter Secretariat really not have that much power? While World Hunter Secretariat and the United Nations are continuously pressuring them, they are quite an extremist group. They were warlord-centered and built by force after all. If it goes like this, it is expected that an S-class monster wave will occur within a month at the latest. Is Abul Hussein the main problem? Yes. He is a dictator who doesn't care about the deaths of civilians. The Black Skeleton, his villains composed of an armed force of 10,000, is notorious for being brutal, but the pain directed to the civilians is overwhelming as he rules the people with extreme Islamic principles. What about the estimated casualties? About 110,000 just for the first wave. What about evacuation? They won't let them go. Urumi's eyes glared in rage at the response of the representative. So the 110,000 lives are not even considered. You are asking us to raid the monsters and risk their lives while we're at it. Yeah, that's why we are forced to ask for an urgent raid. Abul Hussein won't do anything if monster wave is going on. Also, if the wave stimulates the surrounding monster habitat, the entirety of Somalia is at risk. Wouldn't we be able to disintegrate that puppet nation by force if we were to remove Abul Hussein from the equation? He is famous for never coming out of his palace and being guarded by the Black Skull as well as his army while never revealing his work. In addition, his people, who were controlled by Islamic principles, were also enslaved to his armed forces and lost their willingness to resist. Chapter 224 Not So Ordinary Life 3. Chapter 224 Not So Ordinary Life 3. 1. Urumi looked at the representative in dissatisfaction, but Pajal, a member of the World Hunter Office, said nothing. It was neither about the negotiation nor the meeting. He could only wait silently for her disposal. Unimaginable in the past, this was now the difference between the power of Yi Wing and the World Hunter Secretariat. It is unknown to the media, but Yi Wing carried out his raids with the World Hunter Secretariat as a third party. They know their sins too. No matter how much the secretary took the gesture of reconciliation, the Secretariat still had a sense of dissatisfaction with Yi Wing because the Secretariat did not return to its own power. The Secretariat were guilty of preparing for the revision of the special law on 10-star hunters. Of course, they are almost indifferent to their past actions. The World Hunter Secretariat then went on to close the information window and stop providing information about the monsters themselves. The information that they had about the Tier 9 monsters was very valuable, and by then, the data began to accumulate until they became the driving force that Emperor couldn't even ignore. The more information they have, the safer the raid becomes. The World Hunter Secretariat used the information acquired by the blood and sweat of many hunters to compromise with Yi Wing and share its benefits through the 9-tier monster raids. However, Yi Wing did not listen to them. Such information was not provided to Invincible, and that is why Invincible created an information team on a larger scale. Soon, the World Hunter Secretariat reduced the mistakes that they had made when Yi Wing's 9-tier monster raid began to exceed 2 digits. The information network that Invincible has spread all over the world has exceeded their expectations. In addition, the ability of Yi-Wing was more sophisticated than what they imagined. It wasn't just his capability to kill an enemy from a distance that brought him such title. Why were Tier 9 monsters so scary? The area around the Tier 9 monsters is like a monster's paradise where new Tier 7 and 8 monsters were born. It doesn't stop there because they would eventually grow themselves and expand their habitat. Yi-Wing's martial arts team destroyed all these secondary obstacles without the help of the World Hunter Secretariat. Without even the usual wave, the 9-tier monsters were being cleaned up like a dentist pulling out a rotten tooth. Anyway, for that reason, Pajal, sent by the World Hunter's office, had no intention of negotiating with Invincible. Unfortunately, that doesn't allow us to adjust the schedule of Yi-Wing. Urumi shook her head. 110,000. Gen. Speaking of the number of civilians to be sacrificed, Pajal tried to appeal to them once more. Listen, this can't be negotiated. With her words, a groan came out of Pajal's mouth. If she said it that way, then he would have nothing to say. It was he who mentioned the impossible. But you negotiate well with your own Red Warriors. Invincible and villain's relationship. Everyone knows it, but no one can get it out of their mouth. It is said that the martial arts house is different from Invincible, but who in the world would believe it even now? He is running with full support from Invincible. In addition, it was a secret that was not for everyone to know that Invincible uses the Red Warrior, a Korean group, in the background. It was then Urumi, who kept a stern face, sighed low and told Pajal, but I am so sorry for their suffering as they lost their family due to monsters. So I will report this to Yi-Wing. It was though she completely changed her attitude. Thank you. Pajal bowed his head halfway. He was personally focused on the situation because of his ties with a world-renowned resource company that had a monopoly on the resources produced in Somalia. Unfortunately for the 110,000 deaths, the wave of civilian damage has been a constant disaster. But rather than the lives of these people, the fruits of the raid was the real purpose behind this matter. If Yi-Wing would raid the giant spider, the price of the land in the vicinity will skyrocket and all the resources buried in that land occupied by those monsters will be theirs. Pajal's face lit up, but Urumi's words were not over yet. However, there's a condition that I'd like to raise. Her cold voice woke Pajal from his daydream. Yes, which? The ownership of the area raided by Yi-Wing, by Section 81 of the Hunter Act. Urumi's words surprised him, and a cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Article 81 of the Hunter Act refers to them granting sovereignty over a period of time upon the retrieval of antisocial organizations or non-governmental monsters from a clan or other countries upon examination by the World Hunter Office. Although the screening of the World Hunter Secretariat is difficult, it is also a means to legally govern other countries. It was enacted a long time ago and was created by the World Hunter's Office to encourage hunters to actively hunt for monsters. Of course, the law has not yet been applied, and it is also difficult to drive off the monsters of their own country because there was an active intervention by the state to prevent the consumption of hunters' troops to raid other countries' monsters. But you will need a large force as a prerequisite. In addition, Abul Hussein could have a conflict with the smaller warlords around him. This would need not just the blood of civilians but hunters as well. Pajal tried to persuade her out of her request, but since he was not prepared for it, he did not know what to say. It doesn't seem to be something you should be worried about. If you accept this, we will try to stabilize the region after and clean up not only monsters but also the villains' forces. That's home. Pajal shook his head. He was sweating hard. That is the worst scenario that he could think of. He soon realized that he shouldn't have come here. He also realized that the information had been exposed beforehand because he was not careful. Otherwise, she could not come up with these conditions. Well, talk to the Secretariat, Mr. Pajal felt that he needed to talk to those behind him, so he decided to step back. I will wait for a good answer, Harumi said, smiling as she watched Pajal wipe his sweaty forehead. 2. Thank you, Moon. You're caught in the middle. It's okay. But would they accept it? Let's make them accept it. No, they will have to accept it. They haven't been able to even touch the 9-tier monsters. From now on, Invincible will put pressure on all of their sides. Harumi nodded. At present, all rights to the remains of the Tier 9 monsters were in the hands of Invincible, or to be exact, Yiwing. And Harumi, who delegated all powers, was able to use them to need numerous global companies. Harumi endeavored to use that power efficiently with Moon. And this was the first fruit. If you remove a warlord named Abul Hussein, and the Tier 9 monster along with him, half of the land size of Korea will be in Invincible's hands. Although it would be a temporary rule, no one knows when it will end. In short, sovereignty can be extended if the people wants it. Of course, she wasn't playing a land monopoly out of boredom or anything. It was Harumi who heard from Yiwing why he needed to increase his power through the aggressive management of the military. A large expedition to the Dark Earth will be needed in the future, and this was not something that he could do alone. They had to attract powerful hunters scattered around the world, and to get them, they must have something interesting to offer. Samarlir was to be their starting point. Samarlir was a land that had been without a government for nearly a century, and even if they did not have Tier 9 monsters, the land was still overflowing with monsters nevertheless. Through the monster resources, they need to prepare a strong military force to match the monsters of the Dark Earth. The World Hunter Secretariat should also be tamed. In the early days of its founding, it was born in the name of human survival. All the corrupt parts should be cut off, and in the name of Yiwing, they will focus on building force, money, and power. This was in line with her mission to prune everything and make it right. How is the scouting going? There were tons of volunteers. The Republic of Korea is now a country clean from monsters, and the hunters are overflowing. Harumi nodded. The Republic of Korea has now become the fastest nation in the world who drove away those monsters. The 9-tier monsters have been wiped out, and its land right up to its borders had been returned to humans. Hunters could earn money only by catching monsters, and they were getting anxious to the point that even the gates of Dark Earth, which had been closed, would soon be opened. If you let them be, they will stand up to attack Ilus. Not bad from their point of view, but now it's time to prepare for Dark Earth rather than Ilus. She was planning to put them all in Samarlir. Pajal was so scared of the 10,000-strong villain organized by Abul Hussein laughable. Most of these villains were just low-level hunters with guns. The only ones that they could scare are the civilians, and once the Korean hunters were put into play, they would be washed away within a week. The hunters in Korea were famous all over the world without even mentioning Yiwing. What were the characteristics of Koreans? If they were focused on something, they will dig through it violently. Hunters of other countries have some hunting skills, but when they reach a certain level, they would hesitate to challenge higher-leveled monsters. Reasonably safe hunting is possible, but they don't want to risk their lives. They don't care much about the level. However, South Korean hunters were a little different from them. They are a breed that must see everything to the end, and it was the same as breaching through the hunter levels. This spirit of competitiveness was so excessive that there were only a few 3 to 7-star hunters in the country, while countless hunters were in the levels above them. It is time to show the true power of invincible. My brother also gave us his approval. Urumi opened her eyes wide to Moon's words. If what Moon said was true, then she didn't have to supply them with hunters anymore. That meant that he decided to bring out the powerful forces of invincible scattered around the world. I would need more land. Yes. Starting now, your role would be great. Indeed. Then, good luck. Chapter 225 Building the Base 1. Chapter 225 Building the Base 1. Somalia is a kind of place that the sun scorched to the point that the greens were wiped from their lands. Their old white buildings were bruised by bullets. Their streets were dotted by craters born out of grenades, with the occasional piles of trash made worse by the rampaging sandstorms that sometimes come knocking at their doors. All men that walked around their neighborhood seemed like they were born angry, with sentiments coloring their eyes, especially for their guards that behaved like animals in the wild. The 20-meter wall around the city suffocates this war-torn cityscape of clustered buildings. Armed men would watch the city from atop the walls, along with the blazing sunlight. The streets are depressing, like a small cemetery. Old homeless men were digging through the trash bins, and the kids were sitting in alleyways while glaring at the street. No one was smiling. And in the middle of everything lies a little Somali girl wrapped in a black dress and a bear walking carefully, gasping for breath. The girl, who had been short of breath for the longest of times, hid under the eaves with a smell of blood and dirt sweeping through the wind. With dozens of half-naked men hauling monster byproducts, the girl carefully caught up to the side of one of them, who was carrying a chunk of bloody meat, with sweat running down his dark skin. Dad, Dad. The man, who was suffering from physical labor, looked at the girl and widened his eyes. There, he covered her body and with his own. Fartumer, why are you here? The man said as he tried to protect the girl from the men around her. Dad, Mummy is acting weird. At Fartumer's words, the dad looked around him with a concerned face. He knew that his wife was sick back in his home, but if he did not finish his work, he won't be able to give them some food. His wife's illness, after all, was the result of malnutrition. She was hanging on for a while, but her health finally started deteriorating. Go back now, there is some hidden flour under the chimney, feed them to her. Fartumer's father pushed her away violently. If he did not do this now, she could be seen by other people. Like now. Farah, why have you stopped? A gunned man approached Fartumer's father. No, it's nothing. Farah bowed repeatedly with his face wet with sweat, and that did not come from his body tortured by work. This was the worst-case scenario that he had imagined. Well, you better speed up. The gunned man pointed his pistol against Farah to direct him to go back to work, but then he caught sight of a girl staring at them from the alleyway. Boo! Who are you? At the man's gesture, Fartumer's legs weakened. She wanted to run away, but she found herself paralyzed. The gunned man frowned towards Fartumer and walked to her. Rip. The man ripped off the abaya off of Fartumer's little head, and his face lit with passion. She was maybe 10 years of age, but it seemed that it did not matter to him. He dragged Fartumer into the alleyway. Dad, Dad! As Fartumer screamed for her dad, her father immediately abandoned the monster byproducts and ran toward the alleyway. Fartumer's father wanted to jump at him, but he couldn't. There was a pistol pointed at his head. Go away. I'll take her back to you in a bit. Supervisor, please. In a heartbeat, Farrer wanted to save his daughter, but he knew that just a small movement would urge the man to kill him. He felt his daughter's pain by just watching her. How dare you disobey me? Boom. Arg. Dad. The supervisor smashed Farrer with the handle of his pistol. As her father collapsed to the ground with his bleeding head, Fartumer continued to scream. I'll deal with you when I get back. The supervisor turned away from Farrer and dragged Fartumer into the alleyway with her eyes that were full of tears, still fixed on her father. In the alleyway, there was a sofa stationed there for use during their break time. It was also suitable for use in such occasions as harassing women like now. Har. The supervisor threw the girl on the dirty sofa and roughly stripped the girls bare. He revealed the body of a frightened and crying little girl. The supervisor took his hands to the girl's waist and ripped her clothes off. No, I don't want this. Rip, girl screaming. The supervisor slapped her to shut her up before taking off his belt. With him being on top, his eyes were filled with lust as he gazed down at the girl's bottom half. Then he brought down his pants and reached out towards the girl. A big hand crept up from the back and grabbed the supervisor's neck. This asshole for just a girl gasping for air. The supervisor tried to resist, but the power of the grip on his neck was too strong. He felt like his head was spinning. What came behind the supervisor was a strongly built man, at least a head taller than him. The man had his head and mouth covered with a cloth. He lifted the supervisor and scanned him up and down, and with a dry voice he said, "Boundary." 2 men appeared behind the tall man like a shadow. One of the 2 men looked at the girl on the floor, and the other walked away to watch the alley supervisor writhing in pain. As the supervisor tried to take the man's hand away from his neck, the man placed him against the wall and empowered his grip, bone-breaking. The man squeezed the supervisor's neck until it was unnaturally. The supervisor's spine and esophagus were completely broken. After making sure that the supervisor was dead, the tall man dropped him on the ground. The other man, who was checking on Fartumer, said, "Jalho, why did you kill him? What are we going to do now? It's obvious he came to do bad things. How do you know if she's his wife or not? You know that they don't care if you're underage here. What kind of a jackass points a gun at his wife? True, but we have to stay down low until we get our orders. Whatever. I'll just hide his body in my suitcase." "Ugh, that's not ugh." As the 2 men were arguing, the other one who was keeping watch took hold of Farrer, who gained consciousness and was stumbling towards Fartumer. "Shh. Be quiet," muffled speech. The horrified man rolled his eyes and found a girl who was limp on the couch. "What?" As Farrer rushed in, the man standing next to the girl tried to reach out to Farrer, but the man who broke the neck of the supervisor intercepted his hand. "Fartumer." The man busily checked the girl's body as he held her close to him. Then, after seeing her bloody lips and swollen cheeks, he climbed over the body of the dead supervisor with his neck deformed on the floor and squeezed his neck once again. Die. Hey, stop. The girl's father, looking back at the owner of the hand on his shoulders, felt the energy of a predator looking down at him. "Who are you?" Farrer quickly tried to hide Fartumer with her bare. Jalho, who was looking down, said with a sigh, "Hey, do you understand what we are saying?" At the man's question, the girl's dad nodded his head frantically. He did not want to be on the bad side of these dangerous men. "Why shouldn't we go to a more comfortable place with good people?" The expression of the man looked so innocent for a man who just broke the neck of another like a dry twig. Farah felt like if he didn't agree with this man, he was going to end up in a very bad situation. The girl's father led them to his home. The supervisor's body was neatly tucked away by Chalho in his suitcase. He skillfully carried out the duty by folding his body like a waist before putting it away. Since the supervisor died and disappeared, Farah would be under suspicion, but he placed the three in his house anyway. As soon as he entered the house, Farah carefully laid down his daughter and went over to check on a woman who was lying down on a wooden bed in the room, sweating and wheezing. Then, he went over to fetch some hidden flour under the chimney and started boiling some water. Chalho's eyes met that of Fartumer's. "Hello." As he waved his hands, the girl shrunk her body in fear. He felt a sense of compassion as he looked at the girl's swollen face. "Geez, why are you scaring the girl?" one of the men said to Chalho as he took off the veil from his head. "Dude, I wasn't trying to." Chalho scoured his suitcase to give the girl something to eat. The feet of the corpse was revealed for a while and the girl was horrified. He shoved it back in a few seconds later and picked up the food that he had before. Chalho had a week's worth of reserves, but if the operation goes as planned, he wouldn't be using it today. "Do you want it?" The girl alternated her gaze between her dad and the chocolate that was being offered to her. He nodded his head, but she couldn't just take it. "Chalho, obviously, her dad is making some porridge for the sick person here. How would this girl be able to take this chocolate?" "Oh right, hey, come here," Chalho said to Farah. Yes. Chalho handed Farah some food. "Take some and feed it to the woman." Thank you." Farah took the food right away and mixed it into the porridge he was making. The girl seemed relieved that her father received something, and quickly shoved the chocolate into her mouth. "It's okay, eat slowly." Chalho spread out his reserve food while making a sad face. He himself had a girl at home. If he went by the plan, he should not have appeared until their set time, but he could not let this little girl get raped. Thank you. Nice little girl. "Hey yo, take out some of your food too," Chalho said to one of his guys. Why are you taking mine too? You won't even need the whole thing. Why are you so stone-hearted? Are you living up to the Dark Knight clan's reputation? Why are you talking about the clans now? Okay, fine. He opened his suitcase as he grumbled. His baggage was full of food. The girl was already sad about finishing her chocolate, but she opened her eyes wide in amazement as she saw the array of food presented before her. At that moment, the girl's father came and knelt down in front of Chalho. Chapter 226 Building the Base 2. Chapter 226 Building the Base 2. 1. Thank you for saving my daughter. Farah dug his head on the dry ground. Chalho scratched his head as he looked down on the man. He saw Farah reaching out and hiding a gun while he was making the porridge. He also knew that the man kept looking his way. He understood his sentiment. It was partially his fault as well. He didn't make himself clear towards him. But we cannot live here any longer. They'll come after my house today, so please, if you can take my daughter away when you leave. Farah begged. What are you going to do with yourself? Chalho asked, holding himself back from swearing at him. We'll take care of ourselves once you take our daughter. Chalho grunted. He knew what Farah meant by that. If he wasn't mistaken, there was no way out of this place. The surrounding walls of this place were built not only to protect them from the invasion of monsters but to keep the inhabitants of the city from escaping as well. The fatherly love that he displayed was heartbreaking. That kind of love is only possible if one were a parent. At that time, his daughter, whose mouth was full of chocolate, cried at his father's words. "Daddy, I don't like it. Fartumer, you have to follow him so you can live." "No, no," she cried. "Shh, you must be quiet." He shut his daughter's mouth with his hand and whispered something in her ear. One of Chalho's men came up to him and said, "Bro, you take responsibility. You got a 10-year-old wife now. Shut your bullshit. So you should've left after saving her. What is this now? I didn't expect this to happen." Chalho nudged his brother's head. "Shush and just feed them." Ferrer was taken aback. Here he was trying to save his daughter's life, but this guy was talking about something entirely different. "Are you going to abandon us?" "Abandon what? You'll be swept away anyway." "Swept away?" As Ferrer tilted his head in confusion, Chalho shook his head and listened into his headset. Then he sat down and started talking to his brother. "They just passed through the Pantland border and are 5 minutes away from arriving." "What, 10 minutes earlier than expected? Damn it, always so condescending. These invincibles." "Arg, shut up and tell your clan master that you and Myungwoo will take this region. Also, tell them about how we moved our locations. And you, I'm a classified reserve, right? I'll take care of some civilians here. It's easy for you to anyway if I'm not there." "Not talking about the level of difficulty here. Our clan master is picky about these things. That's why I'm asking you, because your clan master is very fond of his own clan members, and if I leave these people, do you think they'll survive? If anything, you guys can stay." "Okay, fine." As his brother lingered and disappeared outside the house with the other one of them, Chalho looked down at the father of the child, who was still lying on the ground. "There's a rooftop here, right?" "Yes, there is." "Then let's go see some good stuff." "What do you mean?" "Stop talking and just lead me up. It'll be a spectacle that you've never seen in your life." Farah led the way, confused. Chalho laid down low first as he got up to the rooftop. The asphalt was heated up because of the sun. "Let us wait together." Farah looked at Chalho questionably as he took out his tablet and started assembling it. His job was to establish the siege networks of the region after updating detailed terrain information. The palace, standing in the middle of the city, was truly alien. The people would crawl on the ground like ants with their rulers looking down at them from the skies. "But everything will be over today. The monster doesn't communicate with us that well, so it would just tell you what it would do, but you can't trust that shit. At least he keeps his promise, so you won't have to run away from this place today. It'll all be over soon." Chalho shut off his tablet and looked into the sky. Here it comes." Farah followed Chalho's gaze, but he did not see anything at the direction Chalho was looking at. He looked at Chalho with his face riddled with questions. Of course, it comes from the difference in vision between an expert and a common man, but Chalho didn't care to explain what's going to happen. Farah will see it for himself quickly. As they were waiting on the rooftop, Fartuma quietly came through the doors and quickly ran into her father's arms. "Dad, don't let me go." "No, Fartuma. Gotojber. Shh. And don't annoy this man." Farah cried at his daughter's plea. Of course, who would want to part from their child? Farah knew that since his supervisor died and he disappeared, they will come after him, and once they find out that the supervisor was dead, they will be tortured to death according to the rule of Sharia. He hugged his daughter. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to save her. He hugged her as if it were their last. Chialho held his head as if he was nauseated. He felt like a criminal while looking at this father and his daughter. Is this translator not working well? Why are you guys filming a soap opera? You don't have to do that anymore. Huh. Look over there. Farah saw a black dot in the sky where Chialho was pointing at. Don't be surprised, you guys might think it's some kind of godsend angel, but it's just monster in a human form, so don't be enticed. Boom! A slow sound of an airplane engine started humming, and the black dot suddenly came close. It was a huge airplane. Well, it didn't exactly look like an airplane. 4 tilt rotors were on its every side, with one spanning about 20 meters in diameter, and its body, surrounded by thick gloves, looked like a fortress floating in the sky. An unidentified aircraft appeared. Sound the alarm. Get in action. Battle formations. Engine accelerating. Gunfire. They weren't the only ones who found the aircraft. There were war cries ringing through the city along with the signal. Some ascended to their stations, and the other civilians rushed into their respective buildings. The anti-aircraft weapons, which were installed through the walls, were also now being readied for battle. What is that? Farah unconsciously dribbled his feet in anxiety. This Asian beside him seemed so peaceful, so the aircraft must be an ally, but when the Great Republic begins to work, it will quickly be shot like beehive and fall soon after, killing all those inside it. Shooting sound. As expected, the missiles all over the walls were fired towards the aircraft. Dumbasses. They wasted their ammo. No. Farah tried to get up from his seat, but Chialho held him down. Just watch it, man. Huh. Boom bam. Hundreds of white flares burst out at once, creating a few colorful wings of light as if they had already sensed it. KWRR. The missiles exploded one after another, and soon, the bottom of the aircraft broke and something like a small shadow in the form of a human appeared. Then what was released was boom. They anticipated some big reaction, but what the aircraft fired was just some red ray of light. It seemed insignificant, and those who were on the ground didn't even care about it, but what they didn't know was that the one who shot that beam was the master archer. Splitting loud noise. Farah's eyes widened. He instinctively uttered, "Oh Allah." The red light exploded midair, but it was not shot by something. Like fireworks, it split itself apart and fell to the ground like rain. Loud explosive sound. The red light covered the sky like carpet as it went down. Farah could not close his mouth. The red light was not falling down randomly, but it was specifically aimed at those armed men. And soon after stopping in the middle of the city's old-fashioned palace, an immense ray of light which was bigger than the last one appeared and covered it like the sun itself had descended. Soon, it covered the whole palace in an explosion so great that all that remained from it was silence. In the face of an inescapable bombing, everyone lost their will to resist. The aircraft slowly vanished, and Chialho got up to stretch his limbs. "Hey, I'm going to have to go down on the riots. Well, you can just go." He looked at the father and his daughter for a second before jumping off from their roof. Now, it was his turn to break some sweat. 2. The occupation of Pantland is complete. What about the casualties? At your first attack, Yi Wang, 1,453 minor injuries and 659 major injuries, and 45 were killed. Later, the hunter units were inserted for riot control that resulted in 541 minor injuries, 591 major injuries, and 112 deaths. We have a total of 3,401 prisoners. 2,592 of them were hunters and the rest were civilians. In terms of our allied hunter units, there are 112 minor injuries, 34 major injuries, and no fatalities. Yi Wing nodded at Urumi's report. His attack resulted in some deaths even if he didn't use that much power. Even if the opponent was a major villain, he didn't make it a habit to kill them off like flies. But their numbers didn't match in terms of what we heard before, Urumi replied at Yi Wing's remarks with a stern face. My apologies, but I believe we have lost Abul Hussein and 3,000 of his Black Skull squad. At your attack, we believe they fled immediately to the Illu's Gate inside the palace to retreat. There was an Illu's Gate in the palace. Yes, about 20 meters in diameter. It was a relatively small one. And did our troops follow them? We are going to put in the secret squad soon. Okay, anything else? Nope, I have nothing else to report. Good. From now on, we will start the reconstruction of Pantland. All right. Chapter 227 Solitude 1. Chapter 227 Solitude 1. 227. Solitude 1. 1. Yi Wing acquired Pantland, or rather, the Central West region of Somalia. Somalia's interim government showed an unconditional welcome to his occupation of Pantland. They seemed to be ready to elect Yi Wing as the president of Somalia if he could drive out the world's most radical Islamic militia. The World Hunter Secretariat announced the occupation of Pantland and called for a review of its sovereignty. Then, they announced that they would soon begin rebuilding the city. The public expressed their concern that it was a hasty action because if the World Hunter Office delayed or withheld the examination, all the resources and manpower that was put in could be lost. Here was the word of Zhou Yongyi, the Invincible's advisor. After the occupation, Yi Wing went back to Invincible and called for a meeting. He asked Zhou about the rebuilding of Somalia. This was because Zhou was the living legend who revived the Korean economy for the past 60 years, and he was the perfect candidate for this issue. Somalia was running for almost 150 years of anarchy by now. Of course, Somalia had tried different methods all this time, but they all ended up as a failure. There would be many factors to it, but Somalia was almost like a vegetative nation that had no will to relieve its glory once again. When Yi Wing asked about the prescription of Somalia to Zhou, he summed up his answer in a simple manner. Just pour in a capital in so they cannot resist. That's all you need? Money? Yi Wing asked questionably. Yup, but a lot of it. Flood them with money to the point that they could wash themselves from poverty. I heard there were many tribal and religious conflicts surrounding that region. Is it okay to ignore those factors? Zhou swirled his coffee cup and replied, that's also true. Freaking Islam, or rather, the main problem is the Sharia law. Some experts might say that blind monetary support is not the best solution, but the people who said that they didn't have the money in the first place. This coffee is very good, by the way. Do you want me to give you some mixed coffee packs? Sure. People who work under me here are all so pretentious that they only drink coffee with weird names. It's nice to have something different for a change. Zhou, who just made internationally renowned experts into penny-pinching losers, preferred the instant coffee mix one can get from any shops around the corner. Yi Wing shrugged and asked him again. So coming back to the main issue, how much do we need to pour in? Zhou laughed at Yi Wing's question. This man, who was the source of all the income, does not even know how much he is making, but that did not surprise him. His wealth was growing at an exponential rate. In fact, the wealth that Yi Wing was accumulating was already past the point of a measurable sum. People would often assume that a monster's remains were the only things of value, but once they considered the existence of those belonging to the ninth tier, everything would change. An enormous amount of money would be paid to those who were able to capture those monsters or retake the land that they took. Now, Yi Wing's money was coming in steadily. Yi Wing did not even have to concern himself with reinvesting his income. Even if he just saved up all of these, his safe would still skyrocket. In fact, he had already divided his bank account among several countries in the world because of the insurmountable amount of money that he had. The government of Korea itself was worried that his money might be able to affect their economy negatively, and they were the ones who pleaded with Yi Wing to diversify his income. The Republic of Korea was now too small to handle the price of Yi Wing's raid. Just from his recent income, Yi Wing was now probably the world's richest man. If you just empty a few of the accounts that you have now, Somalia would be free from poverty. You can probably buy the entire country if you want, but that, I don't recommend, of course. There's not much value in the land except for some of its natural resources. Yi Wing nodded at Jo's advice. He probably had enough money to go on with his plans. Great. Then, can you take care of the reconstruction project of Somalia yourself, advisor? Sure thing. Jo shrugged. Yi Wing did not even ask how much that was. Jo was well aware of the situation of Yi Wing. It was still difficult for him to manage his assets, and Jo was still helping him despite that. He also consulted the prince separately regarding his finances. What level of reconstruction are you hoping for? Help them forget about religion and their tribes if possible. There is no limit on how much you can use. Wow. It's been forever since I was given so much money to play with. You're not going to be stingy like your brother. Yes, of course. Use as much as you need. Perfect. Then I'll do what I can. As he left Yi Wing's office, Jo did not forget to take some instant coffee mix from the assistant's office. He was a man of cheap taste, too. Yi Wing returned to Somalia and hurried to find Abul Hussein. As soon as he completed his preparations, he led his troops to Iluz. Abul Hussein was not a stupid man, and instead of shutting down the gates, he set up several dangerous booby traps near the Iluz gates. In multiple sites, there were TNT bombs that weigh a few tons, and Hussein's gangs were waiting on that before they attacked their troops. There would have been catastrophic results if the troops prematurely pursued them, but the first troops that lead the way were the group of elites. Less than half a day later, and after disabling all their traps, their team quickly caught up with Abul Hussein's using Yi Wing's chase skills. Abul Hussein tried to disrupt the chase by using the powerful monster's habitat and its features. Like a guerrilla, he ran through the environment with an impeccable level of stealth. He seemed to have sought the escape route in advance and systematically hindered Yi Wing's pursuit. But ironically, less than 3 days later, he was caught. Hussein's mistake was simple. The first was that he thought that Yi Wing would move away from the monster's habitat, and the second was that he underestimated Yi Wing's skills. Yi Wing went through monster's habitat, of course, and he encountered a lot of monsters just as what he had planned, but they weren't strong enough to stop him. He was a natural hunter, and playing a game of chase was too simple for him. He soon reached the large plains of Iluz, and it was then when Abul Hussein realized that he could not escape his pursuit. So he prepared himself for a fight, and his plan was brutal. He ordered his 3,000 men to do a suicide attack after having them drugged and laced with bombs. His guards that were basically brainwashed rushed against Yi Wing's troops like a herd of savage animals, but still, they were all dead men in his hands. Abdul Hussein and his men's complete destruction became a worldwide issue. Now, Yi Wing wasn't just regarded as a competent 10-star hunter, but also an unbeatable death machine. Mass genocide, heartless assassin, global criticism. In Operation Pantland Takeover, there were a total of 156 fatalities, with only 45 of them being killed directly from his attack, but the people perceived it as him killing them without mercy. The world preferred to show a more stimulating headline, and so, another 3,000 deaths were now added to his hands. World Hunter Secretariat 10-star Hunter Summon Announcement. Even though they were villains, 3,156 was still a big number. Villains were criminals and were harmful to societies, but they were still humans and have the right to be tried. But because Yi Wing wiped them away like trash, a lot of human rights organizations poured in criticisms upon him. The dignity of a human being must be recounted now that the world is being freed from the fear of monsters. Gone are the days of lawlessness, in which villains were subject to execution without trial. That is why the genocide in Somalia deserves to be criticized. The fire started when the Secretary General of the World Human Rights Association mentioned Yi Wing's name in an official statement. Religious organizations have also begun to embark on the ruthlessness of Yi Wing. In particular, certain religions in the Republic of Korea held a joint worship in front of the Invincible Palace, and the pastors have raised their necks to voice the ruthlessness of Invincible. Everyone is a child of God. It is clearly stated in religious doctrines that even those who are bad are still a child of God. And no matter how wrong it is, at least there is no right for the state to deprive someone of his or her life because it is a God-given life, and their dignity is endowed by our own Constitution. And it's not just a deprivation of life, it's a basic right. By protecting the human rights of the villain, the human rights of everyone in our society are better protected. Every religion that was usually busy tearing each other apart was now busy with criticizing Yi Wing with a single voice. Yi Wing, of course, made no statement like he didn't care about all these criticisms. As if wanting them to misunderstand him if they wished so, he focused on hurrying upon the reconstruction of Somalia. And Farrer, who just a few days ago almost had his wife dying of malnutrition and his daughter on the cusp of getting raped, had witnessed a flood of relief supplies as he watched their city getting rebuilt. There he prayed to his God as thanks for sending his angel. 3. Delicious. The moist tiramisu disappeared into her red lips. How did you find out about this place? Wow. My Yi Wing is all grown up, now you're treating a lady right. Basically talking to herself, Gungi showered Yi Wing with compliments. Still, Yi Wing laughed at Gungi's compliments before pouring in his focus on his practice book. This small alley bakery Yi Wing was now with Gungi was a hidden restaurant in Korea that he specifically ordered for. Gungi deliberately praised Yi Wing even though she knew everything about what he was doing. Because they do everything together and because their souls were intertwined, they cannot hide anything from each other. When Yi Wing first had to be with Gungi, he was very uncomfortable. From going to the toilet to moving on to wash himself, everything was about their relationship was awkward. Of course, he could consciously stop thinking about it, but at some point, he got too lazy to do that as well. At some point, everything got familiar and a matter of fact. Do you want me to study for you? Gungi asked about Yi Wing's driver's license exam, and Yi Wing rejected her, saying, No, it's not like you're going to drive too. You will never know, and why do you need it anyway? You can fly your private jet or just use a driver. Gungi was technically not wrong, and it was not only a private jet, but he could also fly his recently bought American Fortress mega quadcopter Atlas to over Korea. But then again, Yi-Wing did not want another wave of unnecessary attention like that. I just want to try a thing called an automobile. Not long ago at Dongxiao's wedding, Yi-Wing gifted his friend a hunter's off-road handmade vehicle, but when he gave him a present, he also became greedy about Maker. The man's dream is said to be with Maker, and he must be a man himself. He was finally starting to understand why a hunter would buy a house at the moment they start making money. HMPH Gungi seemed dissatisfied as he squinted her eyes. I'll play with you later. Just empty words. Yup. You're becoming sleazier every day. Thank you for the compliment. Who ruined my innocent Yi-Wing? Gungi was just about to clean up the area in a specific way when the waitress came in with a beautiful plate of desserts. Here is the Madame Catherine special you ordered. Try it. I heard that this was a pre-order menu only. Gungi grunted, but after a moment, she started to dig in. Soon, her cheeks reddened. Ugh, so good. Even a half-human does not seem to have immunity against delicious food. Snickers. Don't laugh. I'm losing my affection. Yi-Wing snickered once more at Gungi and went back to his test prep. In the past, the exam was so easy that the passing rate was over 90%, but now the percentage of those who passed among all the exam takers was now about 30%. Brains had nothing to do with one's hunter abilities. People would usually assume that being a hunter would make one smart, but that's not true. Their concentration becomes better so they might get to study more effectively, but they do not necessarily become more intelligent. And Yi-Wing was physically experiencing that himself. He had more wrong answers than right ones, and he couldn't help but frown after checking his score. Ugh, I must really have no talent for all of this brainy stuff. So, I just said that I'll help you. No. So stubborn. Yi-Wing sighed and leaned back in his chair at Gungi's unenthusiastic remark. This is nice. It was a place where no one would notice them, just like an ordinary couple sitting inside a bakery. They're having an ordinary day. Even the bodyguards were laid off for the day. She even made Yi-Wing and herself less visible and noticeable to others. And this may be just an ordinary day for other people, but to Yi-Wing and Gungi, it was such a relaxing day and a very precious one. Gungi, who was snacking on the opposite table, transformed and came on Yi-Wing's lap with her eyes looking a bit sad. She leaned her head on Yi-Wing's chest. It's not your fault. I know. Chapter 228 Solitude 2. Chapter 228 Solitude 2. 228. Solitude 2. 1. Yi-Wing stroked Gungi's hair and closed his eyes. Being natural is good. Whatever. Yi-Wing shook his head. Sometimes he had sides of himself that he really wanted to hide from her. Their resentful eyes dying in the explosion. Most of them were drunk with madness, but some of their eyes had despair and sadness. Obviously, brainwashing would not be considered as true loyalty. Though drunk, what they had was a desire for life, but of course, he did not sympathize with them. He already knew what they were. Villains who only use terror and murder. If it wasn't for Yi-Wing, they would have been still reigning over the weak until they grow old and die. His original plan was to attack Abul Hassin and come out with a clean finish, but his problem was that he could not distinguish Hassin from the rest. Hassin was also a 7-star shapeshifting hunter who strategically placed doppelgangers around him. He didn't also expect him to use a suicide squad. Hassan planned to bomb all of his guards and escape alone. Of course, all of Hassan's plan failed because of Yi Wing's arrows, but 3,000 deaths were still too much for him. That was the main reason why he did not say anything to the press regarding their criticism. He was using this time as an excuse to take a break. Yi Wing listened to the prince's advice that hunters need to live a life away from all the battles sometimes. Yi Wing was even considering taking a break from the raids too. Most of the urgent 9-tier monster requests were taken care of after all. There were many more 9-tier monsters around the world, but those ones would remain inactive as long as they would remain untouched. The martial arts house was still busy granting raid requests, but they were requests for the benefit of the stakeholders, so it didn't matter if he ignored it properly. Either way, fail just press the World Hunter Secretariat and each of the other countries. Not only that, celebrities from all over the world were now visiting the Invincible Palace. They all came with extravagant gifts along with a request to meet with Yi Wing, but Urumi took care of them nonetheless. At the quiet cafe with a piece of soft music playing in the background, Gungi, who ate all the snacks, was sitting with her hand on her chin as she stared at him. The customers kept entering the cafe, but they did not notice them in the corner. Yi Wing's face was actually not well known because of his avoidance of the meteor, but Gungi's beauty was exceptional and it was impossible for her to not attract any attention towards her. That's why she used a spell to hide her beauty so that the other ones won't notice her. Some time had passed and now, Yi Wing closed his prep book with a big sigh. He was trying to concentrate on studying, but Gungi's eyes made him uncomfortable. Let's go for a walk. Yes. They excused themselves to the cafe's manager and came out on the streets for a walk. Gungi hooked her arms to Yi Wing's as they walked side by side. I think it's quite nice to come out like this once in a while. I agree. The Great Fusion was not only a calamity to the human race. Fossil fuels and nuclear energy had disappeared into history. It was replaced by Marner stones and the nuclear power plants were either destroyed by monsters or got wrecked over time due to its lack of use. Somehow during that time, the fine dust pollution was cleared up and now, the air quality became crisp and refreshing. With Gungi on his side, he could go anywhere. Just by being in the midst of ordinary people, Yi Wing felt a lot better. But after their stroll, when they were about to go back to the cafe, they heard a scream across the road. When Yi Wing stopped to turn around, he saw a middle-aged woman running away from a crowd of 3 men chasing her. Get out of the way. Everyone, get away. Pedestrians walking down the street retreated away from the men who were running into them. The woman was running through the street with 3 men chasing her, pushing anyone that would come their way. Some of them were able to step back while some fell to the ground. The woman looked back and shouted, "You idiots, stop disrupting the peace and let it go." "You bitch," one of the men shouted before taking out his gun. "Add gun. Get away." No matter how experienced someone might seem, there was a big difference between taking out a gun and using them. The civilians around the area got frightened and ran away, injuring many along with their path. "You idiots, why are you pointing a gun at me? Seriously, you woman," the man then pointed towards her gunshots. "Geez, it's dangerous." The woman did not dodge the bullets. Maybe she figured that if she dodged, other people could be harmed, so she took out a small disc from her jacket and blocked all of them. When the other men saw that she held her ground to stop the attack, they pulled out a heavy rod from their waists. "You guys really want a fight?" She stretched out her disc in anger towards them. Then a ball of air began to form around the disc. The three men's faces hardened as if they sensed imminent danger. "Damn it, I'm retreating for the civilians," exclaimed the woman after looking around her. If she used her hunter powers now, many innocent civilians would be injured. PFFT all talk. Whether or not they knew if their lives were in danger, the three men proudly approached the woman. Three-star villain Han Yongsu, you are now under arrest according to the hunter lore. Don't joke with me, I was living quietly all this time. Your charges are not cleared just because you were laying low for a bit. At least I didn't take out my gun where the civilians are at. Damn it, now that all the real hunters are out of career, the only shitty are left. The woman grumbled, but she still raised her arms after putting her disc away. She chose to be arrested rather than resisting them. Bam! But these men did not simply arrest her, they bashed her with their rods, and after a few blows to the head that left her on the ground, they cuffed her hands behind her back. What, the villain catchers are worse than the villains themselves. SHHH, these hunter secretariat guys totally ignore the hunter lore. But what the hell does that make sense to you? As the crowd around them started dissing the men, the leader of the three frowned. Everybody stop, there may still be the villain's remnants around. We must start a search, he yelled at the crowd. Then, the already agitated crowd started to curse the three. Hey, the hunter secretariat doesn't mean jack shit. Are you not the real villains? What, yo, take videos of them now. As soon as they took out their smartphones, their leader kicked one of them in their abdomen. Arg! The man rolled on the ground and the leader, who didn't seem to be satisfied, smashed the man's phone as well. If anyone else tries to take a video again, this is what will happen to them. The people were frightened and stopped cursing them. It would be a serious crime if an average hunter committed violence against a civilian, but these men had a special contract with the government as part of the arrest squad of the Hunter Secretariat. In addition, the Korean Hunter Secretariat has been untouchable because Prince was its chief member. Someone help move this injured man. One man who was looking after all of the injured people cried, but no one paid attention to him. No one can leave the premises until the search is over. What kind of lore is that? As the crowd started to murmur again, the leader smashed his rod to the ground. Bam! Shut it if you don't want to end up like this villain woman. Everyone should up with their identification card. You will all be released after checking. The middle-aged lady on the ground was bleeding from her head the entire time. The leader still did not have enough, so he walked up to her and placed her feet on her head before swearing. Ugh, I can't just watch this anymore. Goongi and Yi Wang, who were both watching what was happening from the side, shook their heads. They didn't want to break their date, but this was too much. Yi Wing glanced at Goongi and then she grinned and waved her hand once, disassembling the magic that hid them. Yi Wing walked towards the crowd. The leader, who was threatening the crowd, frowned as he watched Yi Wing walk towards him. Hey, you can't, you hear, you have to line up. But when Yi Wing showed no sign of obedience, the leader swung his rod against him. Yi Wing frowned as well and grabbed the leader's wrist even before he could swing it. You have no manners. What? The leader felt that the strength behind his grip wasn't ordinary. Let me go. Sure. The leader stumbled back as soon as he decided to let him go. He became conscious of the crowd once more and there, he shouted, What? Who are you? I'm a hunter. A hunter? Do you want to get your license suspended for disrupting our affairs? The leader said in anger as he looked back at his colleagues. He knew that there were certain types of hunters who would butt their noses into everyone else's business. "You show me your license." The leader held out his hand. If he knew Yi Wing's face, he wouldn't have acted this way, but unfortunately for him, there were very few in the world who knew what his face looked like. He was famous, but he never appeared in public, and all of his information was tagged as top secret. Yi Wing shook his head. He didn't want to reveal himself, but now he has decided to let them know who he was. Yi Wing took out his hunter license and showed it to them. When the leader saw Yi Wing's license, he became confused. It looked different from the hunter license that he knew. Normally, hunter licenses were transparent, with one's information displayed as a hologram and the number of stars shown in black. The one he received from Yi Wing was just black, and there was just a big gold star on it with a license number. If he looked a little bit closer, he could have read the word 10-star engraved lightly on the card, but he did not have an eye for such details. "Are you kidding me?" The leader did not even think of checking Yi Wing's license number and threw the card back at his face. The card bounced off Yi Wing's chest and fell to the ground. Yi Wing sighs again. Yi Wing thought at that moment that it would have been better for him if he had kept his old card. The card that was thrown by this ignorant man was a special card for Yi Wing, which was given as a gift by the new Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat at the Invincible Palace. Yi Wing was told that it was made for the world's first 10-star hunter. Yi Wing pulled out a business card from his wallet and his smartphone. Yi Wing looked at the leader before he dialed the phone number on his business card and said, "I'll call the one who gave me this card." Chapter 229 Background Fight 1. Chapter 229 Background Fight 1. 1. Lee Jin-hyun, the leader of the Hunter Secretariat's villain arrest group, became worried. This guy was not afraid of the Hunter Secretariat, and he's just a hunter looking sideways. He found that some were still filming their situation. Damn it. Dozens of people were now watching as well as on camera. Now he couldn't even back off. We'll be slowly investigating. Call him whoever it is. Lee Jin-hyun looked at the back of Yi Wing's head, not aware that Yi Wing was laughing at him. He took his 2 men and started checking his identity. Phone ringing. "Hello." A polished voice of a middle-aged man came in. "Hello, how are you?" "Ooh, sorry, but may I ask who is calling, please?" It was a new number that appeared on the man's phone. The man who received Yi Wing's call was someone in a position who does not receive calls from an unknown number. His phone number, to begin with, was not open to the public. "You gave me your business card some time ago." "It's the martial arts house's Chun Yi Wing." The moment Yi Wing said his name, the voice of the crowd increased significantly. "The master archer," the man in the background said in an enthusiastic voice. "Yes, sorry I was a little late to call you back." "No worries, thank you for calling me, rather." The man yelled as if he just won the lottery, but this reaction was natural because now he had the phone of the world's strongest 10-star hunter. Yi Wing was not as excited as the man. He had no plans of revealing his phone number to anyone. Yi Wing called rather impulsively, but he felt a little bad that the man on the other end of the line was so thrilled to talk to him. He felt annoyed even if he didn't really mind it. "Actually, I called in because I got into some trouble because of the hunter license you gave me last time we met." "Oh, what do you mean?" His tone became embarrassed. Yi Wing explained the current situation to him, and as soon as he heard it, he signed and replied, I am so sorry, I made a huge mistake. In fact, I had already talked with the World Hunter Secretariat. but the card got unexpectedly produced ahead of its schedule, so I was able to give it to you. Hunter licenses weren't used that much, so I thought that it wouldn't be a problem. Yes, as I expected. Yi Wing nodded. He was right. It was rarely used for some special circumstances, but the Secretariat's worst possible scenario came true. Anyway, it's a bit embarrassing. Isn't it ridiculous that I have to show my power in front of them to try to prove myself? You're right. I am going right now. No, to those arresters, I'll call them first. The Secretary-General was a man of many duties, but Yi Wing was the man who got him to where he was. Yi Wing might not know, but the Secretary-General was a pro-invincible man who was able to get his present position on a condition that he would devote himself strictly to the needs of the prince and Yi Wing. But Yi Wing was not buying his suggestion. No, their actions were a bit radical, but they were doing their jobs and I don't want to blame them for it. Wow, with all that talent and character too. The Secretary-General praised him even before he could finish his sentence. Unfortunately, they are not listening to me. The Secretary-General who gave me this card should come and explain it to them. Yi Wing replied with his firm voice, and he noticed the meaning behind it. 30 minutes, no, please give me 20 minutes, said the Secretary-General. Yi Wing sent his location at him before he placed his phone back in his pocket. It was a little mischievous game, but whatever, it would be fun to watch. Then he heard a few people groan behind him. Ugh, my chest hurts. My legs. It was the people who were injured in the midst of their arrest. They said that they called an ambulance, but Yi Wing felt that it was quite serious. Gungi, can you treat them? Why? Gungi asked, seemingly hinting why Yi Wing wasn't doing it himself since he had the same skills like hers. Please, you're faster than me. She reluctantly rose from her seat at the table across the street and walked with a confused expression of a smile to those who were lying down. She broke the spell on herself that was hiding her from everyone. Gasps! As she walked over to the crowd, everyone stared at her with their eyes emptied by awe. Gungi walked on, not minding the attention, and lightly touched the people who had fallen unnoticed. The moment she touched them, they looked like they've received God's grace. My legs are, my arms. All of their pain disappeared, or maybe they could no longer think about it. Were they better now, or were they confused by her beauty? Gungi even healed the villain lady who was beaten up by the arrest squad. Then she turned her head towards Yi Wing with her hands on her waist. With a dazed look, she seemed to be hinting that she does not care about the other people's attention. Sorry, Yi Wing gently admitted his fault. He asked her with an ulterior motive, and with her actions, she showed that she knew what he was thinking. There, silently, she said, don't involve me in these kinds of human affairs. Now that she gained all of her powers back, she was definitely not her kind god. He did not expect her to be a typical help-out-the-good-man-scold-the-bad-man type of god before, but he was quite sure that she probably had a distinctive personality. But then again, calling her personality distinctive was a very watered-down expression that Yi Wing had invented recently. Gungi walked back to the bench where she originally sat like that was her own spot. This is awkward. Frankly, Yi Wing was a little greedy. He wanted her to be more humane and get used to a human's gaze, but Gungi had no interest in any other human besides himself. Or rather, she did not even treat any other human unaffiliated with Yi Wing to be of the same kind of being as him. 3. Even the two guards who were checking the civilians stopped to look at her beauty. Then, when Gungi sat down and controlled her presence, they looked at her as if they've just woken up from a dream. She was quite tall for a woman, She had a kind of aura inexpressible by words, and her body had a sensual charm. She carried herself with elegance like a queen, but her gentle smile seemed as shy as an innocent girl experiencing her first love. In addition, there was an unprocessed wildness about her that made their chest pound. In short, her entire figure could be treated like magic itself. But the problem was that this beauty behaved like the lover of this suspicious man. It was as if they could read each other just by their gaze, like an old couple. The two arresters were filled with jealousy along with an insidious desire to try her. Yeah, damn that pretty bitch. Touched by another man, but still. When our leader breaks that dude, should we try to take her as an excuse? Yeah, sounds like we can pull that off. Beyond just locker room talk, they have reached to the point of plotting a crime. At that time, Li Jinyan, who was quietly approaching behind them, said quietly in their ears, "Come here." "Yes, brother." In his call, the two came close to the leader, Li Jinyan, as if they were his limbs. He said quietly, "I don't think that guy is a normal person." "Yes. What is that?" Li Jinyan was also taken away momentarily by the woman's beauty, but soon he came to his senses. He had speculated that Yi Wing would be a good prospect for a big clan or a child of a clan master. He himself did not know much about this field because he had just joined, but his intuition said that Yi Wing was much higher than that. If Yi Wing was just a clan master, it would not be much of a problem, but if he was bigger than that, things would get complicated. The dandy one of the two replied with a smile at his mouth. "No, why do you say so? You are the real big shot here." The other one nodded back. Jinyan, their leader, probably had a great background compared to any house other in Korea. "Right, my brother, to be honest, you are only temporarily rotting in the bureau to accumulate experience. If it was like before, you'd already be in a managerial position. Today is the second time you've been arrested and you've captured Han Yonsu, a high-ranked hunter even among the 3-star hunters. Really, there's no one like you in Korea. That invincible He stopped himself from talking about unnecessary things. If it wasn't for invincible that was now known around the world, he wouldn't have been doing anything like this, but as long as they were watching, he had to do some noticeable stuff. Li's father was the director of the Korean Hunter Office. Not only that, his grandfather was the owner of a large hunter-only hospital that was one of the top 10 in South Korea, and his maternal grandfather was a 5-time member of the parliament, though he was now in the opposing party. His future goal was to become a politician wielding a great power under the influence of his maternal grandfather. Thus, originally, the Hunter Office of the Republic of Korea had no meaning. But then, the situation and the environment changed. The Republic of Korea's Hunter Secretariat, which carried no weight before, now held a reputation going through the sky. There, he decided that the position at the Hunter Office of the Republic of Korea would be a good line for his political history in the future, and by his father's power, he was assigned as a captain of the arrest troops. Of course, it was clear nepotism, but there was no one in the secretariat who said anything about it. "I don't feel good about this." Li Jinyan took his smartphone out of his pocket. Since Yi Wing said that he was a hunter, his father, who was the director of the Republic of Korea's Hunter Secretariat, would know better than him. After a brief ringtone, his father, Simon, answered the call. Chapter 230 Background Fight 2. Chapter 230 Background Fight 2. 1. Dad, it's me, Jinhan. Hey son, so, your task went flawlessly. It was a vague question without a specific subject, but he knew what his dad was referring to. Yes. Thanks to you, I could easily capture her. Okay. I'm glad. Even though she was registered as a villain and her skill was great, she was too kind-hearted to attack when there are civilians around. He nodded at his father's words. The woman villain he arrested today was asked by his father specifically. She was technically a villain, but she has been out for a long time, and there were times she actually helped the government, which was why she was one of those that were not being actively pursued. This arrest was just a monstrous act to raise the statistics of his performance. Yes, but father, I have a question for you. Tell me, are there any hunter licenses with only one gold star on a black background? In his mind, he recalled the color and shape of what Yi Wing claimed to be a license card. What are you saying, golden star on a black background? There can be no such thing, Lee Sangmin replied. But would it be possible though? Nope, all the hunters around the world had the same license card. It could also never be used once changed. Did something happen? Yes, actually, he explained his current situation as his father's question, but contrary to what he had expected, his father seemed uncomfortable. He dared to look at a hunter secretariat arrest leader and called the person who gave him the card. He sounds like he has something he trusts in. Yes, and the guy who had that card didn't seem ordinary. Isn't it impossible that he doesn't know any common sense? No, sometimes people like debauchers often play with license cards. Of course, if you do that, the card will be lost and you will have to reissue it. The word debaucher made Zhongyan's mind clear. If that confidence comes from being a natural awakener like debaucher, it all made sense. Is it great? I was worried about it myself. He let out a sigh of relief. But his father, Lee Sangmin, also overlooked one thing. He might have thought of himself as neutral in terms of his stand, but from above, they identified him as a former general secretary. As a result, when the new secretary general was recently inaugurated, he was excluded and was not given notice that a special hunter license card for the world's only 10-star hunter was issued. As he was arranging his thoughts in his head, Lee Sangmin said, "But you'll never know. It'll come over." "Huh, no. It is not big enough of a deal for you to come." Jinyan frowned. His father was overprotective of him. He couldn't feel it when he was younger, but he realized that his overprotection didn't help him at all. It was as if his father still didn't trust him. He felt like a child that cannot do his job without the help of an adult. "Don't nag on me and give me your location. I need to see what's going on." Whether or not he knew what Jinyan was thinking, Sangmin was stubborn. Sangmin had been building up stress lately. The emergence of the 10-star hunter was raising the status of the Korean Hunter Secretariat, and now there were more above him he had to pay attention to. These new authorities were so clean that many things that he had done before were no longer possible. He deprived him of his power over human resources, one of his most beloved powers. The Hunter Secretariat was almost like a national agency. Although the shares are owned in half by the World Hunter Secretariat, the operation is held by the Korean government. Since it is associated with a hunter-related industry that lays golden eggs, it is one of the most popular occupations due to its civic nature and high pay grade. Even now, as the status has risen, the Secretariat has been the symbol of envy. That's why so many people tried to be seen by him who was heavily involved in human resources. He was the only one of those who could place anyone anywhere. It was a Korean win-win strategy because he was able to get a good place, and he was able to give good positions to those who were friendly to him. What's wrong with that anyway? People insist that nepotism was wrong, but in fact, it was something that a man in power must do in order to work more smoothly. Of course, there may be some monetary interests or preferences somewhere, but it's like a lubricant that makes each other's faith more certain. By sharing preferences and interests with each other, they were building a strong bond of giving together. However, Invincible was trying to reform the Korean Hunter Secretariat from above. Of course, he did not intend to resist the flow. The old power didn't last long anyway, and he himself was one of them. The first example was the dismissal of the former Secretary General, and he figured that he will soon end up like that. So, he chose to put his son in the office with all the remaining power he had before he was evicted. How hard did I try to get him in? Jin-hyun resembled him a lot. He had good looks along with an excellent brain. He was still young, so he couldn't expect much leadership from him, but he was a decent hunter. Sangmin will do his best to get up to the post and make a connection with the prominent economic leaders. When he retires, his young son will become pro-invincible and make an alliance with Yi Wing. Since they were similar in age, he also planned to push his image as the next generation's leader who can keep up with Yi Wing. Jin-hyun was a spoiled son. Sangmin knew that he protected him a little too much, but he figured it was the most critical time for him. In this world, you always have to be extra careful. Don't forget how important you are. This time, quietly follow my words. Yes. Jin-hyun shook his head in the stubbornness of his father. There was no way to convince him otherwise, so he just sent his location to him before putting his phone back in his pocket. Now, he just had to wait. How's did it go, brother? He sighed lightly and answered, Father said that hell come here. What? Their eyes widened at his words. Jin-hyun's father, Lee Sangmin, was not at this level to come to take care of his son. Wow. They once again thought that they did well by sucking up to Jin-hyun. Sangmin must be taking them so seriously that he would come over for such a small thing. Jin-hyun, however, warned his men. When he comes, you must be careful. Yes. Okay. I do not have much faith in these two, but when my father appears, they should be quiet. Jin-hyun looked at Yi Wing with his side as he thought to himself, please feel the reality of a poor guy's world. 3. The face of Gungi, who was sitting on the bench with a boring look, was then distorted. Something appeared and blocked her eyes from Yi Wing. He was now sitting on a bench quite far from her while reading a book. If the Secretary General would come in later, his identity would be revealed. He didn't care about it so much, but Gungi did not want to be talked about. The one who blocked her view was one of the arrestor men, who were quite tall and was a pretty boy. There was a slight smile on his mouth as if he was confident in his appearance. Of course, it was just one of the male humans for Gungi, who experienced many in her long life. Move. He hesitated a little after that cold remark, but he was able to recover from that in the same moment. Oh, sorry. He shook his head with a smile. He naturally moved to Gungi's side, and before her harsh words came out, he asked, Is that your boyfriend? Rather than giving him an answer, she did not even turn her head. She perfectly ignored him. That person, it's too bad. Whether she listened to him or not, he shook his head as if he felt bad for Yi Wing, and that's when Gungi turned her head at him. What are you saying? Har, I don't know what your boyfriend believes, but our leader is not just anyone. Depending on what he does today, your boyfriend's life might be twisted. Huh. Gungi slightly frowned at his answer. It was unpleasant for her to hear. How dare he discuss superiority in front of Yi Wing? He was more superior and honorable than anyone else in the world. He was the head of martial arts house and the owner of herself, a demigod. He misunderstood his reaction. I don't think it's going to go smoothly in my eyes. She didn't even care to respond, but he misunderstood as if she agreed with him. But you don't have to be nervous. There's a way. The man sneaked up to Dungy with his hand about to reach his shoulder, but sound of bones breaking. With an eerie cough, his wrist was bent unnaturally in the air. Huh. At first, he was unaware of what had happened to his hands. His imagination was too weak to accept it. His hands were twisting outward as if they were swept away by an invisible vortex. His bones began to crack once more, and once his shattered forearm made a 360-degree turn, he wailed. "Arr!" His arms and body leaned back, but his forearms were already as mushy as those of mollusks. All the people saw at that moment was a man who had his arms twisted. What is that? Why is his arm? Blood and bone fragments started to burst out from his arm. Ugh! He grabbed his forearm, thinking that he would die if he didn't do something. Then, he looked around. He did not even suspect her for doing that. Soon, he thought such a monster cannot be in the middle of the city, so with his last remaining energy as his vision began to blur, he looked at Gungi. "Please heal me." He had seen Gungi heal people before and thought that she was a healer, but Gungi gazed at her with a cold smile. "Why should I?" Get away from me before I tear off that disgusting face of yours." "Hey!" He stepped back, forgetting the pain from his arms, and at once, her cold brutality drove away all his thoughts. Chapter 231 Background Fight 3 Chapter 231 Background Fight 3 1. It's you. It was then when he realized that it was Gungi who had done this to his hand. Almost instinctively, he reached for his pistol under his jacket. His main skill was shooting, so this was almost a reflex to him, but even before he was able to pull out his pistol, he was stopped by Yiwing. He slightly twisted the man's wrists to make him drop his gun before he swept his leg. Arr! He fell to the floor almost instantly, where he rolled over with his messed-up hand. Yiwing then stepped on his back before reaching to his broken hand once again. "Stop!" An unusually shaped spear came towards Yiwing, and it was Jinhyun who threw it as soon as he realized that one of his subordinates was attacked. Yiwing just dodged it without much surprise before he looked into Jinhyun's eyes. He did not need to use his hands. Just by looking. HHEPFFF. Jinhyun, who had both knees weakened, rolled on the ground. Oh. Jinhyun could not understand what happened to his body. Was this the feeling of a herbivore meeting its predator? Jinhyun remembered seeing a deer being frozen because of a headlight, the same way his fear kept him from moving. The two hands that grabbed his spear did not listen to his brain, and now the best thing that he could do at that moment was to make a fist. He stumbled like a drunken man as he tried to get up from his knees. You are a villain, too." He thought that he had been beaten by his opponent, and he regretted it. He tried to think about what kind of minds would the people arresting villains would have. Hunters were cunning, and they were definitely different compared to monsters. He was always reminded to not let his guard down, but he forgot such a simple rule. He thought that Yiwing was just an arrogant debaucher because he was sitting on the bench as if he didn't care for the world. He must have been looking for some opportunities until now, and when that beauty attracted their attention, Yiwing overpowered the most dangerous one of them, himself. Jinhyun struggled and looked at his remaining subordinate, since for now, he's stuck in place with something to hope for. It can't be beaten. He was even terrified of stepping back. The most powerful one of them got defeated just by looking at him. Not only that, The ultra-beautiful woman who sat behind him also broke his colleague's arm without moving hers. He just panicked and ran back. 2. What are you going to do with me? Jinyan said grudgingly, and Yi Wing just laughed at him. Something was clearly being misunderstood. It was a bit rough, but Yi Wing couldn't help it. If he was late by a second, this guy's face could have been ripped off. They didn't seem to notice that Yi Wing saved their lives. Gungi pretends to be good every time she's by his side, but her basic inclination is near neutral. The reason why it did not show up until now was that Gungi only communicated with Yi Wing without being exposed outside as much as possible. Yi Wing was still trying to soothe Gungi in his head. He tried to blackmail me using you as the target. I know, but that's not a reason to kill someone. Kill who? I was just trying to change one arm and his face. Yi Wing wanted to say that would be enough to kill someone, but that was not the important point here. Stop flexing. If you kill this one too, things are going to get too complicated. Yi Wing was secretly standing in between Gungi and the man. The man could probably die from a heart attack if he just made eye contact with Gungi. Get out of the way, I'm not going to kill him. Gungi's eyes glared. She got excited to see a person's blood for the longest time since, after all, she was a combat demigod. Yi Wing knew how she used to land heavy armored soldiers at just an point. Having starved for a bloodbath for some time, she tried to fight more even after seeing some blood up close. She looked like a bloodthirsty soldier right now. And now, she's nearly 3 times stronger than she was back then. He shook his head to the Gungi who was sitting on the bench, and she looked back at him with her dissatisfied eyes. I wanted you to get used to humans a little bit. That was why Yi Wing came out with her today. It was Yi Wing who did not want to hide her anymore. He wanted them to be together, but it seems that it was still a faraway story. It would not have been possible if it went for the ancestors of the Marshall family who tied them together, but now they were inseparable from each other. Yi Wing grabbed Gungi's chin and kissed her curious-faced lips. She hesitated momentarily, but soon she kissed him back. Gungi wrapped her arms around Yi Wing after 3 seconds. Yi Wing, who was originally intending for a small peck, could not resist himself of Gungi's irresistible tongue coming in between his lips. Chew. Their light-hearted exchange soon turned into a French kiss, and Gungi was the first one to part her lips from their long exchange of saliva before giving him a slight smile. Is it delicious? After licking her lips, Gungi looked in his eyes. Yi Wing blushed. It was not the first time he has kissed Gungi, but it was his first time to do it in front of so many people. His face burned up, and Yi Wing, who just calmed his pounding heart, said, "Please go back if you've calmed down." "Yeah, okay, and what about later?" Gungi laughed as she stared at his reddish cheeks, and then she looked back and forth between Yi Wing and Jinyan. "You're lucky, human." With that, Gungi disappeared as if she melted into thin air, with a bit of red dust reminding them that she was there before. What? Surprised, Jinyan stared into the empty space before him. Then, a number of heavy limousines stopped by the road with their loud brakes. And from the limousine, dozens of men in uniforms like Jinyan came out. The difference between them was that they were wearing gold gloves along with gold paddings on their right shoulder. It was the special arrest team of the Korean Hunter Secretariat. After a while, a certain man came out. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly wearing an indigo suit. When he got out of the limousine, the sight of Jinhyun lying on the ground made him burst in panic. "No, what is this? What are you doing? Hurry, kill that villain." Yes. At that moment, dozens of special arresters flew towards Ewing. It was not an order of suppression, but an order of execution. There were no weapons in their hands, but everyone felt how deadly it was. Ewing frowned. Jinyan became like that because he jumped in without thinking. He intended to freeze him momentarily as well, so if someone was the offender here, it would be him for being so weak. Ewing turned around and looked at the man with a broken arm. Well, it'll be fine. It was bloody and hard to see, but all wounds were already cured. He fainted only because he had shed too much blood in such a short time. Ewing learned that a heavy blood loss can lead to shock, but he did not want to think about that right now. Now was the time to face dozens of men who were about to attack him. When Ewing's hand flipped over, an arrow came into his palm, and by the power of Ewing's thumb, the arrow was bent. Explosive shower. Quark, 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 quack. They flew away faster than they rushed in. However, they were all trained men, and all of them were able to regain their balance midair. Whisty sound. A storm went throughout the market after Ewing's skill was implemented. He fainted. The leader of the group, who was minimally exposed to the skill, had his eyes sideways. The man in the indigo suit was red in rage. That guy is killing my son. What are you doing? Kill him quickly, he roared in rage, and all the men surrounding Ewing took out their long golden rods. Clink, 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 clink. The men were holding onto a 3-stage rod, which was as long as a mace with spikes attached at its end. They were more specialized in destroying an opponent's armor instead of taking down monsters. Then a man stepped forward and grabbed Sandman's shoulders. Do not worry, brother. The middle-aged man took a deep breath of relief once he confirmed the identity of the man who reassured him. I'm glad to have come with you. The man behind Sandman was one of the 10 best people in the Hunter Secretariat. He was in the military before his awakening, and after that, he was scouted by the Korean Hunter Secretariat, where he developed his strength with their full support. In particular, his attack skills were excellent and were rumored to catch people better than monsters. Executive Han Sang-hyun. With a terrible reputation, he was also known as one of the strongest in Korea's Hunter Secretariat. He was close to him as well. You are so calm even before the arrest. Are you a member of the Red Warrior? He shouted to Ewing. There are approximately 2 large villain organizations in Korea. One is the 3,000 Bridges, who were already suspended, and the other one was the Red Warriors, who were now considered to be the strongest villain group who's not afraid to clash with the government. Not, he replied in an informal way. When Ewing shrugged and answered, Sang-hyun's face turned red. A man in his mid-20s does not even fluster, but seeing his skill set just a few moments ago, it also makes sense why he was so confident. Also rude. Because I can be, Ewing answered shortly. Even the Secretary General of the Republic of Korea honors him. Of course, it's their first encounter, so Sang-hyun could be polite, but he did not need to when the other person was not. Well, get to that during interrogation. Ewing laughed at him. Why me? I'm not our villain. Don't you think it's too late to say you are not our villain after treating the arrest and support team of the Hunter Secretariat like that? That was self-defense. Ewing shrugged. He was right, since he was indeed defending himself. Of course, Doongi reacted too harshly to the guy who tried to touch her, but Ewing helped him too. He was defending himself for the spear that almost stabbed as well. Stop talking about the law, you little shit. Oh, shut up. Ewing no longer wanted to speak with them. If they misunderstand him as a villain, so be it. However, it was this guy's fault for not checking his license correctly. The more they talked, the more unhappy Yi Wing felt. It's no use running away. You'll be chased by us from now on, and you will see with your eyes everything that you care about disappear. He tried to provoke Yi Wing. He did this to try to get him away from Jinyan, but Yi Wing's mental state was too stable to be affected by such provocation. And it didn't look like it had to be like this anymore. SC Kriach. At the sound of a sudden brake, several black limousines once again stopped disorderly on the road. Some of the police cars that had been building defensive lines around the hunters now had to do some traffic control. The door of the car opened and a man got off. His eyes almost popped off as soon as he got to look around the scene. Soon, he started running with his too big of a body with a speed that could not be treated as a joke. Sangmin and Sanghyun opened their mouth at the same time. Secretary General. It was the Secretary General of the Secretariat that appeared, but he ran straight to the man confronting them. His head turned 90 degrees even before they could say danger in their mouths. Mr. Yi Wing, you're here. The cold and cool voice of Yi Wing rang inside the market. Chapter 232 Don't be condescending 1. Chapter 232 Don't be condescending 1. How the hell did this? The story is a bit complicated. Originally, the secretary came to check the card and to offer a few things to appease him. Even if it wasn't a mistake, he had to make something up and give him a present. It was the way to contribute to the development of the Republic of Korea after all. For him, the world's strongest 10-star hunter was so not materialistic that it was problematic. But this situation looks strange. Disregarding the special arresters team, Han Senghyun, the executive, and Lee Sangmin, the director are here, and they were aiming their weapons at Yi Wing to brace themselves as if they had assumed that Yi Wing was an enemy. This crazy, anxious thoughts passed through the secretary's mind. At the same time, he could hear the voice of the crazy man. Save the Secretary General. Surrounded by the shouts of Lee Sangmin, the team tried to rush again towards Yi Wing. Shut up before I kill all of you, the secretary roared, and everyone stopped with their faces red with embarrassment. I'll clean it up, so please don't worry, the secretary pleaded with Yi Wing. Okay, sure, then I'll excuse myself. Yes, about this incident, we will formally make an apology later. Yi Wing shook his hands and turned it down. Don't need it. It was a waste of time to pay more attention to them. Instead, Yi Wing threw something at the feet of the Secretary General. It was the 10-star hunter license card that he gave him. This why? The Secretary General's face turned pale. I think I need to reconsider my thoughts on the Korean Hunter Office. What? Yi Wing stared at the Secretary General and the people behind him as he shook his head in disbelief. I'm very disappointed that the Hunter Secretariat is able to abuse state power this way. What if I was a civilian? Yi Wing said as he walked back. I don't want to reveal my identity here either. The Secretary General's face turned whiter. No, these are all their independent acts. Yi Wing blocked his excuse. No, I was able to see your organization as a whole by looking at your members. Call me when you're ready to be in the same line as me. Starting now, I will speak directly with the World Hunter Office. The secretary's face was terribly wrinkled at his final words. How many concessions have been given to them from all over the world just because this archery master belonged to the Korean Hunter Secretariat? Those seeds will finally bear their fruit, but now, it would all be destroyed. Now, ignoring the Korean Hunter Secretariat as the middle bridge and talking directly to the World Hunter Secretariat meant that all interests for the Korean Hunter Secretariat will be scattered in the air. But I'll give you a chance for sake of grandfather Kwon Ji, Yi Wing said. Yes, take care of it completely. Yi Wing's final words revealed a firm resolve in the face of the General Secretary. I will visit you soon. 2. What is happening? Sangmin realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't wrap his head around anything yet. Then, the Secretary General with the most forced smile on his face walked towards him. Kneel down, you bastards. The special arresters and Lee Sangmin kneeled unconsciously at the powerful energy bursting out of the Secretary General's body. Han Sang-hyun, the only executive that remained standing, also kneeled on the ground at his command. The General Secretary looked down at them with his eyes red with rage. Not long ago, he was crouching and sweating at Yi Wing, who's now nowhere to be found. Right now, only the former head of the Special Operations Division remained as the secret weapon of the Korean Hunter Secretariat, who has not been exposed to everyone. The Special Operations Division of the Hunter Secretariat was the real force of the South Korean Hunter Secretariat, which was incomparable to their Special Arrest Division. The General Commander of the Special Operations Force, who had been trained by the senior elder, Kwon Ji, had no reason to come into politics. He retired when he grew older and chose a management position where he could have it easy. Then, after the former Secretary General was fired after annoying Invincible and Yi Wing, Kwon Ji had asked to have a reliable figure as the head of the Korean Hunter Secretariat. How dare you create such a mess? Who is that man? Lee Sangmin asked as his voice trembled. The Master Archer Chun Yi Wing. In one word, the Secretary General stopped the brains of everyone there. Multiple guests. Realizing who they were running up to now, they all looked like their souls wanted to flee from their bodies. They all realized that until now, their opponent has been lenient on them. They were basically in a tiger's mouth. If he had been a bit less compassionate, would there be anyone standing here completely? In particular, this shocked Han Sang-hyun the most. Even though he did not know who he was, he said the worst things to Yi Wing. He basically insulted a god. What happened? He could not speak. It felt like there was a thunderstorm brewing in his mind. His trusted Sangmin had a special force, so he came along and got himself into this mess. Lee Sangmin could not stand fully on his legs, so he collapsed along with his bladder. They just thought Yi Wing was an arrogant debaucher who wanted to show off once, but the Master Archer, the world's strongest awakener. Lee Sangmin's eyes stared at his fainted son, who was now being healed. Noob. The man who they had to be the most careful with in Korea, or rather, in the world, and could have been the future of them. The one who was currently at the height of humanity, the man who raised the Korean Hunter Secretariat's reputation to its peak. Hunters from other countries would need to attack with an army to just catch one 8-tier monster where he could just destroy a 9-tier monster with ease. He was a man rewriting the history of the world of hunters as they know it. His relationship with Yi Wing was no longer a possibility, but the real concern for him and his son was their life. If he was asked to choose the worst human being in the world today, he would pick his son without hesitation. Why did this stupid Jinyan have to mess with him? Thump, thump. You. The secretary's shoes stopped in front of him and he instinctively faced the ground. So sorry. No excuses came to his mind. Somehow, he had to create an excuse to get out of this situation, but his brain was already inactive. This probably won't end well. Secretary grinding his teeth in anger. He closed his eyes as he listened to the Secretary General's voice. It's all finished. 3. After the minor clash with the Hunter Secretariat, Yi Wing stopped his raids for about a month and immersed himself in something else. He considered training to be very important, but the news of the completion of the welfare district being built in Dongjiri and the problem of selecting those who enter the welfare district occurred. Inquiries were rushing in to find out about the welfare district. So much popularity for something that was built in the mountainous hillside village, as some of them were willing to pay billions to buy the right to sell it. The funny aspect was that the welfare district was built around a nursery school which was part of the original plan. Rehabilitation and welfare facilities were included for children with disabilities and illness. However, a few more requests about them to include not only hospitals, schools, but also various recreational facilities including residential facilities in Yi Wing's name. Of course, there were ordinary people in the district. They accepted the families who originally lived in Dongjiri along with the children who had a disability or incurable diseases, as well as those who were living in extreme poverty. For those, about 10,000 additional households were built for those who would live inside it. To rule out government interference, it will be maintained purely by Yi Wing's funds. The media had already announced the accepted residents in advance, but inquiries continued to flow in as if they thought that there were special exceptions. Yi Wing has ordered to reject all inquiries. Urmi, the one who he instructed, mobilized a resident screening team, and for its general manager, she chose a very special person for that spot. That man from the outside was very pleased with Urumi's proposal. Phone ringing. Sitting at the desk where the phone was placed, a female employee stared at the monitor to check the number on the phone. She turned it off a few seconds later before going back to her work. This happened about 3 times before she finally answered it with a tired sigh. Hello, this is Shin Ari, a member of the resident selection team. Hello, my name is Jun Hee Han, and am the representative of the W group. A man's low voice rang on the other side of the phone. They seemed to be concealing something, and she was uncomfortable about it. Yes. Why did you call? Yes. This would be an inquiry about the welfare district established in Chunggungun at this time. As expected, Chunggungun was the name of a district in Dongjiri. It was originally large, but it became bigger with all the additional facilities built around it. Ari shook her head and with a very clerical tone, she replied, sorry, if you have any questions about the matter, you can find them on the site. The site address is... I know the site address, but this is what our VIP ordered. Sorry, I can't tell that over the phone. When Shin Ari answered firmly, the tone of the other's voice began to rise. This is the W Group Secretary. Yes, I know, but it's impossible because of our regulation. You don't seem to understand me. She tried to reply in a firmer tone, but this man didn't get it. There were quite a few people who don't understand that they cannot get their way. She gave up understanding her callers since she had a fixed procedure to follow anyway. Most of her inquirers were like this. They were the so-called privileged people of Korea or their poor employees with sad salaries. Yes, Secretary of W Group Han. Jun, he'll connect you to the person in charge. Yes, please. By the way, what's your name? Ari had already told him that when she answered the phone, but that did not matter. He won't be calling again anyway. I am Shin Ari, a member of the Martial Arts House Resident Selection Team. Yes. MS. Shin Ari. Okay. It was obvious what her caller was thinking, but Shin-Ari pressed the hold button with a skillful touch as their procedure had instructed and shouted, "General Manager, this is a VJ phone." The word VJ stood for VIP jerks. As her cry rang in their spacious office, a middle-aged man, sitting at the desk in the middle of the room, gave her a nod with a warm face. "Please forward me the call." "Yes." In response to his reply, Shin-Ari forwarded the call to the general manager, and after a while his phone rang. He picked up the phone, held it in his ear, and began to speak a few dozen times in a mechanical voice. "Yes. This is Lim Jun-seok, the team leader of the Martial Arts House Resident Selection Team and the Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat." "Yes, hello." Han Jun-hee of the W Group was perplexed. He obviously called the weirdly named department called the Resident Selection Team, but the person in charge of the call introduces himself as the Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat. "Yes, I can hear you, go on." Secretary General Lim Jun-seok answered the call with a relaxed voice and pressed the button of the Ghost-Up game on his monitor. "No, that's... Well, why did you call?" "Oh, our VIP's inquiring about the welfare district in Chumwongun, but I guess I'll check again." Han Jun-hee couldn't decide if he could ask the Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat about his inquiry, who unexpectedly answered the call. He was sure that he called the Martial Arts House. Then why is the Secretary General on the line if the other party is actually the Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat? He was in the honorable position to talk on a hotline with a big figure. No, even his VIP could barely be on this phone. Secretary General Lim Jun-seok picked up the low point cards his opponent in Ghost-Up left and pressed go, and with a calm voice, he said, "Tell me your goddamn inquiry, asshole." Chapter 233. Don't be condescending to. 1. You don't have any. "Excuse me." "Excuse you, why did you call me?" "I'll get back to you after." Lim Jun-seok squeezed his jaw as he pressed 5 go on his game. This guy was a bit dumb. Jun-seok was curious about the appearance of the man who dared to call the martial arts house through this dumb guy. When Jun-seok was struggling about the issue with the archery master, he was contacted by Ermi for a short random request, and without asking anything further, he accepted it. In his intuition, he thought that he would do even the lowest of tasks as long as it was given by the martial arts house. Was it pride? Was it honor? The location? He didn't need any of these. For the country, for the people, I can take care of horses. If anyone heard his conviction, they would laugh at him from behind, but he had lived with these words in his heart all his life. Although he can retire from the specialty department, receive his pension, and live a comfortable life, this was one of the reasons why he chose to stay at the office. Although he intended to do anything that they would ask, he still thought that this was a bit too much. Even with my unconditional commitment, don't they know who I am? He was sure that they intended to submit to him completely. He decided to go down as low as possible to regain the trust that he had lost, but when he got into practice, he learned something. What did the martial arts house want from him? Why did they ask him to come here? To see and feel. Yi Huang wanted to teach him that the privileged people of Korea were still unenlightened. Therefore, at least the Korean Hunter Secretariat should keep in line with him. Jun-seok felt responsible. Perhaps this was the responsibility of the Korean Hunter Secretariat. Staff like Director Lee, who had been dismissed a while ago, still held the job. These condescending elites kept trying the martial arts house. They were testing if the martial arts house were of the same or different compared to others. They were intending to keep the same practice if they were of the same kind, and if not, corrupt them to be in the same line. This was a very common to careers top 0.1 elites even with their long history. What the hell is this? Do you think this is funny? Sorry. He repeated his words, wanting to end the call. Can't he grasp the idea of the situation? Do you really have to ask the higher-ups for these things? Give the phone to your director who is by your side. The other side fell silent for a moment. He broke down 2 of the 4 parts in the go-stop room and turned off the game with a satisfied face. After a while, the voice of someone who seemed to be in a higher position picked up. Hello. This is Jang Chongchen, assistant manager of the W Group. It was only the assistant manager. Har. There was no use for these guys anymore. As the assistant to the president, he's probably too slight to talk to. This would get Junseok nowhere. You're only an assistant manager. Hang up. I'll just call President Jang. Please hold on for a while. The highly revered name of the VIP came out of Junseok's mouth like some grandpa living next door. Or shall I call the IRS? How's the auditor? What do you think? Can you figure out what went wrong now? Please don't do that. Sorry. No, I don't need you to be uncomfortable. Would the W Group like to be a part of the 8-tier monster qualifier next year? Can you afford it? He started listing some light threats. There are many other things that the Secretary General of the Korean Republic could do. Sorry. We'll never do this again. No, but I wonder how would this some assistant keep talking to me? That's. The chairman must only hire those who stutter. He dropped the call after 10 more minutes of him insulting the W Group. It wasn't that fun, but it was something that they should feel and learn about. Besides, it was not that bad. They had gained something as well. This role offered many chances to meet the archery master. There have been 161 cases received so far about the VJs. A young man's voice was heard behind his back as he leaned to his chair. The Secretary General's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at him. Master. He got up from his seat and folded his waist in about 90 degrees. What brings you to this shabby place? What do you mean shabby? It's where my family is. Family. I felt good after listening to that word. Just a little while ago, he harassed a man under the authority of the Secretary General of the Korean Hunter Secretariat, and now he's bending his body backward to send a gaze of approval to Yi-Wing. Yi-Wing laughed. What a funny guy. Let's have a cup of coffee. Yes. The Emperor went out with the Secretary General. Familiar with Yi-Wing's down-to-earth nature, he accepted Yi-Wing's vending machine coffee with glee. Sitting on the bench, Yi-Wing first opened his mouth. I have a secretary working on VJ cases. Are you okay? It's not bad. No, it's very good, actually. The Secretary General exaggeratedly shook his hands. This job lets you face the world's strongest 10-star hunters one-on-one. People at martial arts house who see Yi-Wing all the time might not think this was a big deal, but those hunters would want this coffee to be paying billions of dollars. The first to speak was Yi-Wing. I heard about you from my grandfather. Yes, you trained with my grandfather. The secretary nodded with a sad look. I was trained every day as part of the special force. It was so harsh that I almost wanted to forget about it, but still, those days were indeed rewarding. It was a long time ago, but it was a valuable experience in the secretary's life. My grandfather said that you are a trustworthy person, so I thought that we should give you a chance. I see. The elderly man. In fact, at that time, I tried to ignore the Korean Hunter Secretariat and tried to communicate directly with the World Hunter Secretariat, but when I heard this from my grandfather, I knew I was too intolerant. Sorry. Yi-Wing bowed his head. No, you're not intolerant. Although I have just started in the office as a general secretary, I do not think that it was excusable. If I had monitored them more firmly, they couldn't have done it. The Secretary-General bowed his head as if it was difficult to receive Yi-Wing's bow. But soon, he looked at Yi-Wing with a determined gaze. It was not like his crouching stance before. He looked straight into Yi-Wing's eyes and said, "But the Korean Hunter Secretariat is still healthy. Please believe me on this one." Yi-Wing smiled a little at his words. "He is a good person. I don't know anything about this person yet, however, I heard stories about him from Kwon Ji. I didn't believe it at first. The man in his early 50s, he's constantly trying to keep a low profile, but he used to be a Grim Reaper in the Special Division. He said that he was a man who couldn't be broken. Men do not change. However, the fact that such a person can teach himself to bow like this was telling Yi-Wing that Junseok was not an ordinary man. Yi-Wing made some changes to the original plan, and it was to include this man in his plans for the future. I know. No, even if I don't believe Hunter Secretariat, I will believe in you. Thank you. At Yi-Wing's words, he bowed once more. Yi-Wing did the same thing. This was a man to be respected. The Secretary-General picked up the coffee with a lighter look. It has cooled down, but the taste was better than ever. He felt strange. The Marnar waves that emanated from Yi-Wing's body covered both of them. He then stared into his eyes with a firm look, saying, "I blocked them from spreading around, and from now on, what I say should never go outside." The secretary nodded, and after listening to Yi-Wing, his face began to harden. He became more serious than ever. "Is that really?" "Yeah, the 3 dimensions will be won in 3 years at the latest, and it's not just the 3 races coming in together. It would summon a great cataclysm that would kill millions of people. I don't want to imagine, but I see, and if so, that Beek Lin. Yes. He is still looking for the dimensional separation device somewhere in Dark Earth. If he finds the separator, I will go there and reactivate it with him. If that works, then no more gates will appear in between the 3 dimensions. Would no more gates mean that there will be no more monsters? There will be no monsters except for the ones who have already come and settled on Earth." He nodded with a firm look in response to Yi-Wing. "I see, that's why you said it's a secret. People who love the appearance of new monsters and the pioneers of the new dimensions are going to hate it." "Yes. There will be a tremendous impact on the Marnar stone industry, which has been noted as the world's new growth engine. We could expect the prices of Marnar stones surging after this. I can guarantee that there would be a lot of people who would say that they would rather have the bloodthirsty battle they had 60 years ago. They would go as far as to say that things are different now. The monsters of the Dark Earth were different. Even if they had nuclear bombs and even if they had dozens of Yi-Wings, they won't be able to stop them. Go to Dark Earth and reactivate the dimensional separator." While replaying Yi-Wing's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "But if you activate the dimensional separator again, would you be able to come back?" Yi-Wing shook his head at his question. "That's something that you don't need to worry about. It should not be revealed that Beek Lin can create gates," but he misunderstood Yi-Wing's words in a different way. He is not thinking of coming back. After all, Yi-Wing was so young. He was the world's strongest. He was only a young man in his mid-20s, the absolute man who silenced the Adamashi, which was evaluated to belong at the 10th tier. Honestly, it may be better for this young man to combine the three dimensions instead of separating them. He would need to cooperate around the world to prepare for that day and live proudly in the name of the world's strongest. Of course, there will be a great sacrifice for that to happen, and in it, he would become a legend. He will be revered as a god, as the Earth's mightiest. However, he chose to drive the monsters out of the Earth at the expense of himself. He was willing to remain alone in dark Earth full of monsters. I understand your will. The General Secretary bowed once again. His waist was bent over before, but now his bow was different. It was now a bow of utter respect. Chapter 234 Another Risk 1. Chapter 234 Another Risk 1. 1. The season has passed summer and fell into winter. A lot has happened in the meantime. Somalia was completely changed in just half a year by the power of astronomical money poured out by Yiwing. Surely it was hard to get rid of the poverty that existed for more than 100 years. Again, the most troubling thing was the matter of religion and race. But Yiwing did it, and as he was advised, he poured out money that could not be protested against. The money that he had given them created a time of harmony beyond religion and tribes. There were many who resisted, but they also fell to the power of money one by one. And while the whole of Somalia cannot be freed, Pantland had certainly caught up with the other states around it. Trillions of dollars were poured into this country. The World Hunter Secretariat was also excluded this time. Including them will reduce their financial burden in exchange for the added psychological burden to the people, and they didn't want that. Yiwing, who wanted an army to move with him, casually paid the money by himself. Without the help of the Invincible Palace, they would not have been able to stabilize the situation in just half a year. The Invincible Palace gave full human and physical support to what Yiwing was trying to do, and when Somalia became stabilized to some extent, Yiwing began recruiting hunters and hunter-seekers from around the world. Hunters move on money, but Yiwing gave them a condition that could not be ignored. You could volunteer at Martial Arts House for the next 5 years, provided that you would fully support everything for our growth. At first glance, one might think that it was similar to the Awakening Army's conditions, but it has a different merit. If they could turn an individual into a group called an army, the soldier on the battlefield would be considered as a horse. In some cases, the military could also be used as a channel to discard people to take its usual death tolls for granted. Yiwing's offer was supported by a proven hunter training processor of Invincible along with a forced awakening. Since Somalia has not started the monster hunt, the place right outside it turned to be a monster's paradise. A little out of the area where the humans live lies a land infested by monsters. There was no better place for them to level up. Yiwing also ran around the world raiding Tier 9 monsters to level up and earn some money. It could be strengthened through training and meditation, but a hunter's most basic means of strengthening was to upgrade his tools. People naturally thought that Yiwing would now be sitting at the highest level. However, Yiwing was not yet full. To be precise, he was ranked S in the early autumn. His rate of improvement was unreal. In the case of Quan Ji, it was only in his mid-50s that he became an S-ranked hunter. It was only possible because he raided around 9-tier monsters. There were still 2 more stages of SS rank and SSS rank that he could attain. As Yiwing's 9-tier monster raid accelerated, the world slowly began to stabilize. Occasionally, A new gate would be generated, but since 9-tier monsters were being raided, the threat coming from the front line of monsters was reduced. The other hunters were now sufficient enough to stop the waves on their own. Of course, some countries did not receive such benefits, such as Japan. Ewing completely rejected Japan's raid requests because of the Ugamashi incident. They tried to criticize Ewing in name of humanitarian rights, but Ewing did not buy any of it. The reason why Japan was so frustrated was that the other nations were starting to regain their glory while they were still stuck with their predicament. Additionally, the unenlightened Liberal Democratic Party declared, "We will admit Dokdo as a Korean territory forever." Nowadays, so many citizens were giving up their citizenship that even without monsters, their country was on the verge of collapsing. Moreover, a huge gate was once again opened in Japan. Fortunately, it was an Illuze gate, not the Dark Earth gate as before, but the location and the monsters that appeared made Japan declare a state of emergency. 9-tier larva golem appears at the top of Mount Fuji. Along with a huge article, a picture was wired around the world. Mt. Fuji was not small. Although it was not a year-long snow-capped mountain, Mt. Fuji, covered in 4 seasons of snow, was a national heritage and a symbol for the Japanese people. Now, there was no snow at the top of Mt. Fuji. The fires and smoke were soaring, and inside it was a huge rocky creature with a size that could be seen from afar with the naked eye. Its estimated size was about 100 meters in height, and dozens of flame-based monsters have been found around Larva Golem. But it doesn't stop there. Larva Golem triggers a massive eruption at Mt. Fuji. Whether the high-heat Larva Golem appeared at the top of Mt. Fuji or if it was time to burst, Japan's earthquake offices began to talk seriously about the volcanic eruption of Mt. Fuji. Mt. Fuji is only 100 km away from Tokyo. The people of Tokyo who had already suffered physical damages due to Ugamashi had to prepare for evacuation once again. A volcanic eruption would make things worse, but of course, it would only just be the beginning. An eruption would be accompanied by massive earthquakes that could possibly result in a tsunami, and it still doesn't end there. The lava going down from the volcano would help the monsters with their waves, and with that, Japan called for its salvation towards the Republic of Korea, and unlike the last time, Ewing agreed to help them. It's late autumn on the 27th of November. The martial arts house announced that Ewing decided to hunt the larva golem. Knowing the relationship between Japan and Ewing, countries around the world gave a great significance to Ewing's decision and wired the news around the world. I am still not satisfied with the Japanese government, but I would not turn away from the Japanese people. The Japanese cheered and rejoiced. Knowing about the dual behavior of the Japanese government, who had considered Ewing's raid at the time as well as the use of nuclear weapons, they had no choice but to accept him now. Ewing hated the Japanese government, but he did not intend to abandon its people, so as soon as the raid request came in, he accepted it. He only delayed his response because Urumi advised that they should not easily grant the Japanese government's requests. And it was 7 p.m., about 5 hours after the announcement of Ewing's raid. There was a piece of news for the Japanese that could be devastating. Larva Golem raid has been completed successfully. The Larva Golem was a 9-tier monster that frightened their country. Its high temperatures and the thousands of flame-based monsters scattered around Larva Golem had hindered almost anyone from making a move. The Japanese hunters, who were up for the challenge, came down the mountain after being hunted by flame monsters without even being able to touch the Larva Golem. The Japanese government even considered the use of nuclear weapons as the worst-case scenario, but Yi Wing had completed his raid in just 5 hours. The actual time was much less than that. It took him 5 hours to prepare for the raid, to ride the raid quadcopter, and to get from where he was to Mount Fuji. Yi Wing did not even go to Mount Fuji. He only fired an arrow 10 kilometers away from his target. Someone in the copter even said, "Geez, save some face for a 9-tier monster." Then, the larva golem, who was hit by one arrow, fell on Mount Fuji. Its size was so huge that the volcano's height rose slightly. The monster disappeared too vainly in contrast to the fear it installed in so many people. Everything seemed to go on smoothly, but at this moment, no one knew that bigger events were happening in Iluz than on Earth, as well as the larva golem in Japan. Too many hunters panting heavily. Clink clink. Run. Dozens of hunters in the latest power suits proudly made by the U.S. military were running through an unknown woods. "We would no longer be chased if we get to point a run on full capacity," the leader with blood on his face shouted at the center of their group. "Yes," he ordered them as he pushed a few buttons at the side of his helmet. "Pigeon, this is Team Alpha, can you hear me? Radio wave phasing. Pigeon, pigeon, damn it, it has to be me." He could already imagine what happened to the other team. The Suin people who they had made friends with secretly helped them out, but as for the other team, if they have not answered by now, he knew what that meant. El Temple Knights at 70 degrees, 30 new aircrafts coming in. Well, break through without engaging tanker. Dozens of tankers running in front him pulled out some huge balls from the subspace. Cheap, cheap. When they were put together, a steel structure shaped like a giant siege weapon was created. It has a shield in the middle to block the projectiles coming from the front. Breakthrough, breakthrough. The tankers carrying it quickened their pace at their leader's call. The Temple Knights were forming their way forward. At nearly 4 meters in height, they were clad in armor with their oars waving grrrr. The walls that they were about to run into was built by shields and bayonets with someone who appeared to be their commander standing on its center. "Are you measly giants? How dare you step in with those dirty feet?" Li, the leader of the knights, shouted in L language. But this side was not going to listen to him. The language of the Suin came through the translator, but they ignored it. They have already crossed an impossible river with a bit of luck, just as he thought. Shoot! Quack 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 what? When dozens of them fired their 50 caliber rifle all at once, their opponents jumped a bit, and then the humans went through the shields without missing the gap. Some knights slashed the hunters down with their weapons, but most of the hunters broke out of their formation to save themselves. Some time has passed and the conductor's hand then went up. "Stop gasping for breath." Those who followed him at his cry sat down on the floor. "You are in the right place." The leader sighed again after confirming his current position. This place was something that they had considered as a sacred land. The knights believed that the sacred lands from ancient times were from the gods, but they didn't believe in such old superstitions. "James is the pigeon." "Yes, Charlotte," he replied, and at his response, the woman cried. "This is why I said that we should wait for the Marner Stones deal. Damn it, I'm a soldier her." He saw the tears in her eyes as he shouted at her. The peace team and the pigeon team included many Skalas who were like their own siblings. Damn it, only if Colonel Powell didn't force this plan. Shaking his head, he pondered again at what happened. The fact that the Suin girl rescued by the Daeyeon clan of South Korea was a senior noblewoman of the Illu's giant tribal nation made the U.S. Hunter Secretariat insist that they should escort her safely through her country so she could interact with the other Illu's inhabitants. With this excuse, a peace mission was made. They had a long journey, but the earnest welcome they got made them forget all of their hardships. The work went very smoothly because unlike other ethnic groups, the Suin was a tribal nation made up of many other groups, so they were not wary of humans with unusual features. Although informal, they signed a peace treaty with the king and shared their culture with them, but the problem arose when they brought up the idea of economic exchange. You can't trade Marner stones. It is absolutely impossible. Marner stones are collectively managed by the temple. They insisted firmly, and they had a valid reason for it. Marner stones were also an important resource in Illus. They also used Marner stones in their secret rituals, and the problem was that Marner stones could only be obtained through a sacrifice of a life. You can also get them from monsters, but when a Suin dies, they would also leave a Marner stone. The damage caused by the Marner stones were so severe that they had annihilated each other's tribes to obtain Marner stones in the past. Therefore, the Marner stones had been taken care of by the temple of the goddess El, and its distribution was strictly prohibited. The national law strictly forbade the trade of Sasaroy Marner stone, and the temple killed all the people involved in the trade. The problem was that Lieutenant Colonel Powell, who was an axis of the peace mission, secretly tried to build a Marner stone trade route. That was the reason why they were now being chased by those knights. Chapter 235 Dragon 1. Chapter 235 Dragon 1. 1 Crushing. Who are you? The guy who was watching the area shouted, aiming the rifle towards the sound where it came from. They are not in the earth, but in the middle of the Illusian Suin kingdom. The muzzle of the gun trembled at the soldier's extreme anxiety. Fuck move it's Powell. A man passed by, roughly hitting the muzzle. Dozens of soldiers tumbled behind him. All of them were in the blood of the Suins. In particular, the leading black man has a strong stench of blood all over his body. They tumbled to where Timo was sitting and sat down. Do we have a healer? Treat the injured. Powell's nasty cry caused the healer of Tima to get up slowly, but James stopped him. Stop Hansen, your Marner should be saved. Powell's face was grimly bound by James' actions. What are you doing, Major James? Hansen had consumed most of his Marner, so our side was treated with the emergency kit. In trying to preserve my team's fighting power, Colonel Powell. James sees Lieutenant Colonel Powell's men's injury as a minor one. Are you not following the orders of your superior? James jumped at his words. Powell was his superior as he said, but he didn't back down as the head of Team 1. It was then that Charlotte appeared and touched Colonel Powell made his eyes open wide. Did you kill Arner? Arner was the Suin female chief warrior who protected her. She and her warrior corps have been here for years. Yeah, that bitch sold us. No, that's not true. She advised you to surrender. Charlotte had a higher detection skill, and she could see everything from the person she touched. In her head were the words he had said to kill her. Die, you disturbed my work. Dirty Suin bitch. Powell wasn't on very good terms with Arner. Shut up, that bitch led us to the Temple Knights. Accurately, they found you out for illegal Marner stone trade. I see now why did L's Temple Knights attack us so angrily. Had you not resisted, there would have been room for conversation with the L's Temple. Our Charlotte raised her hand to slap him. Boom! Charlotte, who was about to attack him, fell to the floor screaming. Powell's fist had reached her stomach first. "You bitch, I only followed the orders above. The Marner Stone deal was the first goal of the United States. You idiots could have succeeded if none of you delayed it. No, it was possible if you didn't move hastily. Thanks to you, the pigeon team was killed. I couldn't help it. Because of your eternity. Bitch." James blocked him when his troops tried to hit her stomach again. "What? Stop it. Fucking bitch." Clank. Powell's hand went to his waist. He saw a long sword that had not yet cooled down from the blood of the Suin. "These in pairs, you dare stop me." Ugh! At the words of Powell, James hardened. Powell was a stronger hunter even before he was his superior. If he decides to kill someone, there would be no place for that someone to escape. He just thought that they should just work together right now. Charlotte regretted in tears as the two men confronted each other. It was a mistake. She should have spent more of her time to convince the Korean hunters. No, that was what they originally intended. However, the U.S. Hunter Secretariat and the U.S. Department of Defense agreed to it when the South Korean hunter refused the offer and invited Colonel Powell to join the mission. Indeed, the Republic of Korea, or rather, the Invincible, had a stake in the mission. It was them that saved the girl from the Daeyeon clan and asked for personal protection. In addition, the Suin girl also wanted the Korean hunter to go with her. However, the U.S. Hunter Secretariat and the U.S. Department of Defense, who did not want to share what they could get from their exchanges with the Suin, made their own delegation. Thanks to that damn Powell, everything went wrong. Damel, I should have done what you said. Damel was the name of a Suin girl. If the Korean hunters were with them throughout the trip, Powell or his invasion team would not have been necessary, and events like this would not have happened. But did they say regret is regret because it is always late? She decided to do her best now. As Powell faced James, she held a small autonomous syringe in her arms. It was a syringe containing a super anesthetic that one always carry in case of emergency. Designed to be concealed in the hand as it was originally intended, she squeezed the safety pin on the syringe and pressed it against Powell's calf as he stared at James. Pshhhhh. Powell, feeling hot in the calf with the sound of a wisp, looked down at his leg. "There." Charlotte looked up at him with a smile. "What are you doing?" Powell's voice was full of rage. He knew what Charlotte injected into his body. That shot could even make a Tier 4 monster pass out. She was able to use it through her device designed to pierce through even a monster's tough shell. "You have to come to your senses, ugh. You stupid bitch. Bsshh. Powell's feet crushed her head as if it were a watermelon. It happened so fast. James looked up at him as well as Powell's own subordinates in surprise. Even though she used anesthetics against him, those were non-lethal and he just stepped on her like that. It was then, as he looked into Powell's eyes, James realized that his eyes were strange. He had oddly out-of-focus eyes. Chin chin. James picked up his weapon, the bastard sword. "Get ready to fire." Cheep, cheep, cheep. At James' call, his men quickly aimed the COD at Powell. Powell's men looked at them with their confused eyes. Charlotte's death was just as shocking as their captain getting attacked. "Lieutenant Colonel Powell is now deprived of his position," James exclaimed. Killing Charlotte rightly deprived Colonel Powell of his posting. All of you." Powell's eyes began to turn red. He was bringing up his skills. Nervous, James also focused his Marner on his weapon. The anesthesia was given, so he slowly retreated to his plan that he had to hold it to some extent. However, Lt. Powell suddenly smiled as he watched him. "It's fun. I don't know human psychology either. With that, Powell suddenly grabbed his own head with both hands. And, brr. With a terrible shredding sound, he twisted his own head backward. What? Powell fell down right away. He was crazy to kill Charlotte, but he's the strongest hunter in the mission. If they wanted to escape from here, they didn't like it, but they needed Powell's power. But he broke his own neck. The quickest one to gain sanity was James. Tack Dents. His call quickly brought him and Powell's team together. Palmer Knocker psychological buffs, Jake and Harold detection. Yes. Being in a team for several years, his instructions were quick. But James soon faced a ridiculous situation. There was no need to find anything by using their detection skill anymore. Their opponent appeared in front of them. It was a small woman. Their opponent was a human like them. Aim. All of Powell's teams, including James' team, pointed at her all at once. However, she acted like she did not know how intimidating the gun was. She just stepped forward and stood before them. Then she pulled something out of her arms and placed them in her mouth. She flicked her fingers naturally to create a small flame, which she then placed in her teeth. Tobacco. James had no words in this unbelievable situation. What she took out was not a common cigarette, it was made of paper. At first glance, this pack of cigarettes was written with Halasan in Korean. This place was hundreds of kilometers from Earth apart from the dimensional differences, and here she was smoking paper cigarettes. Puff. Har. With a sense of familiarity, she breathes into the smoke and stared at them with her drowsy eyes. James glanced at her from head to toe with his sharp eyes. She seems to be in her early 20s. He cannot tell her ethnicity, but it seems like she was a mix of a Westerner and an Asian, and she was beautiful, by far the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But he didn't allow himself to get enchanted by her beauty since for now, around him were Powell with a twisted neck, and Charlotte, whose head had been shattered. "Who are you?" he asked, as carefully as possible. He felt that he should not make enemies with nasty words. "Me Goddess L." James bit his lips in her short answer. He wanted to say that she was crazy, but her appearance was so absurd. Sadly, she was so ridiculous that she had credibility in her words. Besides, she was now using English. Yes, the Goddess L, who also shared the name of this territory, Iluz, which was in front of her. It was unknown who first started calling this alternate dimensional place Iluz. It was accepted so naturally that at one point, it became official. James was in conflict. He was an atheist, but now he met a woman that introduced herself as a goddess. He didn't know how to react. If he believed her words, it was obvious they were all dead meat. WHBPFF. Shut up. James opened his mouth to find a way to live, but he soon realized that his mouth was not moving. Shut up and stay still. I never allowed you to talk. She sucked the cigarettes at once, dropping its ashes lightly before putting the filter back in her arms. She took out a new one and lit it. She was a heavy smoker. You dare to enter my land and kill my children. James wanted anyone to step up and speak for him, but the others who turned their heads looked the same. They had also had their mouths sealed. At her word, a bargaining weapon called language disappeared. Beeklands requested me to do so, so I just ended up watching. He cursed so much about America, saying that their greed has no end. He was right. She nodded as she approached them. James went crazy as his body turned numb. He could no longer move even a finger. We don't need to have a lot of such loud bugs. Strike. She wiped her hand as if she was annoyed, and foo-foo-few-fee-foo-foo ugh pew-pew. With a sharp noise, Everyone except James' neck flew into the air. All he saw was a bloody fountain in the air. No one else survived that. The eyes of those heads remained empty as if they couldn't believe what just happened as they fell to the ground, heads falling. Gasp! The tears of blood flowed from James' hardened eyes. His men, who have been in trouble with him for many years, have all died in vain at the same time. Elle smiled at him and said, "Who are you upset? Tell me what you feel." The moment she said tell me, James' mouth began to burst. "You bitch, you're a dog." James inflicted her with all the curse he could do. One of his team members had a wife and an unborn daughter waiting for him. Another had a 10-year-long relationship who had decided to get married soon after their operation. Even though they shared sorrow and joy, this monster treated their own men as if they were worms. But she was not agitated at all. Rather, a bright smile appeared on her face. "That's a funny swear word." Beeklin said that Americans' swearing was no fun, but it was a lie. Har. In response to her, James sighed. He swore his best, but the other person just thought that it was funny. He soon regretted his decision. He thought that it would've been better if he died with his team. "Since my promise to Beeklin was broken anyway, I have to go get the price of the blood of my children." "Did you say the USA? What do you mean?" James felt a chill all over his body, but before he was able to open his mouth, his head flew into the air. It was too vain of a death, and the goddess Elle just said casually as if she didn't care that she had just taken one life. "Are incoming," she said in midair. After a while, something gigantic murmured from the air and a huge head, dozens of times larger than her body, appeared. It was a dragon, and its head was fixated to Elle. "Il Netiller Dirbis Heraner Jaglidian, are you telling me to be a good goddess too? Please answer accordingly." "I can't help it, I made a pledge with the Suans. I'll play with you ogres and dracons later." At her words, the giant dragon looked at her eyes for a while and slowly spoke telepathically. "GRR 10 cigarettes, no bargaining." It seems to be used a lot like an exchange means. But Elle, who would normally try to reduce the numbers even slightly, was happy to accept the condition. "Good. Well, it's me, I can just ransack those easily." "Ho ho ho." Her answer narrowed the eyes of the giant dragon. Then, he rolled his eyes around as if he was thinking. He seemed nervous. "Might take mine, too. I'm almost finished." "Sure, whatever," Elle replied cheerfully and flew into the air before disappearing into a flash of light. Chapter 236 Dragon 2. Chapter 236 Dragon 2. 1. The earth's crust rose and danced. The rain of fire poured down from the sky, and in the rain, the 11 colonies of the United States disappeared. Only 2 hours, the time it took for 11 colonies of 300,000 square meters to turn into ruins was just 2 hours. When the head of the United States heard of this urgent entry from the military line, they all thought it was ridiculous. Each colony had at least 1,000 hunters. Only the United States, with its strong economic power and richer hunter resources than any other country in the world, could do it. Even without their hunter resources, the U.S. military boasts of the latest military weapons. Their bases were equipped with strategic weapons that boast of its capability to drive Tier 8 monsters. "Help me." Ag. All became useless. They couldn't believe it, but they saw it themselves. A huge form floating over the 11 colonies. It was a golden giant figure shining brightly in the sun, with its scales as big as humans arranged neatly to form a formidable armor. The colony fell into the hell of despair as the giant thing swept through the colony over a dozen times. Dozens of missiles were sent in an attempt to stop it, but of course, they failed. Fire magic. A torrent of flames poured out from the monster's head, pushing the people below to run away. That rain of flames melted the tanks and roasted the people inside of them. The missiles that were not fired blew up, creating further damage. QQQQQQ. The tectonic crust was split, buildings are falling, and the people were screaming as they ran away. A true living hell had unfolded. This can't be won. In despair, the colonel commander sat down in despair even though he knew that he was being filmed on the side. Aside from physical attacks, the monster destroyed the 11 colonies solely through the magic he was beaming out. 2. The U.S. president, who had maximum control of the media, hurriedly convened an emergency meeting and silently watched the last video of the 11 colonies in a bunker under the White House. It's a dragon. Do I have to subscribe to ELO paper in the future? The Secretary of Homeland, who knows about the ELO's dragons, shook his head. Now is not the time to say that our 11 colonies were wiped out. We didn't even have the time to use nuclear weapons. Ban. U.S. Secretary of Defense Hamilton slammed the table. There are 50,000 Americans living in those 11 colonies. Nuclear weapons, you say? While the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland were shouting at each other, the director of the FBI opened his mouth with a heavy face. It's not important now. Tracking that dragon is possible. You should immediately issue an MH10 alert to all of our ELO's colonies. In the case of monsters or villains appearing, dropping an MH10 into the colony, the highest level of alert would mean that all colonies' economic activity would stop. That's how serious this was. They haven't calculated the amount of damage that dragon had done, but if they showed that video to everyone, not one of them would be able to say a thing. Do we have any countermeasures for it? Everyone shut their mouths with a firm look. At this time, the name of the 10-star hunter from the Republic of Korea came to their minds. It was because of the American pride of hunter hegemony. These past years, their pride in being the strongest country of hunters had crumbled down because of Korea. It would be such a shame for them to ask for help. Anyway, our priority is finding it first. I have something to tell you. The CIA director, Neil Howard, raised his hand to call everyone's attention. Tracing is the CIA's responsibility by managing Oracle's proud Oracle system. Neil Howard opened his mouth with a video on the screen. At the time when the 11 colonies were ruined, a strong Marner wave was detected that was not registered with the Oracle. At first, I thought it was villain, but I analyzed the CCTV video. On the screen were powerful monsters and people quickly passing through the colony gate management station. The screen then changed and a shadow passed by on the footage. Everyone's mouths began to widen. They saw a creepy figure of a cursed monster flying in the air. Thousands of lives would disappear as soon as the monster bombs the gate. However, it turned around and faded out like a mirage. It evaporated in an instant into the sky as if it was a lie. I noticed an unregistered Marner wave through the gate shortly after that happened. The CIA director stopped the screen and opened his mouth. What is the connection between that and that unregistered Marner wave? As you know, the gate is 40 meters in diameter, asked the Secretary of Homeland. The monster that appeared seemed a bit slimmer, but no matter how crumpled it seemed, it won't be able to pass through that gate. In addition, their security was not that bad to the point that they would let a monster in. As you know, I think we should analyze it further. considering that the monster uses magic powers that have not yet been identified. Neil, sounds like you're saying that the monster has shrunk to make itself pass through the gate. The FBI chief spoke for the sake of making fun, but the CIA director, Neil, nodded as if he was right by throwing his finger upwards before switching the screen. At around 1300 today, a human awakener with that same Marner wavelength near downtown Los Angeles was captured. And about 20 minutes later, it was captured about 30 km away. Now we are talking about monsters. The deputy director of the FBI knocked on the table. He was implying that Neil should stop being ridiculous. Neil nodded, however, his point was correct. Yes, it looks like a human, but it has the same Marner wavelength. That is the monster we're talking about. When he pushed the tablet, dozens of dots began to appear on the screen. The red spots appeared at random. There were about 20 of them, and they started to connect in time. If this is not our monster, what is a monster? All the red dots on the screen were labeled as an awakener, and underneath, a magnified version of the CCTV footage appeared. The screen that appeared was that of a CCTV installed in a shop, and the figure in the screen was throwing boxes given by the store owner in the air. The boxes disappeared from the air. It looked like a subspace used by hunters. The difference is that boxes went in indefinitely. It's a woman, but what is that? What is she doing? She was stealing cigarettes. Stealing? Yeah. The store owner is giving it to them so naturally, but she did not actually pay. The funny thing is that all the shopkeepers thought that they were all paid for. The crucial thing is that after checking all the CCTV, the gate closest to the 11th colony where the woman was first discovered is connected to LA. After leaving the shop, the woman walked down the street with an excited look before flashing away. What is that? What? I contacted the Awakening Analysis team and told them that they couldn't figure it out. The ability was called teleport, and so far none of the Awakeners had used that ability. Not even unofficially. Everyone who knew the meaning of formal and informal closed their mouths. They were all busy thinking about their newly discovered skills. It looks like it's not a big deal, but it was a tremendous ability, just like what the CIA director said. There is no awakener that can use that skill. We can't rule one's ability to shrink or to turn into a human just yet. So, what do you want to say? The U.S. President, Bill Trump, said from the podium. With haste, he asked for the CIA director's explanation. Our analysis team claimed that it's possible that our subject could turn into a human, although it hasn't been filmed. A monster turning into a human, it sounds like something that would only appear in fantasy novels. What is the basis for this analysis? We don't have enough evidence. In fact, it was such a foolish hypothesis that I tried to categorize it as a minority report. At the end of his speech, everyone on the market frowned as they started at the CIA director. Was he aware of how urgent this meeting was? The influence of those in this position was too great to say that inferences were true without intuition. One would never say how the effects of these little disagreements would affect the hegemony of the United States. Are you saying that this dragon is transforming into a human woman just to infiltrate the Earth, roam LA, and steal cigarettes? Yes, and the Oracle Systems says that they are all the same person. If you're right, it means you have to announce MH10 all over America. Do you know what that means? Bill Trump said in a firm voice. There was a huge difference between announcing it to the colonies and getting the news to the entire mainland of the United States. I'll put my position in line. I believe that the Oracle system is perfect. In Neil's words, everyone's expressions were hardened. Good, then let's discuss how to catch that woman. At the words of the president, everyone sighed with a firm look. This monster smashed 11 colonies in 2 hours. They should not approach this lightly. According to their actions, they have been identified as having a level of human intelligence. How about we start a conversation? Listen to yourself. They wiped out our colonies, and you want to start a conversation with them. Isn't it a matter of judging by the logic of black and white? No compromise with monsters. As the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland growl with each, the CIA Director, Neil Howard, who is acquainted with Yi Wang, moved as if he was about to say something. The U.S. Hunter Office will try it first, the man sitting still at the end said, while raising his body. This is Gene Tefman, the Secretary General of the U.S. Hunter Secretariat. U.S. Hunter Office. Yes. It's not just a challenge. It looks like a Tier 9 monster judging by looks alone, but this monster uses magic and has intelligence as well. I am speaking with enough possibilities. Also, in recent years, the body of the 9-tier monster has been released in large quantities, and our elite forces have mostly been upgraded with weapons and armor made of its byproducts. Furthermore, as the CIA Director said, if the woman is the dragon, we'll have to capture her once she's in her human form. He showed confidence. They spent an astronomical amount of money to buy Tier 9 monster byproducts, but thanks to it, their total battle power had increased tremendously. It was not just a change of weapons and armor. I acknowledge your confidence, but I think you should ask the Archmaster for support in the case. Don't forget that this monster is now in LA. If it fails, it will cause damage that is incomparable to our colonies, Neil said. It was up to the hunters to take the risks and not to themselves. Always consider the worst. Neil, since when have you been so thirsty for a 10-star hunter? We are not weak, Gene Tefman frowned. The president was also present, so he did flex, but he was also a 7-star hunter. Just by existing, he intimidated Neil Howard. Neil stared at Gene Tefman's eyes while he was sweating. Your pride. Excuse me. There was a breathtaking silence between the two. At that time, the video on the screen changed abruptly and a man jumped in. It is the president's assistant who was waiting in the outside conference room. Emergency, the dragon has appeared in LA. When they saw the giant figure on the screen, everyone in the room froze. Its overwhelming size that was so large it covered half of the sky intimidated them. It turned its huge head around and its eyes narrowed bump. The top part of its stomach popped out. Then, the bulge moved to his neck and into his mouth. It leaned back as if it was about to puke something out, and when it opened its cave-like fangs, KWIR. Blue dazzling flashes ripped the ground. The buildings exposed to the front of the flash tore up in two. Everything it swept past exploded. It even swallowed up the sound. The people that were caught melted without even screaming. It took less than 3 minutes for a block of Los Angeles to be destroyed by an outbreak of the dragon's breath. The dragon glanced at what he had done and turned west by fluttering his huge wings. He call him. Who? The Master Archer. End Vol 3 Part 1.